On this episode of MythBusters, was the moon landing a hoax?
Yep, the team are tackling the tallest tale of all. Did NASA fake the Apollo moon mission?
That's 100% wacky right there.
Adam and Jamie first focus on the photos.
Behold our moon landing set.
Do these stills prove Neil Armstrong took his small step in a studio?
Take in the shot.
Then they investigate the myth that to fabricate the classic look of lunar landings, NASA simply slowed down the film. And finally, Cary, Grant, and Tori
Oh my God. These are all vacuum chambers?
take on claims that in a vacuum, flags don't flap and foots don't print.
In your face, conspiracy theorist.
Who are the MythBusters?
Did you know what was lurking in your basement?
Adam Savage
This is the best cooking show ever.
and Jamie Hyneman.
Is that beautiful or what?
Between them, more than 30 years of special effects experience.
Wow.
Joining them, Grant Imahara,
That was crazy.
Carrie Byron,
Let's go.
and Tori Belleci.
Is this as disturbing as I think it is?
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test.
So, do you like buy a new costume for every myth we do?
Sometimes, but in this case, I had my own spacesuit in my personal collection. Just brought it out because it was appropriate.
Of course you did. Well, let me guess. We're doing what? Moon landing myths?
We are! Perhaps one of the biggest myths of all is that NASA faked the moon landing and perpetrated a hoax on the American people. So pervasive is this myth that 20% of Americans today still believe it, and we're taking it on.
Well, how are we going to do that? The number of claims are massive. I mean, they range from photographs to heat signatures to footprints.
I know there's a lot of them. I think what we should do is cherry pick the most common ones and piece the truth together as best we can.
Like a jigsaw puzzle.
Exactly.
This is launch control. We passed the 6-minute mark in our countdown for Apollo 11, the flight to land of the first men on the moon. Good luck and Godspeed. 10, 9, ignition sequence start.
On July the 16th, 1969,
Liftoff. We have it.
the world watched, wondered, and worried as 3 brave astronauts headed for the moon.
Moving Houston, thrusters go. All engines, you're looking good.
Then 5 days later came that extraordinary moment in time
Eagle has landed.
when Neil Armstrong took those first tentative extraterrestrial steps.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
11 men followed in Armstrong's footsteps, each stride filling the earthbound audience with pride and confidence in scientific endeavor.
What a view, isn't it, John? It's absolutely unreal.
But did we really leap into the future? Or were we pushed into believing a giant PR stunt? Did NASA pull off the greatest cover-up in human history?
Oh, yeah, perfect. Growl like a tiger. Mew like a kitten. Guess what our first myth is?
Still photography?
Yes! Most of the alleged evidence that NASA faked the moon landings comes from NASA's own photography, which theorists claim shows clear evidence the moon landing was faked in the studio and could not have been filmed on the moon.
Say hoax.
Hoax!
So these are the photos the guys will focus on. According to Apollo hoax advocates, this shot was taken in a studio because the shadows are not parallel. Supposedly, that's something that could only happen with multiple light sources. Then there's this image of an artfully lit astronaut. Conspiracy cheerleaders claim if he really was standing in the shadow of the moon module, you wouldn't be able to see him so clearly.
You know what? Let's do parallel shadows first.
How do you want to test it?
Well, I think we should do a large miniature because we can test the placement of all the various elements. It's kind of a complex thing.
Yeah, we need a lot of control over those elements.
Exactly.
All right, let's do it.
So first up, the guys need a single, super-sized light source to stand in for the sun.
Jamie.
I'd like to introduce you to your son.
And Bright Spark Adam has found a monster studio light
That's pretty bright.
to illuminate the experiment.
From here, I look like one of the aliens in Close Encounters.
That's the solar. Now for the lunar. Cue the build montage, because Jamie's making a moon.
I've got a good first start on my lunar set. It's just spandex and, let's see, Portland cement with a little bone black, which is basically black powder. As luck would have it, we just happen to have one of these sitting around the shop, and it's perfect for our miniature set. It's 1/76th scale.
Ah, that could not be better.
What do you say we turn on the lights and see what our shadows look like?
Yeah, let's see the light. Let's turn it around. I'm spinning around. Watch your eyes. What do you think?
Works for me.
We've had the lights, and there's been plenty of action. So where's the...
This is the camera that we're going to use. It's a Hasselblad that's very similar to the one that was used on the moon, except that we put a digital feed out the back so that we can look at the images in real time on a monitor and make comparisons to the original shots.
All right, with our sun in place, man, in addition to looking totally freaking awesome, it's pretty clear here, with the ship and the rocks both on a flat surface, that their shadows are totally parallel.
And that is what the myth proponents say the NASA photo should look like. Instead, you can see the rock and landing module shadows are in different planes.
Now we need to figure out what it would take to make them not parallel.
Yeah, let's play with the topography underneath it and see what we can get. Conspiracy theorists say there's only one explanation for this. 2 light sources. And since there's only one light source on the moon, and that's the sun,
That's really kicking it forward.
this has to be shot in a studio. We're positing that it's the topography of the moon causing these shadows of the rocks to look like they're not parallel, when in fact they are, and that's what we're trying to imitate here.
It's all just about adjusting this directly to the light.
What Adam and Jamie have done is simply give the miniature lunar landscape some realistic contours and imperfections.
That's perfect.
Is it?
Yeah.
And the shadows appear to move out of their parallel path. And Adam, happy,
Dude, your setup looks perfect.
takes his snap.
Take in the shot. So I can hear what you're saying. You're saying, but you guys replicated the moon shot on a set, and you're special effects artisans. In fact, you're exactly the guys they would have hired to do this kind of thing in the first place. That's not the point. The point is we're addressing the specific claim by conspiracy theorists that this photo has only one explanation, and that's 2 light sources. We've demonstrated here 2 shadows which are parallel from a single light source, which we've made look far off parallel using only the topography that they're sitting on.
And I guess that means it's busted.
Totally busted. You can achieve shadows that do not look parallel from a single light source.
In a vacuum, stay puffed spacemen don't stay puffed for long.
That's what happens to you in space if you don't have a spacesuit.
Oh, it's like a raisin.
Well, as much as I love busting out the vacuum chamber, what does the marshmallow astronaut have to do with the moon?
Okay, well, as we know, the surface of the moon is a vacuum. And some of the conspiracy theories contend that the moon landing footage is fake because some of the things that they did are impossible to do in a vacuum.
That's right. There's the one theory about the flag. A lot of people think it looks like it's flapping in the wind. Now, that would be impossible in a vacuum because no air, no wind.
Someone actually told me a good one about the footprints. The idea is that the astronauts couldn't leave such distinct footprints on the moon because there's no moisture in a vacuum, and the moisture is what hold the footprint together.
So how are we going to test this one?
I think we're gonna need a bigger vacuum.
And like way more marshmallows.
These vacuum theories are some of the more convincing in the conspiracy canon. After all, it appears logical that the breeze that fluttered the flag just couldn't be there on the moon. And anyone who's taken a walk on a beach knows only wet sand leaves a definite footprint. So with no moisture on the moon, then these images must be fake.
Okay, so we're gonna have to replicate the conditions of the moon as close as possible here on Earth.
Well, I think the closest we're gonna get are the vacuum chambers in Alabama at NASA.
Yeah, but we're not allowed to go into the vacuum chamber. So the experiments that we make, they're all gonna have to be operated remotely.
Okay, well, I'd like to do the flag test and build it to the original NASA specifications, and then figure out some way to turn it like the astronauts did.
All right, well, I'm gonna take care of the footprint myth. I was wondering if you could help me with an experiment to demonstrate the whole theory behind this myth.
Boys, don't fight. Plenty of me to go round.
Outside M7, Tori sets up the demo with the closest thing he can find to lunar dust.
I decided to borrow my grandfather for this experiment. And I don't think my grandma will mind because, well, there's my grandma.
Actually, it's plain old sand, one half of which Tori moistens.
Now, conspiracy theorists say that this clean of an imprint is impossible because you need moisture, and since there's no moisture on the moon, this cannot happen. Now, I'm gonna demonstrate what they're talking about with the sand here. I have dry sand and I have wet sand. We're gonna have Carrie put on a moon boot. You know how to moonwalk? Okay, so the answer is no. She's gonna step in both, and we're gonna see what kind of impression is left behind.
Okay, ready?
Yep.
All right, do the wet. The wet sand is definitely cleaner than the dry sand.
Yeah, you've got some really good hard lines in the wet sand.
Yep, the moisture makes the difference. Without it, the imprint is indistinct and nothing like Buzz Aldrin's famous boot print.
Now all we need to do is go to the moon, try this for real. I'm just kidding, we don't have the budget.
To the moon, Tori! To the moon!
Across the web, there's a host of hoax theories claiming NASA faked this footage.
Look at the size of that rock!
And a ton of TV covering the conspiracy claims. But no one has actually taken the time to test them. Until now.
We'd like to dedicate the first steps of Apollo 17 to all those who made it possible.
The next task in our moon myth-busting is this photo here. What conspiracy theorists say is that he's too well lit. You can see him clearly, yet he's in this black shadow of the LEM. There's only one light source on the moon. That's the sun. Conspiracy theorists claim there must be a second one making him visible, and we're gonna find out.
And to do just that, the guys are going to shine a substitute sun on the very model of a modern miniature landing module. Oh, and a surprisingly talkative toy astronaut.
This is my 1/6 scale model of Neil Armstrong. I can tell it's Neil because he's got the red commander of the mission stripes on his suit. What's that, Neil? We really went to the moon. I know. But the thing is that in order to prove that, we gotta take some photographs, and to take some accurate photographs, I gotta make a ship for you, a home for you. Okay. So these rolls of paper behind me are actually a lunar landing module in potentia, which I'm about to slap together.
And courtesy of what's known in the editing biz as a few jump cuts, here it is.
Conspiracy theorists are saying that the shot had to have been faked using a fill light. Personally, I think it's because the moon's surface is reflective. And when you think about it, you look at the moon on a clear night, it's obviously reflecting light back at you. That's why you see it. The question here is it enough to create this shot?
To test Jamie's hypothesis that the mythical fill-in light is simply sunlight bouncing back off the moon's surface, the guys black out the set.
Behold our moon landing set. Because it's all about reflectivity, we put blacks all around the shop, covered the whole set to eliminate any spill, any reflected light that's not coming directly from our moon's surface.
That's the landing module, astronaut, lights, and camera sorted.
Dude, this looks so cool.
The only missing component is a moon dust analog that accurately reflects the reflective quality of the real stuff.
The dust that covers the moon is called regolith. When the sunlight shines upon the moon, regolith reflects a certain amount of sunlight back towards Earth. That reflective quality is called its albedo. Now, the albedo of moon dust is between 7 and 10%, according to our sources at NASA.
To make our version of regolith, we used Portland cement and charcoal powder. Now, to measure the albedo, or reflected light coming off of it, we used a light meter and our fake sun.
8%, dude, that is perfect.
What we just showed with this test is that our sample regolith has a reflective index of about 8%, which makes it ideal for us to test with.
The best part about working with Jamie is that he doesn't need a dust mask. The reason he's not wearing one is because his mustache provides all the particle filtering he needs.
The mock-up moon's ready for its close-up, so it's probably time to up the jeopardy. Cue our resident drama king.
This is the moment of truth. We've got an accurately shaped and textured moon lander, and we've concocted an accurate moon surface that has the same reflectivity index as the actual
moon. If the myth is to be believed, our astronaut on the dark side in the shadow of the lander is gonna just fade to total black when we try and take a picture of him. All right, you ready?
I'm set.
All right, here we go. Taking the photo. Let's see. There it is.
Well, there you go. He's standing full on in the shadow, and you'd think you wouldn't be able to see him. He'd be dark, but he's not. He's bright as day.
The myth here is that you would not be able to see this astronaut this clearly unless there was a secondary fill light illuminating him. Because he's in the shadow and there's only one light source on the moon, he would, by definition, be black. Our photo here proves just the opposite. That with a single light source, with the surface of the same reflectivity as the moon, our astronaut is clearly visible, busting that myth. Well, I think we have enough evidence to wrap up the photography portion of our moon myth testing.
I agree. I mean, the conspiracy theorists had a lot of interesting ideas, but by the time you boil away all the hocus pocus, the explanation is really simple.
And in our experience, the simplest explanation is usually the correct one.
Exactly. Busted.
Busted.
Cary, Grant, and Tori are taking on tales from Moon Hoax HQ. Conspiracy theorists believe the vacuum in space means these footprints are fake, and that flag shouldn't be flapping.
This whole idea that the conspiracy theorists have is based on the fact that there is no wind or atmosphere in a vacuum, nothing to blow the flag around. And they would be right about that fact. Ow. Sorry. The shaft is a little tight in the hole. My belief is that the astronauts moved the flag around as they were planting it in the surface of the moon, and that momentum is actually what they saw as a breeze. So to test this, I'll be building a replica of the lunar flag assembly, and then we'll put that in a vacuum, and I'll build a mechanism to rotate it the same way the astronauts did. Then we'll see if we get the same flapping motion.
With the remote-controlled flag waver and footprint maker almost complete, Cary, inspired by footage from the Apollo 15 mission, adds one more test to the agenda.
The really cool thing about a vacuum is that since there's no air resistance, something as light as a feather is going to drop the same rate as something as heavy as a hammer. So I should be able to put these in the vacuum and see them both hit the ground at the same time if it is a true vacuum.
In my left hand, I have a feather. In my right hand, a hammer.
Commander David Scott carried out his famous test to prove Galileo's hypothesis that all objects are affected equally by gravity. With no air resistance, they should fall at the same speed.
How about that? Listen, Mr. Galileo was correct.
So, as a control to confirm visually they're working with a vacuum, Cary rigs a clamp to drop them at the same time. And with both remote-control devices ready to go, the team heads for the George Marshall Space Center in Alabama.
Oh my God. So these are all vacuum chambers? How great is that NASA is opening their doors to let us come in and test this myth? That's how confident they are that this is a myth. All right, close the door. Let's see if we can pull our feelings out.
You know, I heard this was actually a fuel tank from a Saturn V rocket that they converted into a vacuum chamber.
They're just like us. They recycle their old stuff.
And to show us their recycled stuff is NASA vacuum technician Michael Terry.
So you know how to use this thing.
Oh, yeah.
And you're actually going to let us use it.
Yeah, I think I will. Let's just be careful.
He's obviously never seen the show before.
Look at it looked like they cut the arms off of a spacesuit.
Is that, and wait, does your head go here?
Yeah, that's where it goes.
That's awesome.
Yep, reaching inside a vacuum doesn't come cheap. These are essentially genuine spacesuit parts.
How much are these gloves worth?
Approximately, they're worth almost $500,000.
Michael really hasn't seen the show before.
Tap out. Tap out.
It's a portable hug.
So you're gonna show us how to use these?
Sure, I'll try to do my best to get you guys to do your hand check. Fingernails need to be kind of shortened up and clipped.
The arms are everything I expected. They're all 1950s pop space movie looking kind of robot arms. The only downside is I gotta cut my fingernails.
After the mandatory hand check and fitting, the testing can begin for real. And first up, Carrie's hammer and feather rig.
It's good enough. It's not like it's rocket science.
I don't think you can say that around here.
Well, I guess you're right.
The team seal the chamber, but for this control, they don't create a vacuum.
Atmospheric pressure in 3, 2, 1.
Cool. The hammer hit first. Perfect.
So the laws of physics still apply. I dropped the hammer and the feather at atmospheric pressure exactly at the same time. Hammer hit first, feather glided down and hit last.
So after the air is removed from the chamber, Carrie is ready to repeat the drop.
In 3, 2, 1.
That is so cool.
Yep, when there's no air resistance or drag, all objects are equally affected by gravity and fall at the same rate. So we do indeed have a vacuum.
All right, well, let's move on to our first moon test.
All right, got your boot?
Yeah, I got my boot.
All right.
You know, one of the other ways that conspiracy theorists claim NASA botched up their faking of the moon landing is evident, they say, in the movie footage of the astronauts jumping around in the moon's gravitational force. They say it was all done with camera trickery.
Like messing around with the frame rates and stuff.
Yeah, which falls into the category of special effects, which should be a cinch for us to test.
I agree.
Let's do it.
The myth states that this famous footage was faked by slowing it down. The astronauts are simply skipping around on a film set in slow motion. So are these iconic images full speed fact or slow motion fake?
Specifically, what are the conspiracy guys saying?
Well, they're claiming that when you look at the footage of the astronauts hopping around slowly in the moon's gravitational field, which is 1/6 that of Earth, that movement was achieved not by going to the moon, but by using a special camera which filmed the astronauts at a higher speed than normal, so that when it was projected back at a normal frame rate, the astronauts' movements were slowed down, imitating the way it would look on the moon.
Well, we should do exactly that and see what it looks like.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Let's do it.
And to recreate their very own moonwalk, they're back at the Alameda Naval Base and Building 24.
You ready?
Ready as I'm gonna be.
Here they've been wet and wild while running in the rain.
I gotta tell you, I'm pretty happy about this thing right now.
They've gone up like a lead balloon
It's time to burn for science.
and blazed a burning trail. But this time, they're shooting for the moon. So, welcome to Mission Control.
Here at Command Central, we're going to take as our jumping off point in testing this myth, NASA's actual footage of the moon landing. We're going to try and replicate several of the gestures we see the astronauts doing on the moon. And the three we've narrowed it down to are jumping straight up into the air.
Come on out here and give me a salute. Big Navy salute. Off the ground, on the floor.
Skipping, which is a kind of a two-leg hop. Notice he puts both feet on the ground at the same time with each jump. And it looks like it's a really efficient way to move around. The third is just a straight leg over leg run. We're going to match the camera angle and match the technique supposedly used to fake it and see what we get.
With those three actions and camera angles in mind, we can begin phase 1 of the test. As a point of comparison, Adam will simply recreate the myth. In full costume, he'll run, jump, and skip as if he's bounding around on the moon, and then we'll slow down the tape and take a look.
This is called the Snoopy cap.
It's the MythBuster motto. If it's worth doing, it's worth overdoing.
Let me take you on a little tour of what I'm wearing. This is in fact a wedding present from my crew a few years ago. But when I got it, it was lovely, but not quite accurate enough. So I redid the gloves, I added my label, I did a wrist checklist, I did the correct watch, I added all the hardware attachments, all the labeling on the front pack and the backpack. I decided to make myself the mission captain with the red stripes. And this is the first time I've ever gotten to wear it all at once.
I've got a lot of tools and gadgets and stuff. Adam has spacesuits.
By the way, I should point out, this is not a real spacesuit. It's just my wear-around-town spacesuit.
Come on out here and give me a salute.
Cary, Grant, and Tori are tackling the moon landing hoax theories that involve a vacuum. some of the first words spoken from the moon's surface answered the simple but powerful question.
It's almost like a powder.
What did it feel like?
I can see the footprints of my boots in the fine sandy particles.
But did Buzz Aldrin really make such an impression on the moon? To find out if moon boots make boot prints, Tori's borrowed the real deal.
Look what I got, a real moon boot.
Wow.
Isn't that cool?
That looks just like Adam's.
Yeah.
So this is the actual article.
Yep. Now all we have to do is put it on the moon stomper, smash it into some dust, and see if it leaves a footprint.
This conspiracy theory is pretty interesting. They say that because there's a vacuum on the moon and there's no water vapor,
Does that fit? You feel your toe there?
you can't leave a clear imprint from your boot the way they did in the photos from the lunar landing. I'm not so sure about that.
With just 840 pounds of lunar material returned to Earth from all of the Apollo missions, there's not much of it to go around. So for this test, NASA has given us a lunar regolith simulant.
It's manufactured to test equipment that is going to the moon. It's very similar to lunar dust in the fact that each particle is very sharp. Dirt on Earth has been weathered, so it's very smooth. So this is as close to lunar dust as we can get.
That's likely to be the key to this myth, a comparison of the physical properties of sand and lunar regolith. Down here, a footprint in dry sand collapses because the weathered particles can't bind together without water. But up on the moon, other bonding agents are at work, one of which, the irregular and jagged shapes of lunar dust, could cause it to stick together in those famous boot prints. Will the irregular shape of lunar regolith, in conjunction with the vacuum, result in a clean boot print and bust the myth?
All right, so this is MythBusters' first step on the moon.
So it's one giant leap for mythkind.
Ooh, I think we just went like 20 steps backwards.
Give it a shot.
All right.
The rig is ready to take its one-legged step, and the vacuum chamber has been vacuumed.
Boot stop, vacuum. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1.
Yeah! Take that!
Yeah! It works! In your face, conspiracy theorist!
Yep, it really does work.
Moon landing 1, conspiracy theorist 0.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
So it seems you can make a clean, stable footprint in a vacuum.
Look at that. We made a footprint inside of a vacuum.
And there was no water vapor, which is what this conspiracy theory is all about.
Well, the gravity is 6 times stronger on Earth than it is on the moon, so if we made a footprint here, we're definitely making one on the moon.
So I guess this conspiracy theory is busted.
Busted.
Busted. Now NASA will let us out of here.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
John F. Kennedy started the race to the moon in a speech he gave in 1961, famously challenging the nation's finest minds to shoot for another world. Less than a decade later, they succeeded, and eventually 12 astronauts left their mark on the moon's surface. Or did they?
To find out, Adam and Jamie are testing the myth that to fake the footage, NASA filmed it in a studio and then slowed it down.
Now I've seen the movement. I'm going to try and practice jump here.
And to test that claim, Adam and Jamie will do exactly the same by recording at 48 frames per second and playing back the tape at the regular 24. You get beautifully smooth slow motion.
All right, do the run. With this effect, Adam's movements do have a certain weightless quality. But to be sure if it's the technique NASA used, we have to simulate 1/6 gravity, repeat the 3 actions, and then compare the footage. Now it's time to break out the gravity rig. Now this was put together for us, purpose-built by Trapeze World.
With years of experience in designing gravity-defying circus rigs, Trapeze World are the perfect guys for this job.
So Graham, you got the rig all set up. How's it work?
Well, we'll have Adam in a harness, which is attached to a set of bungees, which is then attached to a tracking system that allows us to move him forward and back.
Okay, well, I can see it works. Let's get Adam in it.
The gravity rig is designed to give me total freedom of motion while making me weigh exactly what an astronaut on the moon would weigh. That is, 1/6 of what that fully loaded astronaut would have weighed on Earth.
Well, the other thing left is to put on the suit and really try this.
Now, I know before you write to complain that this suit's a replica, that it's not pressurized, that I'm not doing this in a vacuum or with real moon dust around. I know. What we were trying to look at here is purely about the movement and gesture of the astronauts. We know that Neil Armstrong in all of his gear weighed about 350, 360 pounds, which means if I'm gonna be correctly weighted for our moon, I'm gonna need to weigh just about 60 pounds.
Ah, 62. That's close enough for me, man. Let's do it.
So under lunar-like gravitational conditions, Adam gets to repeat his moonwalk exercises. But the difference between Adam and Armstrong is NASA's rigorous training regime.
It's a thing to wear a rig like this. It takes a lot of stamina. It's also making me quite sore in some very private places.
Adam is discovering being in 1/6 gravity makes it simpler to moonwalk.
It's a lot easier in this rig to match the kind of movements we see the astronauts make in the NASA footage. I mean, it really kind of lends itself to the weird center of gravity that happens when you weigh less, how much little movements make a big difference in how you go. I feel like this is looking really close to what NASA shows on the moon.
Adam's right. On first viewing, it does appear to be a closer match. But at Mission Control, the evidence is far from clear-cut.
If you take a close look at the slow-motion skip, Adam's efforts to get the correct height and distance means his helmet is jerking around in a distinctly Earth-like fashion. But it's equally clear the gravity rig doesn't quite work either. Adam's weight might be technically correct, but he lacks that smooth, low-gravity look. Check it out.
Oh, actually, you know what? Can we review this in the blooper room? I gotta get out of this rig. I'm exhausted.
Okay. Big baby.
Back at HQ, the guys settled in to review the footage in detail.
The lower right is much better, but it's not even close.
But just like Sir Mick, they still can't get no satisfaction.
Well, the slowed down frame rate doesn't match the NASA footage.
No.
The gravity rig, it's better, but I'd still have to say it doesn't nail it.
Yeah, neither of them are there. I wish that we could somehow get ourselves into a moon's gravity environment. Then I'd feel comfortable calling this one.
That can be arranged.
Really?
Yeah, there's a company called Zero G, which offers the only FAA-approved weightless experience, and they do moon gravity as well.
That is fantastic. Let's suit up and get out there.
Okay.
It's iconic footage, replayed countless times across the globe. American astronauts planting the stars and stripes on man's newly conquered neighbor.
It's got to be one of the most proud moments of my life, I guarantee you.
To find out if it really was a PR stunt, Carrie, Grant, and Tori have breached NASA's inner sanctum.
Now, the conspiracy theorists think that they see some sort of breeze blowing around the flag, which you wouldn't have on the moon since there's no atmosphere. So I've built a replica of the lunar flag assembly. We're going to put it in a vacuum chamber, pump out all the air, and see if we can move it around just like the astronauts would have done placing it on the moon. See if we see that back and forth motion.
And to help us get a notion of the motion in a vacuum is NASA's very own Donna Severance.
The oxygen deficiency alarm,
Yes.
is that something we should be concerned about?
Only if it goes off.
So this is not your ordinary type of vacuum chamber. This is a clean chamber,
We're ready for the shower.
which means there's no dust, no dander, nothing that will contaminate the chamber because it is designed to test things that are going into space. All right, time for the flag.
The flag assembly is an exact replica of the one used on the Apollo missions. The horizontal rod specifically prevents the flag collapsing in a windless environment.
Hey, Grant, this is your first rig in space.
I gotta go.
First up, to confirm the rig in space is working, is the all-important control.
You guys ready?
Yeah.
All right, this is the control at regular atmospheric pressure. And I'm just gonna shake the flag as if I were an astronaut planting it in the surface of the moon.
All right.
Ready?
Be the astronaut.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
All right, it's moving.
And ready?
As expected, the momentum of the twisting and turning quickly dissipates, and the flag is stationary in no time at all.
Okay, I guess we put a vacuum on it and see what happens.
All right, let's start sucking the air out.
So vacuum tech Donna turns on the pumps, and with the air removed, the guys get ready to plant the stars and stripes.
Okay, here we go. This is flag waving test in a vacuum. Okay, planting it on the surface of the moon, and stop.
Oh, it's moving a lot.
It's moving a lot. Hey, it's moving a lot.
That's moving a lot. I mean,
Still moving.
That's awesome.
there you go.
Without drag or friction from the air, the momentum of Grant's planting action lasts for a surprising amount of time.
Could be mistaken for a breeze.
Yeah.
But it's lower air resistance.
Comparing it to the control in regular atmospheric pressure illustrates that theory beautifully. And if there was still any doubt, it looks almost identical to the NASA footage.
So in the vacuum, the flag moved, not just a little bit. It actually moved quite a bit. So that proves you don't need wind in order to move the flag in a vacuum.
So unless someone finds a shot of the flag flapping without an astronaut manipulating the flagpole, it's myth busted.
We've come all the way to Alabama and NASA to find out once and for all if the conspiracy theorists were correct. Where are we at?
Well, we showed that a moon boot can make a footprint in lunar dust inside of a vacuum, so that one's busted.
And momentum alone will keep a flag waving in a vacuum. You don't need any wind.
So NASA 2, conspiracy theorists 0.
Adam and Jamie have already seen that NASA didn't slow down the film to fake the Apollo mission moonwalks. But to conclusively confirm that the footage was shot in 1/6 gravity, they decided they had to experience the real thing. And here at 0G in Florida, they get to do just that.
Well, in order for us to do this accurately, we need to be properly weighted. Since 0G is providing us with the moon's gravity, 1/6 Earth's gravity, I need to have the exact amount of equipment weight on me that the original Apollo astronauts had on the moon. And that's about 180 pounds of stuff. And it's uncomfortable.
Adam's struggling with the excess baggage.
This is unpleasant.
Jamie, on the other hand,
Oh, yeah.
is keen to display his alpha male status. A status damaged after being forced to join Adam playing dress-ups.
I never thought I'd see the day.
With the weigh-in complete, it's time for the pre-flight briefing with in-flight info from 0G's Elizabeth Underwood.
Elizabeth, now that we're just about to go on, I want to know how good a simulation of zero gravity is this?
It's not a simulation at all. It is the real deal. It's the exact same technique that NASA's been using to train their astronauts for the last 50 years.
And it works like this. A series of parabolic arcs will give the passengers the physical sensation of weightlessness. And just for us, the pilot will adjust the angle of the parabola, making the microgravity in the cabin an exact match to the moon's gravitational pull, which just leaves the guys to step up, strap in, take off, and suit up.
I look good, right? Good. I look damn good. So right now, I'm loaded up with an extra 180 pounds on my body. In a few minutes, we're gonna actually get to try this out in moon's gravity, and I gotta tell you, I can't wait. This is a heavy suit.
Adam doesn't have to wait long because the guides soon have everyone into position for the first pass. And as G-Force 1 gently arcs into its dive,
Ah, that feels cool.
Adam and Jamie
Oh, here it comes.
know what it feels like to walk on the moon.
Whoa. Wow. That's 100% wacky right there.
Calibrated to match the moon's gravitational pull, the guys just get time to take it all in before the call goes out to hit the deck. Because as the plane begins to pull out of the dive, the G-forces go into the positive.
There is a cost to being weightless. The other end of the roller coaster, you've got almost twice Earth's gravity.
That's kind of terrifying at first, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
I've never experienced anything like that. It is really disconcerting to first weigh double your weight and then 1/6 your weight. In fact, at 1/6 my weight, I felt pretty much weightless. I felt like I could jump 10 feet in the air.
This is a first, even for me.
Now that the guys have their bearings, the testing can begin.
Ready?
Adam copies the same run and skip as before.
Good job.
This time leaving out the jump because of height restrictions in the cabin.
The movement felt totally natural as soon as I started doing it. And all the NASA footage makes sense to me now. The skipping they did is a totally efficient way to move in that gravitational pull. I couldn't think of a better confirmation for the NASA footage than trying this myself.
When Adam was walking or running, he was experiencing the exact same thing that Neil Armstrong would have on the moon. It was 1/6 Earth's gravity. Adam did a great job with the bungee cords. It looked pretty convincing, but being here on this plane in microgravity and watching him, it's totally different. Nothing really compares to what we saw here on this plane, so as far as I'm concerned, they went to the moon.
Dude, that was awesome. We have been very thorough here.
Yeah, you can't get much tidier than that.
I mean, not only did we start out by replicating precisely the circumstances that theorists say were used to fake the moon footage,
But we also put ourselves in a calibrated moon gravity environment.
the theory that it's faked, busted.
Busted.
When the team began their lunar lunacy jigsaw puzzle,
Say hoax.
Hoax!
they knew they couldn't cover every conspiracy cheerleaders claim.
This is the moment of truth.
But the few pieces they have put in place
That means it's busted.
Totally busted.
tell the same story.
In your face, conspiracy theorists.
With the fat lady waiting impatiently in the wings, there's time for just one final test. And not just any old test, but the ultimate proof of man's moon mission.
To really put the final nail in the coffin, we should build our own rocket, which we've done before, and go to the moon, collect some of the Apollo hardware that was left there, and come back and we'll prove that man actually was on the moon.
I wish we could do that. I have, however, the next best thing. What's this?
A reflector.
In fact, it's called a retroreflector, made up of many tiny prisms just like this. And did you further know that the Apollo astronauts were nice enough when they visited the moon to leave several of these on the surface so that Earthbound scientists could point lasers at it and gather information about the moon?
So what you're saying is that we get a really big laser and point it at the reflector on the moon, and if we get a signal back, that means that we were in fact there.
Precisely. Okay, it breaks down like this. A retroreflector bounces light back at the light source, regardless of the angle. This differs from a mirror where the angle of incidence has to be perpendicular. So, if there was a retroreflector on the moon, and we knew its exact location, and we had a powerful enough laser,
Say hoax.
we could detect the reflection and prove there is man-made equipment on the moon.
What are we supposed to be doing?
Technically, we're supposed to have a conversation about where we are.
Oh, you mean like the Apache Point Observatory? This thing right here is the Apache Point Observatory. What a view. And these guys have the tools that we need to put the final nail in the coffin on the moon landing hoax.
Yep, up here in the Sacramento Mountains, New Mexico. Adam and Jamie meet one of the observatory's top docs, Russet McMillan.
How can I help you today?
Well, it seems that there are some people that do not believe that man has actually been to the moon.
I've met some of them.
What do you think?
I think they're crazy.
A bold statement, but Dr. McMillan has the hardware to back it up.
Here's the thing. This little laser pointer is about 10 milliwatts. That's great, but it's not going to make it to the moon and back. That thing, however, peaks at 1 gigawatt. That's 100 billion times more powerful than this is. That's what you got to have to make it to the moon and back.
So this whole exercise is you shine the laser beam at the moon, it gets reflected back, and you measure the timing of the release to the return. So how long does that journey take?
About 2.5 seconds, depending on the orbit of the moon.
Cool.
The meet and greet complete. All that's left to do is wait until midnight.
Space Command has given us a 1-hour window when the night skies from here to the moon are clear of satellites.
While they wait, here's Adam trying unsuccessfully to keep the lid on his inner geek.
This is actually not a bad imitation of exactly what's on the moon that we're shining the laser into. In fact, the specific one we're shining into was left there by the Apollo 15 crew. Now, we're firing on the order of 200 quadrillion photons per laser pulse at that reflector, and we're getting between 1 and 3 photons back per pulse if we're lucky. That's not something that you can see with a naked eye. In fact, it's something that can only be picked up by the most sensitive of collectors, and hopefully, when we get that photon back, we'll see a spike like that on the screen.
I am slewing the telescope to the lunar highlands.
Slew away.
Test number 1, shining our laser at a portion of the moon's surface devoid of all man-made objects, including retroreflectors, known to locals as the lunar highlands.
There's the moon. You can see the craters.
With the laser pointed at a random location on the moon's surface,
Initiating laser.
Dr. McMillan pulses 200 quadrillion photons into the night sky.
So we're shining the laser on the lunar highlands now, and we're getting nothing back except background light.
As expected, the lunar regolith, with its reflectivity index or albedo of approximately 8%, simply scatters the beam, and the sensors back here at the observatory detect no reflected light.
Now I'm going to move to Apollo 15.
Apollo 15, crewed by Scott, Irwin, and Warden, set down at the base of the lunar Apennine Mountains, which is where they placed the retroreflector.
Wow.
That's the location where Apollo 15 landed on the moon.
That is so cool.
Initiating laser on retroreflector from Apollo 15. And there's a spike beginning to stand out.
Is that it?
That's the return from Apollo 15. Light returning from the laser retroreflector at exactly the wavelength and distance that we were expecting.
That is so cool. I know you do this like 100 times a year, but it's really thrilling to watch it happen right in front of us.
Not just thrilling, but conclusive.
Look, I'd love to go to the moon, but I can't. At least not right now. So we did the next best thing.
We shined that laser at the moon on the second test, and we got a clear spike back. Photons came back to our receptor. Now, the only way that that could happen is if there was a piece of man-made equipment up on the moon to reflect them back.
So get over it. There's no conspiracy here.
We've been there. We've done that.
So the team have busted everything before them.
What's that, Neil?
We really went to the moon.
And compounded those 5 results with evidence of lunar-bound man-made equipment. This moon mystery jigsaw puzzle is complete.
A lot of people ask us when we're going to run out of myths, and the fact is we haven't run out yet, and it's thanks to viewers like you that are logging on to discovery.com/mythbusters and posting your ideas. So if you've got some, post them. We might just use them.
On this episode of MythBusters, Adam and Jamie dial in on a fabulous fable about 2 phone books. Interleaving their pages apparently makes them impossible to pull apart.
We will need to bring some more power.
Who's the boss now?
And then, Cary Grant and Tori test a Hollywood Big Bang Theory.
He's gaining on us!
Can you blow up a shark with black powder, a harpoon gun, and a boat battery? the MythBusters, Adam Savage,
Goodbye, my little friend.
and Jamie Hyneman.
Is that beautiful or what?
Between them, more than 30 years of special effects experience.
Cue dramatic music.
Joining them, Carrie Byron,
Criminals beware, the mark of the MythBuster.
Grant Imahara,
Let's eat.
and Tori Belleci.
Call me the cougar.
They don't just tell the myths,
Mr. Hyneman, you are go for launch.
they put them to the test.
What's this? New suggestion?
Yeah, these guys have really outdone themselves, man. They have filmed an entire MythBusters segment themselves in order to give us a story idea.
What's the myth?
Well, they're claiming that if you take two phone books and interleave their pages, one by one by one, that those two phone books absolutely cannot be separated.
That's right down our alley. I think we should take that on.
I totally agree.
Yep, not only did our intrepid Dutch duo, Tim and Steve, create this crazy spoof, they put forward the intriguing sounding myth that two phone books with their pages interleaved are impossible to rent asunder. But could the alternating pages of a phone book that haven't been glued, taped, or bound really stick together under any circumstances?
It's pretty clear where we have to start.
I agree. You know, in their testing, the clamp with which they held their phone books eventually failed, and they stopped testing there.
Well, that's a problem we'll have to solve then.
I agree. But first, let's get interleaving.
In true MythBuster style, the phone book fable is going to get ramped, ripped, and revved up until the boys get answers. But before the envelope pushing begins, let's take you back to the beginning.
Very first thing we have to do is interlace these things, like this. I think it's going to be a little harder than that.
Long and tedious task ahead? Cue our editor's favorite solution, the time lapse.
You ready to interleave some of these phone books?
Yep.
All right.
With the two phone books secured, Adam and Jamie
We've just passed 500 pages total. We're cruising.
simply take turns flipping pages, pausing only when they get to M for Mafia.
Does this remind you of when you used to count money for the mob?
I was a hitman. I wasn't a money counter.
Almost there.
And with all 800 pages of each book interleaved, the guys begin to get a grip on the science of this myth.
I can't believe there's nothing holding those two things together but friction.
It's really quite amazing. I mean, when you tug on these, it's like they're glued together, but they're not. It can only be the friction of each page where it contacts the next one, and times 1,000 or so, it adds up to a lot.
What I've got here is a lesson in friction. While this might look like two 800-page phone books, Jamie and I have interleaved them, or for you magic aficionados, we've done a Pharaoh shuffle. And apparently, almost nothing will rent these two things asunder. And we're going to see if that's true.
In an attempt to handle the truth, Adam and Jamie are focusing on friction. Friction can be defined as the force resisting the relative motion of two surfaces. For example, the pages of a phone book. Static friction is the force keeping two stationary objects from moving. And kinetic friction occurs when two objects that are already moving rub up against each other. That's the theory on what's holding the books together. To help pull them apart, the guys rigged two plywood handles along the book's spines. But neither these nor the tape you can see will interfere with the experiment.
All right. You want to do some tug of war?
Okay.
Well, no, Jamie and I are about to have a tug of war. And we are going to try and pull the phone book apart, but of course, I think we're also going to try and pull each other across the shop. I think it's actually probably a pretty even game. We weigh about the same. Jamie may be a little bit stronger than me, but I fight dirty.
Okay. It's been a while since Adam
Check out my guns!
and Jamie have gone head to head. But it's a grand old MythBusters tradition that underhand tactics
I've still got a couple of tricks up my sleeve.
Bending and then breaking the rules are all part of the fun. Until someone loses. But there'll be no cheating here. It's a straight tug of war. A matching of muscle, mano y mano.
I'm gonna run out of room here real quick, so.
Maybe you won't run out of room so quick.
Of course, aside from pride and sensitive egos, what's really on the line is the myth. Will the phone book pages stand up to our macho men?
You ready?
There we go.
First to cross the line loses.
Oh, I believe I'm winning.
Equally matched in weight, traction was the ultimate decider in this test. And with no time to substitute an hydraulically powered robot, Jamie has to take his medicine. But more importantly, despite being fueled by the red-hot fires of competition,
Good job. The phone book's still together, though.
Adam and Jamie failed to make an impression on the phone books.
Although I may have had better traction on my shoes than Jamie, I'd say it's Adam and Jamie 0, phone book 1. This puppy didn't creak, didn't move, didn't budge. We're gonna need some more help.
Before the help arrives, there's time for a little gloating.
Dude, this is like a professional wrestling trophy belt, right? I'm gonna wear this around. Like, check it out, Hyneman! Who's the boss now?
Next up, break out the popcorn, because Cary, Grant, and Tori catch a movie.
Oh, so we're doing another movie myth? Which one is it?
The cult classic, Deep Blue Sea.
Yes, genetically altered man-eating sharks. Tell me we're testing the scene when they blow the shark up.
We're testing the scene where they blow the shark up.
Yes.
But there's a twist. They don't have any weapons on hand, so they MacGyver it. Check this out.
Yep, in this scene from the silver screen, the survivors of some mutant shark mayhem are desperate to finish the fish. So they turn to a harpoon gun, flares, and an electric charge.
We ought to get about 2.5 sticks of dynamite out of these flares.
The question is, could this MacGyver-style combo really equal a big boom?
From up here, you ought to be able to see me spirit. When I do, you take this end of this cable, hook it up to the positive side of the boat battery, and boom.
So they have 2.5 sticks of dynamite's worth of black powder from the flares, and it looks like he's gonna make a pipe bomb from the cylinder attached to the harpoon.
But how are they gonna ignite the black powder?
It looks like he's gonna just attach that metal cable to a battery, and that's supposed to set it off.
No way.
Because that's exactly what happens after upping the jeopardy by pinning his friend to the shark.
Now what's he gonna do? I mean, if he kills the shark, he could potentially kill his friend. But if he doesn't kill the shark can get away. Now he's in a dilemma. Kill the shark, kill the friend, let the shark get away. What's he gonna do?
He opts for the heroic sacrifice, of course. But our harpoon-toting hero hesitates, perhaps fatally, because the genetically enhanced super shark makes for the hole in the fence he'd prepared earlier.
Oh, wait, the hero's free.
There's a spark.
And...
Wait a minute, 2.5 sticks of dynamite?
Tower of water, blood, and fire. Awesome.
That is a pretty crazy scene, and there's a lot of elements to test.
Okay, let's break it down. First of all, we need to find out if you can ignite black powder with a car battery like they did in the movie.
And we need to see if an improvised harpoon gun like that can go that distance and still be accurate.
And then we need to find out more about these flares. Do they even contain black powder? And if so, do they have enough to make the mythical 2.5 sticks of dynamite?
And can that amount of black powder make the massive explosion that we saw?
And the guy survived.
Well, we definitely need to test that.
Okay, that's 5 things to test for one scene. That's gotta be a record.
It's the Deep Blue Sea Quintet of Myths. With 5 separate testable elements, it's something to get your teeth into. But hold the phone, because Tori's starting this myth by making a mark of a shark.
I started off with a big block of foam. I put an outline on the profile and then a top view, marked that out with spray paint, cut that out with hot wires. From there, I went and took the foam cutting machine and shaped it down to more shark-like.
Nicknamed Hugo because he's, huge, he's a little cuddlier than his movie counterpart. And talking of the movie,
Now, while Tori finishes up Hugo, Grant and I are going to start testing the first part of this myth, which is the ignition system. Can you ignite black powder with a battery and a wire? We're going to start with a proof of concept.
And to explain the concept and method for proving it, here's our resident electrical engineer.
Okay, so this is a setup for our proof of concept. Now, people would normally think that it's the spark from the battery that ignites the black powder, but in their setup, it's actually more likely to be the heat. So, what I'm gonna do is hook up this battery to a pair of jumper cables. There's a thin wire between the two, and the heat should build up as the current flows through that conductor, and that should ignite the black powder.
Sounds simple enough.
You just touch the positive and that should ignite, right?
That's right. Everybody ready? Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Yep, as expected, the heat emitted by the current being forced through the wire is enough to ignite the black powder.
That's proof of concept.
Yeah, for this part. But now what we gotta do is set it up like they had it in the movie.
Well, as we expected, we generated enough heat to ignite the black powder. But the question is, will the setup in the movie do the same?
That's the burning question. And some jump cuts later, they're all set to put the movie scene to the test.
Okay, so here's the setup. We have a tank filled with salt water. Inside of the tank is an airtight metal canister. Inside of that is black powder. Now that's connected, just like in the movie, through a steel cable. Steel cable leads back to a 12-volt marine battery. Then the other half of the circuit, by a jumper cable, leads all the way back to the tank, and hopefully completing the circuit, and ba-boom.
So just like the movie, the metal cable runs from the black powder canister back to the battery. And the only feasible way of completing the circuit, creating the all-important spark or heat, is through the salty seawater. But Grant isn't exactly convinced.
I don't think it's gonna go ba-boom, because you have a conduction path through the salt water. And I just don't think the voltage is high enough to get that amount of heat to ignite the black powder. I guess we're gonna find out.
Even though Grant's got his doubts, the team still follows the MythBusters safety mantra. When using explosives, duck!
Ready?
This is same ignition system as movie. In 3, 2, 1.
Nothing. A whole lot of nothing.
I think that by now our hero has been swallowed and digested.
I just don't think there's a good enough conduction path to generate the heat you need to set off the black powder.
Not a very good start to the myth.
No.
Yep, film physics have once again proved false, and part 1 of the test quintet has bombed. But with Tori's finished shark now foaming at the mouth, there's still 4 more parts to reel in. And down at the bomb range, it's time to take a shot at myth part 2, the harpoon.
What the heck? Whoa! Look at that. What I have right here is the actual prop from the movie Deep Blue Sea. Now, I know it looks like a harpoon gun, but it's actually a line thrower that they've modified. They've added this tip and this cylinder. Now, since they've modified it, we're not gonna be able to use this anymore. But we have this, a real working harpoon gun. And this is what we're gonna use to test, to fire our harpoons into our shark to see if a harpoon will even go that far.
And how far is far? Well, the range in the movie looked about to 100 feet.
Man, that's far.
But before Tori takes aim and fires, here's some Harpoon 101.
A harpoon gun is very similar to a rifle, but instead of a bullet, we're using a .38 special blank. Now the blank, once fired, will create enough pressure to launch our harpoon, which is sleeved on the outside of the barrel, unlike a rifle where the bullet is inside the barrel. And this will hopefully launch our harpoon to our target.
All right, we're ready to fire. We're loaded in 3, 2, 1. Bullseye! You know what's great is you hit him exactly where the guy hit him in the movie. I think I might have pinned his arm to the shark.
Looks like we've confirmed this part of the myth. You can shoot a harpoon over 100 feet and still hit your target. And we pinned the dude to the shark. It's like double confirmed. I love this.
Meaning part 2 of the myth gets the thumbs up, making it all to play for at 1 apiece. Adam and Jamie are muscling up to test the tall tale of interlaced phone books that are impossible to pull apart.
This experiment is one of those things that is totally counterintuitive because, you know, it's just a couple of phone books interleaved together. There's no glue, there's no tape, there's no screws. They're just sitting there, those phone book pages, and we should be able to pull them apart quite easily, but somehow I don't think so.
If you don't believe Jamie, here's a sentence you don't often hear on MythBusters. This is one you can try at home. And while you're at it, here's something else you can try at home with phone books. The tall tale that it takes a strong man to tear a phone book in half.
As long as we've got all these phone books around, I thought this is an opportunity to learn how to rip a phone book.
And Adam's tricky technique is this. Bend the book into a V separating the pages. And that means you tear one page at a time and not all 800. Simple.
This is like a sickness. It's like an addiction. I gotta rip up another one. Oh, yeah.
But the problem with addictive highs are the inevitable subsequent lows.
I know I'm a myth buster, but I'm a little sad to find out that the trick is so easy.
And Adam knows the only way to cheer himself up is to beat, or could that be cheat, Jamie in a contest.
Jamie, come here. Got a challenge for you. Ready?
Okay.
Can you do that?
I don't know. Let's see. I've never done this before.
After seeing Jamie struggle for a few minutes, Adam adds the ultimate insult by offering to help.
Right, here, I'll make it easy for you.
Okay.
Start from the other side. Take it, bend it all the way like this, and you're kind of spreading out all the pages and tearing them one at a time. That's the trick, and it should tear open. Come on, you're stronger than me. What, you gonna let me show you up on television?
You want to get whacked in the head with a phone book?
It's a fun trick to know. I think we should practice.
You go right ahead.
Okay.
After a trip to the recycling bin, boys, it's back to work. Which means it's time to dial in on some hard data.
We weren't able to pull the phone books apart. That tells us something, but not specifically how strong they are. So we're going to test them with this scale.
Yep, this scale will measure exactly how much tug
I'm ready when you are.
The phone books are being subjected to.
All right, what do we get to?
Not bad,
320 pounds.
320 pounds sounds significant, but what we need is a little perspective.
To put that amount of force in perspective, it's the weight of your average linebacker.
Impressive. But what's next?
Let's get everyone in the building on this.
Okay.
Yep, it's time to number up.
You ready to fight the Spartans?
With 9 muscled MythBusters and Adam split into 2 teams of 5.
1, 2, 3, like that.
We're about to see exactly what these phone books are made of.
Lunge! Come on, they're beating us, you bastards! Move!
Okay.
So far, it's phone books 1, everybody else 0. 5 people on 5 people tug of war, generating almost 2,100 pounds of force, the weight of a small car, and the phone books are steadfastly refusing to be separated.
Which leaves one final manpower option. All 10 MythBusters in one mighty team. Push.
Lunge! Lunge! Tug! All right, what do we get? We got up to 4,000 pounds. You guys called it up. You called up the beast. And it didn't do anything.
Come on, guys, do I have to keep asking? 4,000 pounds is
about the weight of a full-size pickup truck. And still, we weren't able to separate the phone books.
We gave everything to this phone book. It looked right back at our face and said, "Tuh! Is that all you've got? We will need to bring some more power."
But before the bringing of more power,
what's up, man?
In an attempt to unstick this sticky problem,
I have something fun for you guys to try.
Adam brings more MythBusters.
The goal is for you guys to separate these without ripping them, tearing them, just by pulling. You've got 1/2 hour and any tool or material you want to use in the shop.
This is gonna be easy. 1, 2, 3.
Ow! You broken nail.
Maybe not easy, but it is intriguing.
This is one of those really, really cool myths that anybody can try because everybody's got a phone book.
Magic. Imagining how the phone books go together, it's almost like one of those Chinese finger locks where the harder you pull, the tighter the lock is on your fingers.
With time ticking, they finally get serious and get a grip.
Oh, it's starting to hurt.
But like Adam and Jamie, they realize pulling against each other isn't working.
So it can handle at least 250 pounds.
So Tori decides to tempt fate again.
Remember last time I did this?
I do, that's why I'm wincing.
And in case you don't remember, here's that golden moment when Tori got blown away. But this time, Tori escapes headache-free, and he and Carrie put their heads together.
All right, Carrie, go ahead and drive away.
And the shop's heavy machinery to try and bust the myth. Oh, and Tori's teeth.
This is a little game I like to call Break Your Teeth.
You'd have thought Tori gets paid per ambulance ride.
Okay, here we go.
So it's the humble phone book's biggest test yet. Will their pages resist the scissor and forklift? Or will our M7 Mythbusters bust the myth?
Oh, it broke the spine.
It's not working.
Yeah.
No, it's just ripping out the spine of the book.
And with the 30 minutes long gone, the guys are defeated, but impressed.
I think this has a lot to do with surface area and friction. I am completely amazed at how much force we put on that book and it's still gripped on.
We failed. Now the big question is, pepperoni or sausage?
She may be the smartest animal in the world, but she's still an animal.
Carrie Byron,
Come to mama.
Do it!
Tori Belleci, and Grant Imahara. They're shooting at myths from the deep green sea. And so far, in their quintet of chaos, it's one part busted, one confirmed. So what's next?
Now for the next part of this myth, we're going to focus on the explosives, and those are contained inside of the flares. Now, we're going to stay here on the bomb range because it turns out taking a flare apart is pretty dangerous.
Remember, in the movie, they casually crack open a box of 10 flares to harness so much gunpowder that...
We ought to get about 2.5 sticks of dynamite out of these flares.
But how much black powder is there in a flare?
Now, we don't know how much black powder is in one of these flares, so what we need to do is find out how many of these flares we need in order to make 2.5 sticks of dynamite.
To find out, Grant, and not Tori for obvious reasons, is going to very carefully cut open some flares.
In order to protect myself, I'll be wearing the fire suit. That's in case the black powder ignites. And I've got a tubing cutter. What I'll do is attach that to the flare and crack it open, take out the flare part, and then pour the black powder into a tray where I can measure how much black powder there actually is inside of the flare.
All right, remember, if you catch on fire, stop, drop, and roll.
What's clear immediately is that opening a cartridge flare isn't quite as easy as the movie made out.
It looks as though the Martian has figured out the Earth tools.
In fact, it takes a full 12 minutes for Grant to crack it.
Okay, I think I'm through.
With the dangerous part over, Grant measures the amount of black powder, and it's pitiful.
These are exactly the same type of flares they used in the movie. However, the big difference is that there's only 1.5 grams of black powder in here. It's not like the guy did.
Yep, the numbers just don't add up. The mythical 2.5 sticks of dynamite is about 450 flares worth, not the 10 they harvest in the movie. And that means number 3 hits the busted bin.
Okay, so where do we go from here?
Well, I think it's time we blow stuff up.
I think we're gonna need 3 booms.
The more the better.
1 using the amount of black powder they could physically contain in the canister used in the movie.
Then another one using the 2.5 sticks of dynamite they mentioned in the dialogue.
And if that doesn't get us the same kind of explosion we see in the movie, I say we do whatever it takes.
So with Hugo in tow, the team hit the road. Their destination? The secret backcountry quarry, where they had their last TNT party.
You guys ready to blow up a mutant shark and save the world? You bet.
We're back at the quarry lake, This time, we're gonna blow up a shark, and we're gonna show a few different things. We're gonna show one, is the bomb he made in the movie gonna make that big of an explosion? 2, is it enough to kill a shark? There should be enough black powder in this flare to give us 2.5 sticks of dynamite. And 3, if you're in the water and you're that close to the explosion, are you gonna survive? This is gonna be a great day! Except, we're gonna destroy Hugo.
Yep, Hugo will be going out with a bang. But first, it's this fish's last swim.
He's gaining on us! He's going for Carrie. He likes the girl.
That's a great idea. How you getting back on the boat?
I haven't thought about that yet.
Next, Hugo gets that sinking feeling as the team weighs him down, positioning him 10 feet under, about the same depth as the shark in the movie.
He's going. Oh, that looks sick!
In the water, the shark looks even more menacing, but the shockwave from the blast could be our hero's biggest concern.
Now, to find out if our hero is going to actually survive this crazy blast, we have this. Now, this rig was created by New Mexico Tech. They have installed Osico pressure discs. Now, at 500 PSI, these things will burst. 500 PSI is certain death for the hero. So we're gonna be able to find out from 50-foot increments how far away our hero has to be from the blast to be able to survive.
New Mexico Tech is a world leader in explosion technology, and these custom-made rigs and Osico rupture discs are the perfect addition to this test.
So let's go in easy.
So 50 feet from Hugo, the first rupture rig is delicately placed in the water.
All right, the buoys work.
One down.
50 feet represents the distance from the shark that the hero was at the time of the explosion. But to cover all bases, the team positions rupture rigs at 100, 150, and 200 feet away. It's been a monumental effort, and finally everything's ready for some shark obliteration.
Sharks in position, all the rupture discs are in position in 50-foot increments.
All we need to do now is strap some explosives to that shark and blow him up.
Frank!
Adam and Jamie are focusing on the phone book friction fable. And the ramping up has already begun.
10 people, 4,000 pounds of pull, and nothing. Phone books are tougher than we thought.
Dude, this thing is a behemoth. What are we gonna pull it with now?
Rental cars. We said we were going to ramp it up, so we have. We've got 2 sedans. They're about 140 horsepower each. We're going to see if we can rip those phone books apart.
Yep, manpower didn't do it for him. So it's on to horsepower and a whole heap of horsing around.
I love full insurance!
Oh, I made the car so dirty. Couldn't find the trunk key.
It's a simple plan using the same 2 books that withstood the war of tugs.
I lassoed myself.
Adam and Jamie are going to drive in opposite directions. And the only thing that could prevent them from driving off into a dusty sunset is the interleaved pages of the directories. Remember, there's no glue, and the plywood clamps are simply providing a firm grip.
Rig's ready, I'm ready. What do you think's gonna happen?
Well, I think the rig's going to break before the books do.
This is it.
I'm ready. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Let's do it.
Can the drag created by the 800 pages of 2 phone books stop these 2 drag racers?
I'm starting to spin.
Yeah, I'm spinning too.
Come on, spin some more.
Incredibly, with the force gauge peaking at 4,800 pounds, the phone books, unlike the car's tires,
That's fun.
hold firm.
Still intact.
I smell rubber burning, but I don't see no broken rig or phone book.
Well, at this point, it's phone book 3, Jamie and Adam, zilch. I think the phone book's feeling pretty self-satisfied, but we're not done by a long shot.
Cary Grant and Tori are mimicking a 5-point movie myth with an explosive, fishy finale.
Yeah!
And with 3 of the quintet accounted for, duck, because here come the big booms.
For our deep blue sea exploding shark myth, here's the plan. First, we're going to use the harpoon that they used in the movie, completely filled with black powder, as much as we can stuff in there. If that doesn't give us our movie explosion, then we're moving on to what they said they have, which is the equivalent of 2.5 sticks of dynamite. Now, if that doesn't work, then we move on to a special Frank concoction, which is going to give us the movie explosion that we're hoping for.
Remember, in the movie, a small canister of black powder liquefies the shark, and at 50 feet away, our hero survives. But what about in real life?
This is the harpoon from the movie. Now, Frank has made us a canister the same dimension.
Your father wanted you to have this when you were old enough. It's a more elegant weapon.
It works! Now, to give this myth the best possible chance, we're gonna fill this with black powder, but this only holds 28 grams. Now, to get an explosion 2.5 sticks of dynamite worth, you need 681 grams of black powder. This is nowhere near 681 grams. But we're gonna do this first because that's what the movie did, and see what happens.
Out on the water, Frank carefully lays the charge. But will 28 grams of black powder really shake the shark?
This is going to be Shark Explosion! Ready to fire in 3, 2, 1, fire!
Houston, we have a problem.
I love it when they try to hit the button and the bomb doesn't go off. That's the best part.
Everything points to a misfire, at least until Frank calls the team in for a closer look.
That's it?
That's it. What you see is what we got.
So it went off.
It went off, and that's what we have left. It was less than exciting. It was so less than exciting, we thought we had a malfunction, but as you can see, we didn't.
So, sorry, Houston, we didn't have a problem. The same size canister is used in the movie, 28 grams, didn't even cause a ripple.
It did no damage at all.
There are 3 things we're looking for to confirm our mutant shark explosion from the movie. First of all, a tower of water, big explosion. Second of all, we have to see completely obliterated shark. And third, our hero has to survive. Tower water? Beep. Little bit of smoke. Obliterated shark? Just a little bit of a flesh wound. He's coming back to eat you. Finally, did our hero survive? Absolutely. So 1 out of 3, not so good for the myth.
So what now?
We're gonna up the stakes, and this time we're gonna go with what the guy said in the movie, which is 2.5 sticks of dynamite worth of explosive. Frank's preparing a vessel that will contain this amount of black powder, and we're gonna set that off and see what happens to our shark, our hero, and also if we get the same kind of geyser.
Of course, there's a problem here. 680 grams of black powder, the 2.5 sticks of dynamite, is now so big and weighty, it could never have been fired by the harpoon. But that's Hollywood for you.
This is Mutant Shark with the equivalent of 2.5 sticks of dynamite. On your go, Frank.
Fire in the hole! 3, 2, 1.
Yeah! Did you see that? Yeah! Dude, it blew the buoys off the shark! Awesome!
Quite as big as the movie.
I think the shark is dead.
Yep, as the team go in for a closer look, it's clear that Hugo has gone belly up.
It's not looking good for Hugo. That's his stomach right there. Oh my gosh.
But much like Mick Jagger, Cary can't get no satisfaction.
2.5 sticks of dynamite was definitely a better blast. I mean, we got to see a little bit of a boom, but it was still not the 100-foot in the air tower that we saw in the movie. So, though that shark is maybe in 2 pieces, he's not completely decimated and liquefied in the air like it was in the movie.
In other words, part 4 of the quintet also bites the dust. And that means it's time to go large.
This is it. This is the one we've all been waiting for. This is where we're gonna get the huge explosion that we see in the movie. Now, the first one we tested, it gave us hardly anything. Then we did 2.5 sticks of dynamite. We destroyed the shark, but still, we didn't get that giant tower of water splashing into the air. Now, we're gonna get that. And we're probably gonna kill the shark and kill the guy all in the same moment. This is gonna be awesome.
So for the grand finale, Hugo, like Humpty Dumpty, is pieced back together. But not for long. because this next boom will be big.
He's kind of in one piece.
We were out here and we did surfing with explosives, and we used 200 pounds of cast boosters. Well, we're gonna crank it up a few notches today. We're gonna use 400 pounds of cast boosters, and we're going to decimate the shark. It's gonna be magnificent.
You heard it, folks. Stand by, because this is gonna be magnificent.
Dude, I am proud of our little phone books. They withstood a lot more than I thought they would. This thing is impressive.
It is. And, you know, I have a theory. I think there's more going on here than just friction of page on page. I think it has to do with the pages being stacked and the weight that they put on each other, as well as there may be some sort of a finger puzzle thing where the harder you pull, the more it grabs.
Well, it's clear if we're going to get these things separated, we're going to need bigger vehicles and a lot more traction.
Well, you know what? I've got both.
No, really?
Oh, yeah.
Awesome!
Yep, Jamie has contacted the Military Vehicle Technology Foundation and head honcho Jacques Littlefield.
Wow.
Who can't wait to show off the largest private collection of armored fighting vehicles in the world.
The earliest tank I have, which is a World War I tank built by the U.S., it was actually the first tank the U.S. built.
And for the next happy hour,
this is amazing.
Well, let me show you some other stuff.
As Adam and Jamie get the full guided tour.
That's kind of cute. It's almost cuddly.
You could say they resemble two toddlers let loose in a toy factory.
Nobody moves, nobody gets hurt.
Yeah, I know. Are you jealous? I'm not going to touch that. There we go. Now I'm ready. There's a lot of munitions down here.
With playtime reluctantly over, Jacques introduces us to two potential phone book rippers, an armored personnel carrier, and an M551 Sheridan.
This is the famous Death Stalker.
Wow.
And with the rides ready, it's time to raise the curtain on the MythBuster Military Ballet. Yep, that's the tanks. So what about the...
You got a phone book for me?
Right here.
The toughest thing about ramping this test up is how to hold on to the books. This is an opportunity to not mess around.
Nice.
If these clamps give way, I'll eat my beret.
That's ready. Aesthetically, it matches the tanks.
Yeah, military steel. It's the new black.
So we're going from a car and some wood clamps to a tank. That's something a little heavier.
And with phone books held snugly in their brand new bindings,
What are you, the ghost of Christmas futures?
the gang chained the metal monsters together.
There you go.
And remember, their interleaved pages are the only things holding the two books together.
I don't know about you, but I think we're ready to start stretching.
In 3.
Carrie, Tori, and Grant have made a shark called Hugo, Bubble and Trouble. And now they're going to turn him into rubble with 400 pounds of TNT.
Setup for this is kind of cool. We've got Frank out there on the boat with his crew, strapping 2 body bags full of 400 pounds of explosives to our shark. We're standing at the perimeter at a safe distance so we can watch this blast. We have a feeling that the Tower of Water might hit the top of that hillside.
Yep, Hugo is going to be Hugon.
This is Exploding Shark, 400 pounds of explosives. On your go, Frank.
Fire in the hole!
Here we go.
Yeah, this is it!
3, 2, 1, fire!
Houston, me again. This time we really do have a problem.
Oh, this is every bomb tech's worst nightmare.
Oh, God.
I don't know. Oh.
400 pounds of explosives just sitting there, misfire. This is really, really stressful. This is the part of explosions I really, really hate.
This is a really, really dangerous situation. Probably the most dangerous kind of situation for these guys because they don't really know what has gone wrong, but something's gone wrong and the explosives are already rigged out there. So they're gonna check it out and maybe see if the blasting cap came out.
Very carefully, Frank and his team move in. They have to remove and replace the faulty blasting cap. One false move and they're dead.
You kidding me? This is like the worst experiment ever.
But after 40 breath-holding, white-knuckled, cold sweat minutes, the team thankfully are good to go on take 2.
This is it.
We're ready to commence countdown.
Go ahead, Frank. Start.
Fire in the hole! Fire in the hole!
3, 2, 1,
Now that is what I call a Hollywood boom.
600 feet in the air! That was crazy! That went like what, 500 feet?
Oh my God. At least. I don't think the shark made it.
I think the shark is liquefied.
Explosion 3 delivered a near-perfect match for the movie scene,
Look, there's a big chunk out there.
sending shark debris all over the lake. Want to see it again?
That was exactly what I imagined it would look like. I mean, that explosion was huge. I think that's my new favorite explosion. The spray of water probably went like 500 feet in the air. Those buoys went at least 600 feet in the air. It was raining down shark, and that was definitely more than 2.5 sticks of dynamite.
Hugo is gone. Tori's gonna cry tonight.
Oh, Hugo!
So having at last recreated the Hollywood explosion, they can finally answer the last part of the myth. Would the hero have survived? Remember, in the movie, the team estimated he was 50 feet away. So the closest rupture rig is the crucial one.
That is totally ruptured. All of them. Oh
They're
my
all
God.
blown all the way through.
All 4 of them are ruptured.
50 feet.
That dude would be dead. All right, let's go check out the 100-footer.
100 feet is also in the death zone.
So that's 100 feet, all ruptured.
You'd be dead at 100 feet.
It turns out that to have survived, you'd have had to have been 150 feet away, way further than the movie hero.
We checked the rupture disc at 50 feet. Every single disc was completely burst. 100 feet, same thing. 150, 200, still intact. So that means for us, there is certain death at 50 feet and at 100 feet. So we think our hero is completely obliterated.
And you know what that means. Part 5 of the myth is busted, and it's time to wrap things up.
That explosion was insane.
Yeah, I think that's my new favorite explosion.
Okay, so we started out this myth by breaking it down into 5 parts: and the ignition system, the amount of black powder from the flares, the size of the explosion, and the hero surviving, all busted.
The only thing that actually worked was the harpoon gun.
Yeah, but even the harpoon gun was problematic. I mean, the amount of explosives you would need to get that big of an explosion, I mean, the harpoon would never even fly. It would be too heavy. It would just be like...
So while this has been a totally cool myth to test, and I love the way we broke it down, this one is totally and completely busted.
I agree.
But can we see the explosion again?
Heck yeah!
That was crazy!
Welcome back. Here's where we stand so far. Jamie and I got word that interleaving the pages of 2 phone books yielded something incredibly strong.
Does this remind you of when you used to count money for the mob?
I was a hitman, I wasn't a money counter.
So we did it, and we tugged on them. We couldn't separate them. We got 10 friends together. They couldn't separate them. We got 2 cars, and still, those phone books wouldn't be separated.
But we're not going to leave it there. We went out and found a couple of tanks. Behind me is 30 tons of military steel, 650 horsepower. Are they going to separate the phone books? At this point, I have no idea. But I do know that something is going to happen.
So it's the 14-ton, 300-horsepower M113A1 fire support vehicle. And the M551 Sheridan, also known as the Deathstalker, which packs a healthy 350 horsepower and weighs in at 15 tons, versus 2 phone books.
I was trying to make a phone call. That's all I wanted to do.
The question is, can the pages take the pressure?
If this doesn't separate the phone books, I'd call them effectively unseparatable.
I think so.
All right, let's see what happens.
Ah, I love the smell of diesel in the morning.
Okay, go ahead and pull slack.
With the lightest of touches on the throttle, the tanks ease delicately apart. The careful positioning not reflected by the force gauge needle.
That's 1,000 pounds of force so far.
With the slack taken up, Jamie signals the start. 30 tons of mighty military machines slowly begin to move in opposite directions, and the force gauge climbs quickly. But the courageous phone books, you couldn't call them yellow, hang on for all they're worth.
There
It's separated, it worked.
But the Yankin tanks finally win the tug of war.
Darn.
You wanted to see some metal breaking?
Yeah, well, I wanted to see these things spin, burn rubber.
Nope, unlike the rental cars, these puppies had traction and power to spare. And talking of power...
Let me see how many pounds it took.
8,000 pounds of force is what it took.
Well, our military steel was up to the task of separating the phone books. And lest you think that 8,000 pounds of force is not a lot, let me put it in perspective. We could hang both of those rental cars from those interleaved phone books and it wouldn't have broken them. That's how much force we're talking about. It's pretty amazing.
So it turns out that interlaced phone books are not, in fact, indestructible. You just have to have a couple of tanks hanging around to do it. I still just wanted to make a phone call.
On this invigorating episode of MythBusters, we're turning the heat on 3 frosty Alaskan fables.
This is perfect for an Alaska adventure.
Adam and Jamie prove this is no country for cold men.
Oh, great. We got a Yeti outside.
As cabin fever takes its toll.
I've just had the worst state of sleep I've ever had in my life.
Tori, Grant, and Carrie see if hitting the gas might lessen the damage caused by Alaska's scariest roadkill. And we'll see if a dynamite-toting dog really could devastate a drunken duck hunter's brand new SUV.
Bye-bye.
Who are the MythBusters?
Did you know what was lurking in your basement?
Adam Savage.
I am the Fire Ninja!
And Jamie Hyneman.
Is that beautiful or what?
Between them, more than 30 years of special effects experience. Joining them, Tori Belleci.
I'm in a bad pirate.
Grant Imahara. And Carrie Byron.
Let's do it.
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test.
That is an iceberg.
It's really cold here, but it's also really beautiful.
This place has a mythology all its own.
So we've got a full hour of Alaska myths.
Tourism types up here market the 49th state as the land of intensity. It's twice the size of Texas, so we figure it's big and intense enough to handle some high-impact myth-busting.
Like most of our favorite myths, this one involves some drunken friends and explosives. You got a group of drunken friends, one of whom's just bought a brand new SUV, and they all decide that they want to go duck hunting with their dog. Except there's nothing around them but a frozen lake, and no duck is going to land on a frozen lake, so they need to make a hole. One of them offers up a stick of dynamite with a 20-second fuse to make a big hole, and throws that stick of dynamite as hard as he can.
I can see what's coming.
The dog, following its natural impulses, chases after that stick of dynamite, catches it, starts ferrying it back to the guy under the brand new SUV.
Uh-oh.
The dog, the dynamite, and the SUV go boom! The SUV goes down to the bottom of the lake, and the guy who owned it is still making payments.
This not-so-urban myth surely stretches the bounds of human stupidity. My sympathies are all with the dog, though you must admit, it's as funny as hell. But maybe it's too funny to be true. As Jamie and Adam set off to find their frozen lake, it's worth noting that this folktale is almost as old as dynamite itself.
Over 100 years ago, Australian author Henry Lawson wrote a comic story along very similar lines. He called it The Loaded Dog, and needless to say, he made the whole thing up. Still, we can't assume it couldn't happen, and that's enough reason to put it to the test.
The first thing we obviously needed was a frozen lake, and the researchers found us one here in Alaska behind me. This snowfield you see is in fact Fisher Pond, a man-made lake, which means there are no fish for us to kill, with a nice coating of rock-hard ice on top.
The ice on the pond is too thick to dig through, and that supports the myth. But can it support a 2-ton truck?
Okay, here we go.
Orson Smith and his fancy ice drill should give us a quick answer. Fans of slapstick should appreciate the breakthrough moment.
Whoa! That's a hell of a thing.
The ice core cracks up as it's bashed loose.
Look at that.
Put back together, it's 1.5 feet thick.
So it's got vertical crystals that make it really stronger than average.
So it's safe for us to drive our SUV out here?
Yes,
All
yes,
right.
I think so.
Good.
That'll hold a lot more than that SUV weighs.
So far, so good, and it's really cold. Out here on the lake, it's 20 below, but that can't slow down the science.
Look, this story has a ton of components to it, and the first part of it is how far can you throw a stick of dynamite?
Standard stick of dynamite, about 8 inches long, about 1/2 pound. I figure I can throw it about an M5, which is 100 feet. That's how we measure things, Adam and I.
Remember, kids, this isn't real dynamite. We would never throw real dynamite, and neither should you. All right, Jimmy. I want you to put your chi into this thing. That's it. Go! Nice!
Jamie's toss is up over the 100-foot mark. Now it's Adam's chance to prove he's got the mojo of the throw, Joe.
Those look to be about the same.
2 hefty, manly throws with an average distance of
125 feet.
Okay, time to bring out the dog. This is Rudy, a young black Labrador. Puffing, drooling, and full of running, he's a born retriever, making him the perfect candidate to try to cover the distance there and back before the 20-second fuse fizzles out.
The myth is about a black lab that retrieves a stick of dynamite. That's what Rudy is. As you can see, he's raring to go. He really wants to retrieve that stick of dynamite.
And has no idea what he's signed up for. Now, we've got to get another myth started.
Okay, so we're in Alaska in the snow. What myth did we get?
Okay, well, this is a fairly gory myth that affects a lot of Alaskans, but not so many in California.
What's that?
It's about the moose and what happens when you hit one with your car.
This is what happens when moose meets motor car. And it's all too common here in Alaska. Your best bet is always to stop or swerve. But this myth kicks in when a crash is absolutely unavoidable. Even a low-speed collision most often ends with something bigger and heavier than a fridge coming right through your windshield. The myth says that speeding up instead of slowing down might push the unlucky beast over the car, meaning you might live to tell the tale.
Well, obviously we're not going to kill a real moose to test this myth, right?
Right. Now we're gonna have to make our own moose analog.
They'll also have to wrangle a bunch of stunt cars and a safe test venue. But those are problems for tomorrow. Right now, they need to design a moose that can bounce back from something like this.
Have either of you ever seen a real moose?
No.
I don't think so.
Maybe we should try to find a real moose. That way we can make our crash test moose as close to a real one as we can.
These California kids have never seen a wild moose, but they've had a tip-off from Alaska Fish and Game to search no further than downtown Anchorage.
Whoa, that's a big one.
This 1,200-pound bull named Buzzwinkle is loitering by a 2-story bar called Bernie's Bungalow.
I'm not sure what's weirder, that the moose is in the middle of downtown at a bar, or that it's only like 1:30.
The legs end right about where the hood is, like right where you'd hit.
No way.
Look, he's going to the mall.
This mature bull looks about 6 foot tall at the shoulder, but they'll need to get much closer to take accurate measurements for a crash test moose simulate. Cue the Alaskan Wildlife Conservation Center. Out here, moose are accustomed to the ways of men. Well, most men.
As you can see, the ones in the wild are aggressive, but the ones in captivity are much friendlier. They're letting us get right up close to them so we can take measurements, because we're not going to be able to use a real moose when we crash the car into it. So we're going to need to make a moose simulate.
Desperately hoping there's safety in numbers, Tori and his fellow moose measurers venture inside the fence.
Okay, so I've got 9 feet nose to tail.
That seems about right. So we have 6 foot to the hump, 9 feet nose to tail. We've got the legs about...
It was about 4 feet tall.
Let's see, it came up to your waist, so we're gonna go, yeah, 4 feet looks good on the legs.
Okay.
But they still have to decide on the dummy's texture. Should their mock moose be served rare or well done?
Let's say we make this moose dummy out of ballistics gel. We hit that with a car, it's just gonna explode.
Yeah.
So we need to get a feeling for, you know, what it feels like.
Well, this is definitely not a ballistics gel.
Is he firm or squishy?
He's pretty solid. I mean, it's like there's hardly any fat on him at all.
He's got sort of like the durometer of like rubber.
Really dense rubber.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Seems we need to make a very dense rubber replica. And that's something the team can't do here in Anchorage.
We don't even know remotely how we're gonna get all of that weight up onto such spindly little legs. So it's gonna take some planning, a lot of effort, and we need the tools back in San Francisco.
Alaska really is a land of intensity. The wilderness, the wildlife, and the winters. It's those short, cold days that make this state home to an all-time classic myth.
What do we got?
Well, you know, winters in Alaska are pretty harsh. The days are short, the nights are real long, people get snowed in with nothing to do, and supposedly they succumb to a condition known as cabin fever.
You mean they get like all loopy?
Exactly, and, well, we're gonna put it to the test.
Well, you're already a little nuts. How are we gonna tell the difference?
Actually, it turns out that there are a distinct set of symptoms to cabin fever. All we gotta do is put ourselves in the right conditions and see if we exhibit those symptoms.
Carrie delayed her flight back to sunny San Fran to act as the moderator of mental health.
I found the perfect location to test cabin fever on Jamie and Adam. Hatcher's Pass Lodge in Alaska, far from anything.
Adam and Jamie are just minutes away from a stint in solitary, at a possible descent into madness.
It's tiny, it's in the middle of nowhere, and you can barely see out the windows, it's so white.
They'll spend their time just hanging out in adjacent huts. A sudden flurry of snow sets the scene.
This is perfect for an Alaska adventure. Hi, Carrie.
Hi, guys.
How are you?
You can barely see anything.
Hey.
It's about to get dark. There's a snowstorm. Are you ready to get cabin fever?
I'm ready. You ready?
Yeah, let's go.
Wait till I show you to your room.
The rooms aren't bad, but they've both been stripped back to bare essentials, as are the boys. They're well searched for anything that might divert or entertain.
So, hope you have no other contraband, no electronics. I need your watch as well.
I have no electronics, no reading material. That's my watch.
Both of our detainees think this will be a walk in the park. And let's remember that Jamie's already spent quality time inside a coffin.
And he's still alive.
But they're not so sure about each other.
Whether Adam is going to deal with this real well, I don't know. Adam's a little, impulsive.
Only a friend could put it so gently.
He could just, like, get a bug up his butt and go nuts for all I know. I don't really know.
And right back at you from cell block 1, good buddy.
Oh, I think Jamie will be painting on the walls in his own blood inside of 46 hours.
Well, that should add some color. But let's spare a thought for Carrie. She has to watch these two slowly unravel.
This is my big sister's surveillance system. I've got 4 cameras, one in the front and back of each cabin. I can switch between the cameras with the touch of a button and watch their every move.
Surveillance aside, Carrie's running cognitive and stress tests to get some hard data. But our volunteer voyeur has her own troubles.
I think I'm gonna go crazy before they are. Did I mention we're in the same circumstance that they are, except for I have to watch them be bored?
Jamie, at least, has a simple plan to preserve his sanity.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Every day is going to be working out until I'm exhausted, and then I'm going to sleep.
The man with the mustache kicks off in style, but the short days and long nights might soon sap his spirit. So, who's going to crack first? Adam, Jamie, or Carrie? Sweet dreams all round.
Good night.
Carrie, Tori, and Grant are testing a myth that says speeding up your car might prevent this potential Alaskan roadkill from killing you. Back in San Francisco, Carrie's been on the net looking for inspiration. And believe it or not, she's found a thesis by a Swedish man on how to build a giant rubber moose.
That's cool.
With his permission, they modify the multi-slice design and source a small mountain of rubber.
Cool! Those are the jet cutters right there.
With an Omax water jet cutter, H2O Precision can carve our moose slices in next to no time. Tori's already had the details of our design punched into H2O's computer.
All right, here's our moose. I know it doesn't look like much of a moose, but it will. Now, what I have here are half-inch sheets of rubber. Now, we have the design of our moose in the computer in slices. Now, once we stack those together, we'll have the shape of a moose in rubber.
The high-pressure water spurts out at 50,000 psi. That's enough to cut through 5 inches of solid steel. So this is like the proverbial hot knife through butter.
Okay, so this is what we're left with. This is one layer out of over 150 layers of rubber that's gonna make up our moose. Now, once we stack these together in the right order and fasten it, we'll have roughly the same size, weight, and density as a real moose.
But a real fake moose needs more than sheer mass. Back at M7, Carrie adds the bones and the sinew.
This is the cable we're going to use to keep the moose together. This is going to run the length of the moose twice, and that way when the car actually hits the moose will stay flexible and bendy as if it's a real moose.
Carrie sleeves the cable in rubber tubing, and Grant's done likewise with the legs.
The deal is we want the legs, this is our moose leg, we want them to be floppy. but we also want them to be reusable once it gets hit. So the hip joint's going to be made out of steel, and that's going to connect to the cable that's inside of the moose leg, and when it gets hit, it'll go flying, and then we can set it right back up again.
Meantime, Tori's going gangbusters with his half-inch fillets. And slice by slice, glued together with silicone, we're seeing a moose in the making.
Looks good though. Looks like a moose.
I know, kinda.
What do you think? Lucy.
You see the moosey?
Yeah.
I love it.
Congratulations, Tori. It's a girl. But does she have enough junk in the trunk?
All right. So, moose is done, and it looks like it's weighing about 620 pounds, which is a good average for the type of moose that would likely get hit by a car.
Big giant moose antlers. You'll notice we're not adding these to our final crash test moose, and for a few very good reasons. First of all, 2/3 of the adult moose population, female, don't have antlers. Secondly, most of the moose that get hit are calves, don't have antlers yet. And lastly, moose don't even have antlers all year round, and during the winter when they don't have them is when they're more likely to be near the roads because they're attracted to the salt on the road while they're searching for nutrients. So to have big antlers like this and be hit by a car, very rare.
Now that the moose is done, we're gonna see if we can make him stand up. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna build a pair of 2x4 legs that the moose will sit on. It'll cradle in, so that way when the car comes crashing through, it'll knock the legs away, and then the moose will behave the way the moose will behave.
Building the frame is no big deal, but will it support the massive load we call Lucy?
Good move. Stay.
It does.
Nice.
I love it.
Car come through.
And it's at just the right height for her ample proportions. And like any cow to the slaughter, it's best she doesn't know her destiny.
The moose whisper. All right, let's bring those cars in.
Adam and Jamie are freezing their facial hair on an icebound Alaskan lake. They're testing the myth that a committed canine could cause a hunting party to sink to a new low. And for test one, it's time to put the shaggy dog part of this story under the MythBusters microscope.
So the myth states that the guys used a 20-second fuse on their stick of dynamite. Now the question is, can a dog, from a cold start, run to 125 feet, fetch a stick of dynamite, and come on back in under 20 seconds? And that's what we're about to answer with Rudy.
Of course, for this test, they swapped the dynamite for a rubber ball, but you get the idea.
We got our starting line, we got the target pylon over there. Let's just throw the ball a few times and I'll time it. I'll bet you can throw it where he gets it right about at that pylon and comes on back, and we'll just see how long that takes.
It sounds simple, but remember that Rudy is not only skidding around on slippery ice, but it's 20 degrees below zero.
Good boy.
You'd think he'd get slower and slower, but each successive fetch and return reads the same on Adam's stopwatch, 16 seconds.
So far, the idea that the dog could actually get the stick of dynamite and bring it back is looking really good. It's totally doable as far as the myth is concerned.
This whole myth is falling nicely into place, perhaps a little too nicely. Here comes the bit where we try blasting a hole through the ice.
Thanks, guys.
Sinking this car with one stick of dynamite.
You know, we broke out of jail with a single stick of dynamite during the Western Myths episode.
Or at least tried to.
Well, the jail's still there.
The jail is definitely still there. After watching that, I can't see this doing enough damage to the ice to sink this SUV.
I don't think it's going to do it, but it might.
Yeah, it might. And just in case the car ends up at the bottom of the pond, heavy chains are latched onto the chassis.
So far, the Alaskan myth is looking pretty good. The dog did his job real well, but now it all comes down to this. If one stick of dynamite can't sink the car, it's busted.
And now back to the myth designed to separate Adam and Jamie from their fragile faculties. Day 2 dawns on our cabin fever test, though it should be noted that a midwinter Alaskan sunup kicks in around 10 a.m.
Good morning. It is the morning of day 2. I've had a reasonably fitful night of sleep. I had some really weird dreams. I I dream I'm in a plane and slowly crashing down on a street in San Francisco. And I'm way up at the cockpit, and I turn to everyone and I say, listen, I don't think this is a real plane crash because I happen to notice that I'm not wearing any pants. And whenever I'm not wearing any pants, it's probably a dream.
Carrie's up already, bright-eyed, keen-eared, and she's wearing pants.
It's early morning, and this is actually the first surprise, is that Jamie is still sleeping. He's an early riser. Usually he's up doing exercise and probably into the shop by 5 a.m. Adam, on the other hand, is just a beehive.
Jamie does eventually rouse himself and starts the first of his 2 tests. The cognitive test aims to see if their mental faculties decrease over time. The saliva test is a stress indicator, but to get a fair reading, you can't eat or drink beforehand.
Oh, you know what though? I think he just took a drink of water right before he took this test.
So this and, trust me, many spit tests to come count for nothing.
Spit reading of 35. This is the morning of the second day, so apparently I'm pretty relaxed.
Shame we can't say the same for Carrie. But biometrics aren't the only indication of who is or isn't stressed and bewildered. Hap Wurlitzer owns these cabins, and he's come real close to misplacing his own marbles through many a long winter.
It happens to everybody in Alaska, including me.
What would you consider the symptoms?
Well, it's probably being on edge, irritability, angry-looking eyes, forgetfulness.
What's going on?
And sleeping extra time in the cabins.
So now we know what to look for. Jamie's already a pinup boy for symptom number 4. Next door, Adam can't stop fidgeting.
Adam's body language at the moment shows that he's sort of antsy. Oh, he's going for the coat hanger. I knew he would make something with the coat hanger. I would totally make something with the coat hanger.
Desperate times call for desperate diversions. Adam's building a fancy desktop toy from his one potential plaything, a wire coat hanger.
I've spent some time making a little whirligig here out of one of the 2 coat hangers I found on the rack.
Meantime, the big news from cabin 2 is that Jamie's sitting up.
I think Jamie has reached full Buddha. He has not moved in an hour.
Before day's end, both boys find time to write in their journals, then repeat their cognitive and spit tests.
123? What are you, crazy? Look at this.
Okay, just forget the stress test. What we all need here is a timeout and a nice nap. As the sun sets, it's hard to say if either one technically has cabin fever. The boys say no, but Carrie's unconvinced. She knows that every picture tells a story. Tori, Grant, and Carrie spent the past few days making something that, well, let's face it, we've all thought about but never got around to doing. Building a huge rubber moose called Lucy. Now they've arrived at a specialized test track for what should be a shattering debut.
Okay, so this myth is really about hitting the moose, because obviously if you can stop in time, that's going to be the best choice.
Right, this is the point of no return. You're gonna hit the moose. Now the question is it better to speed up or slow down?
All right, what do you think? Like 45 miles an hour? It's a good average between highway and regular roads?
That sounds good.
Crashing cars is more or less what the folks at E-Tech Testing Services do for a living. And parent company Energy Absorption Systems make crash cushions, which could be useful if this moose mayhem runs off the rails. But that's highly unlikely. A guide bar fitted to one wheel keeps the car on track. And through a system of chains and pulleys, a truck tows it from a safe distance in the opposite direction.
The reason why we came to E-Tech is because they are set up to test crashes. That's what they do. They have a towing system. It's a 2-to-1 ratio, so that their towing vehicle only has to go half as fast as the actual vehicle that's going to crash. Plus, they have a steering hub, and he's attaching that right now, so that way our car won't veer off course and we hit the moose right where we want.
But crash test cars still need crash test dummies.
You know, I think this is the first time we've ever used Buster for what he was intended to be used for.
It's a historic moment. Use a chiropractor or maybe a socket wrench.
I think he just needs to stretch a little.
With Buster buckled up, we're ready for test number 1. Moose meets machine at 45 per.
Am I excited? You better believe I'm excited. We just made a giant rubber moose, and now we're gonna crash cars into it. It doesn't get much better than this. This is the control test. 45 miles an hour, continuous speed into the moose. You guys ready?
Starting in 3, 2, 1,
go.
Here goes the car!
That's 20 miles an hour.
20 miles an hour.
30 miles an hour.
30 miles an hour.
40.
Let it go.
45.
Wow, that worked perfectly. That's great.
And the moose is still together. Let's go look at the car. Oh my God, dude, that's exactly what the real moose hit looked like.
Well, this is a good test then.
Yeah,
That's a great test.
And Touring knows what he's looking for. Back in Anchorage, he checked out a local body shop. Just in his end of town, Gary Mogg deals with 12 moose wrecks a year.
This is not as bad as I've seen him total out the whole car. And a lot of the times, I mean, I've seen some fatalities, of course. People didn't make it through. But this here is probably the best scenario when you hit a moose in the front end.
Wow, that's a lot of damage. I mean, look at that. The whole top of the car is just peeled back. And how this guy survived, it's like a miracle. You know, apparently he laid down like this and let the moose go flying over him, but man, that would really ruin your day.
Back in California, this eerily similar squashed sedan is cause for celebration.
You gotta look at it from up here. The bumper's crushed in a little bit, but it traveled all the way over the hood. Look at that, like the hood's intact.
That is a beautiful thing.
I mean, the car came careening at the moose, hit the moose flies in the air, head kind of just floats, falls to the ground. We got exactly the result we need, and a lot of comedy out of this high speed, I'm sure.
But we're not so sure. Aside from Carrie, seems the only one to split her sides was Lucy. It's not pretty, and it's not over. Will speeding up or slowing down reduce the carnage? And just how many cars can we afford to wreck in the cause of sensible driving? Adam and Jamie are locked in mortal mental combat. The winner of this cabin fever test is the first one to start talking to his own toenail clippings.
I've just had the worst night of sleep I've ever had in my life.
Jamie has gotten up and straight away started eating. He's not done his spit swab test, which is a problem for me because it's going to mess up my data. Either he's forgetting or he's just lost the plot completely.
But don't underestimate Adam's cold weather quirks. These long-life military rations are called MREs, or meals ready to eat. Some soldiers call them meals ready to expel.
For breakfast today, I'm gonna have a little jambalaya.
It's not exactly toast and grapefruit, but he might get a chance to test his chemical toilet.
Oh, I forgot to try the Tabasco in there.
Yes, charming. The morning wears on, and self-sufficient Jamie finds there's one thing he can't live without.
I don't have any coffee, which bugs me because I'd be a lot more active and less inclined to just nap, which I'm sure is scintillating TV to watch me nap, but it's not my decision. Oh great, we got a Yeti outside.
I've decided to play a little prank on Jamie and Adam to help with the ultimate urban legend.
Jamie's cold stare shows he's not amused. But Carrie gets a better response from Adam. Sounds like Carrie's the one who's ready to crack.
I have to get out of here.
But she has a remedy. For one crazy hour, Carrie does everything worth doing on fresh white snow. And I mean everything.
It's my best work yet.
So far, Adam and Jamie have ticked every box and peed on every post in the Dynamite dog store.
16 seconds.
Now they need to see if one stick of dynamite really can break the ice and sink this car, which has exactly the same curb weight as the one in the Myth.
There's something known as reflection, meaning that the blast can bounce off of the underside of the SUV and into the ice. The ice is brittle. I don't think it's going to do it, but it might. Well, guys, it's the moment of truth. It's time to put a stick of dynamite under this SUV and see what happens.
Oh yeah, man. All of our facts so far are stacked up pretty plausible. This is the last link in the chain. Frank, do you have a stick of dynamite for us?
Right here it is, the real thing.
That is red and everything. That's perfect.
Now, cover your ears and thank goodness you're not here on Fisher Pond. This is what happens when MythBusters play with dynamite. Almost nothing.
Oh.
The ice is slightly dented, the car is undented, and this myth is busted.
I see a little dent there, and that's about it.
Yeah, other than that, no damage.
The dog would have been gone, but the truck's still here. Look, the ice that we're on right now is a good average thickness for a frozen lake that you'd feel safe driving an automobile out onto. So, based on what we've seen, we have to call it busted.
Busted, but not beaten. We've all come a long way in the freezing cold to see a good old-fashioned truck sinking. And 24 pounds of dynamite packed inside these high-tech directional cones should do the trick.
Well, it's clear from the hole pattern I see around the car that we've got a nasty case of ice gophers. These little varmints will bore their way around any vehicle they find on the ice to chew on it underwater. There's only one way to take care of them, and that's high explosives.
Fire in the hole! Fire in the hole! Fire in the hole!
3, 2, 1. Bye-bye.
The ice ripples out like a liquid earthquake. Surface snow fills the air and blurs the view. By the time it clears, the car has disappeared.
I don't see no SUV.
No more SUV.
It went bye-bye. So what do you think? Did it just blow the truck up or did it sink it?
Well, I see a couple pieces of debris from the truck, but nothing major. I think it sank it. 99% of that truck's under the water.
Let's yank on the chain and see what happens.
Okay.
Incredibly, this fresh blasted duck pond is already freezing over. Adam and Jamie really don't know for sure where the car went, but a few tugs on the chain confirm they've got a 2-ton catch.
I think we're gonna need more explosives to get this truck out.
I think we are.
If they work putting it in, they're gonna work getting it back out again.
That's true.
No, we're not yanking your chain. To get the car back, they have to blast the ice one more time. Filming stops as the light fades, but the car was retrieved. We've left this pristine pond pretty much the way we found it, busting a myth and saving a puppy in the process. They don't know it, but Adam and Jamie are just a few hours short of finishing their cabin fever experiment. Judging solely by the video evidence, it won't be a moment too soon.
Well, the sun is out, and it's made it unfathomably beautiful out here. I don't know whether the sun is just about to set over the mountain there, or has just risen over the mountain there. I've already lost all my concept of time.
And here's what's happened so far. They've been bored. They've slept. They've exercised. They've gone back to sleep.
I napped the first day because I could. It was great. Get up when you want, go to sleep when you want.
And by drinking just before the saliva tests, they've both ruined any chance of accurate stress data.
Having just woken up from a nap, it's saying that my stress reading is 94. Hey, look.
Okay, that's just scary. Meantime, Jamie's decided to hold a one-man convention and draft a new U.S. Constitution. Seriously.
You know, it started because we started seeing T-shirts that says Savage Hyneman 08. The first thing that we'll do is relocate all politicians to employment on pork farms, and then we'll pretty much start from the ground up and try to come up with a system that actually works. You know, get people that run the country that are actually literate, things like that.
This test has run its course, and Carrie's ready to pull the plug.
Adam's been both irritable and really restless. He's been pacing around the room. Both of them have been forgetful. Either they're not doing their tests, they're forgetting to do them all together, or they're making a lot of mistakes. And finally, they are sleeping a whole lot. It's practically hibernation. These could be the symptoms of cabin fever. I've seen enough. I'm gonna bust them out. Have you had enough?
I've definitely had enough. This was far from the relaxing respite that I thought it would be.
Now, let's see how Jamie coped with just Jamie for company.
The worst part was the beginning. Off it being here because you're in a closed up room. Chances are you're not going to like it as much as if you had all the normal stimulus.
Have you had enough?
I'm just starting to get into it. I'm not sure what that proves, and I was a little off about it. But that being said, then I started to get into it.
I craved the sound of a human voice. I missed my wife. I haven't been bored, but I have been really lonely.
But the real question remains, did either one ever lose his fragile grip on sanity? The cognitive test results were too consistent to prove anything, and they both blew the spit tests. But Carrie's kept a lookout for Hap's 4 sure signs.
What's going on with me?
Irritability.
The mattress was terrible.
Forgetfulness. Angry eyes.
Oh, yeah.
And excessive sleeping.
Napping in the afternoon, napping in the morning.
I love napping. All right, guys, how do you want to call this one?
Well, based on the surveillance, you exhibited 4 out of 4 of the cabin fever symptoms, and you won.
Yeah, but he's a robot.
And I just got in. It was a long trip. I was tired.
I think we could call this plausible.
Plausible it is.
Okay, plausible. Can I go back to the room now?
There's no doubt about it.
Go.
Hitting an average-sized moose in an average-sized car can only end in tears.
You know, it's like you're driving down the road, you're eating your baked Alaska, and all of a sudden a moose is in front of you, and you're like, you don't have time to swerve. You're gonna hit the moose. But now the question is it better to accelerate into the moose or hit the brakes?
Some say it's better to speed up. But let's first test this Alaskan roadkill myth by slowing down. Grant's installed a remote control braking system that's every bit as effective as a panicked human's right foot.
So the remote braking system is radio controlled. What that does is send a signal to the receiver inside the car, activates a pneumatic solenoid that fires a pneumatic cylinder. And that'll pop the brake very, very quickly, just as if you were to stamp hard on it.
They know that at 45 miles per hour, the car takes 70 feet to stop. So to best simulate a real accident, they plan to hit the brake and in a later test, the accelerator just 30 feet short of our makeshift moose. Buster's had enough. so Cousin Ted is the designated driver.
Attaboy.
Now, braking on pavement is not the same as braking on snow or ice, but it's fair to assume that a sane person wouldn't drive this fast in truly bad conditions. And anyway, a hit's a hit.
We are ready to go.
Brant will hit the brakes 30 feet before we hit the moose. We ready?
Ready in 3, 2, 1. We're going.
Here it comes.
All right, we're at 45.
Stop perfectly. Wow.
It's another windshield wipeout. But they all agree that this time there's less damage, and that could mean the difference between life and death.
In this test, we decelerated drastically before hitting the moose, and there is not as much damage.
I mean, you still don't want to hit a moose. It's a bad thing, but if I was driving, I would try to brake.
But they've also noticed that the moose hit higher when the car went faster. This myth might have some mileage after all.
I'm starting to think that if you speed up, if you accelerate like in the myth, it might actually hit even higher. Now, whether it's going to clear the car, I'm not entirely convinced of yet. All right, you guys, this is it. This is what the myth is all about.
That's right, man. We're going to drive 45 miles an hour towards the moose. 30 feet before we hit it, we're going to speed up and see what happens.
So we can definitely see if there's a difference between speeding up or slowing down if you're going to hit the moose.
So what do you think's going to happen?
Oh, I think we're going to do some serious damage to both the moose and the car.
Lucy gets pieced back together for the big show.
All right, good as new.
And fearless Ted gets dragged back behind the wheel.
Snap out of it.
This is the test that might confirm the myth. Just 30 feet short of certain catastrophe, driver Brian's been told to hit the gas.
All right, this is acceleration test.
We are ready.
1, go.
10 miles an hour. 20 miles an hour. 40 miles an hour. 45.
Accelerate.
That was great.
Wow, did you see how high the moose got on that hit? It looked like it got higher than any of the other hits.
Big damage.
And look at the glass. It sprayed all over.
At the point of impact, the car hits 51 miles per hour.
Oh my God, look, it broke the back window out. Oh.
Wow.
Dude, that moose flew higher than any of the tests.
But it didn't clear the car. The side pillars are crushed, and the roof is peeled back like a sardine tin.
Look at this, it totally bent the midsection of the car down.
Look at the back seat. It went to the back seat. It went whoosh.
So what do you think? Going faster doesn't look like it's a better tactic.
Unless you want to get your car more damaged.
I mean, you are accelerating. You're hitting with greater force.
More speed is more energy. That's crazy.
Myth busted.
Myth busted.
Busted, just like all these cars.
Okay, it's busted, but all these cars are mid-size sedans. What if your car is a low-profile coupe? The roof is lower, so Lucy might sail right over the top. But Carrie's already made her mind up.
Personally, I think people are watching way too many cartoons and getting their physics from Wile E. Coyote. I mean, when he goes off a cliff, he hangs there for a minute before he falls. I think they're seeing that the moose gets hit, and kind of hangs there and then drops. It's just not possible.
Well, let's see. This time, Brian's simple brief is to put his foot down all the way.
This is full speed test. We're giving it everything we got.
That's right, low profile car. This is it.
All right, Brian, hit it.
Here he goes.
Oh my gosh. Oh yeah. Oh my God, it's going so fast. There's sparks coming out. Oh my God. That was a rush.
The car hits 75 miles per hour. Lucy's lost her legs, the car is caved in, Ted's a sad statistic, and this myth is double busted.
This hit was hard enough to knock the ears off of our moose and the antlers. That's kind of an impact. That's pretty crazy. The moose is coming down on the car. No matter what you do, you're crashing.
You know what? I have a whole new respect for moose. I hope I never run into one on the road. If I do, I'm definitely not going to speed up and try to take its legs out. I mean, we've shown it.
Unless the moose you hit is a world-class gymnast, speeding up will not save you or your car.
I did a little research, and it turns out that there are no commercially produced vehicles in the world that are capable of driving under our moose without damage. In fact, the only way that this could work is if you're driving a Formula One car at over 97 miles per hour.
On the snowy roads of Alaska.
Yeah, that's a thing.
Yeah, that's never going to happen, unless the moose is a race fan. So this one's still busted.
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 You know that Dynamite dog myth? I've never heard of it before, but I mean, you can see how that could happen.
Yeah, I guess you should never mix your beer with your dogs and dynamite.
And that moose myth? I had no idea what would happen if you hit a moose with your car. It's not like I see them in my everyday life.
Yeah, those were both really cool myths, and they were given to us by fans. So if you have any ideas for myths, log on to discovery.com/mythbusters and give us your suggestions.
On this electrifying episode of MythBusters,
Hey, ow!
Adam and Jamie take a humble water pistol to stunning heights. Can a water-powered stun gun really paralyze a perpetrator?
Now!
Meanwhile, Carrie, Tori, and Grant tow two myths over the coals. First, firewalking, mythical mysticism, or scientific certainty.
That hurt a lot.
Then flinging a fire extinguisher onto flames.
Run, Tori, run!
Can it really snuff out a fire? Who are the MythBusters? Adam Savage.
Get to the chopper!
And Jamie Hyneman.
When in doubt, C4.
Between them, more than 30 years of special effects experience.
That was it.
Joining them, Tori Belleci.
Who's gonna lose their teeth today?
Grant Imahara.
So it's one giant leap for myth kind.
And Carrie Byron.
I went from totally optimistic to a little sketchy.
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test. First up, something truly shocking.
You know, I'm one of the few people in the world that knows right now that you're smiling. What's the smile about?
I've got a new myth, and I'm excited about it.
Well, don't hold back. What is it?
Okay, well, rumor has it that secret agencies from countries around the world are developing a water-based stun gun.
A water-based stun gun?
Exactly. And it's our job to determine whether it's feasible or not.
That is cool.
You know what I'm talking about.
I do.
Stun guns are stunningly effective, but hard to reload. So that's where the mythical water stun gun comes in. But is this watery weapon really the favorite gadget of spies around the world?
So you're the one that loves this myth. What's your plan?
Well, the first thing we need to do is get a commercially available stun gun.
And see what we can learn from it.
Exactly, and then we'll make a water shooting gun and hook up an electrical source to it and see if we can shock the heck out of somebody.
As long as that someone isn't me, I love this plan.
And then we'll go from there.
Perfect, let's do it.
So, first up, they're going to assess the non-water using real deal. And before you can say, don't stun gun me, bro.
Wow,
I don't like the look of that.
that looks like it would hurt.
Because it looks so hurtful, Adam's taking no chances.
We're obviously no strangers to being shocked on this show. Literally and figuratively. During the production of Baghdad Pattery, Tori got shocked. Oh. Scotty got shocked.
Oh my God!
And I unwittingly got seriously shocked.
So with this stun gun,
honestly, none of us feel comfortable either getting shot by it or seeing anybody else get shot by it. So, In this case, this dude here is our stand-in target.
3, 2, 1.
Dude, that is harsh.
I hit him in the face.
It turns out that a regular electric stun gun has wires that deliver a massive 50,000 volts through 2 of these barbed spikes. On contact with the bad guy, the volts instantly drop down to 5,000, causing neuromuscular incapacitation. And that simply means...
When you get hit by one of these things, you lose all physical control. Your muscles, the nervous system, and everything just go haywire, and you can't deal with it.
Here at the MythBusters Electrolysis Clinic, we use the latest techniques to make sure those pesky hairs never come back.
So that's what the commercial stun gun can do. It's got a range of 15 feet. It puts out an initial charge of 50,000 volts, which drops to 5,000 volts on contact, causing neuromuscular incapacitation. But can an electrified water stream trump this trilogy? Well, just in time, a delivery's arrived by mail. Water pistols.
Can a toy become a weapon? See, the thing here is that in order for the electricity to be communicated to our victim via water, the water stream has to be continuous, i.e. laminar for you engineers out there. So I've got an arm full of all the latest water shooting toys. We're going to shoot them on high-speed camera and see which ones give us the flow we like.
First up, Adam sees red. By adding this dye, the water stream should be easier to analyze on the high-speed camera.
This is the Hyneman at his most vulnerable, working with red food colouring. His white shirt could be desecrated at any moment.
With these spotless scientists still intact, the water pistol testing can begin.
Little football coming up. 1, 2, 3.
You know, it looks like it's breaking up after just a couple feet or so.
And that's something the high speed clearly shows. The moment it's out the barrel, the water breaks up into hundreds of distinct droplets. A 15-foot continuous laminar stream, this ain't. Cue the 2-chamber deluxe edition.
I've got high hopes for this one, but we'll see.
But that breaks up too. They pull a different pistol, and another, and another. But they all break up, meaning there's no path for any charge to travel through.
What's next?
It's the last one.
It doesn't get any simpler than that. It's just a big tube.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's see what it does.
With only one potential pistol to go, it's the Myth's last throw of the dice.
All right, I'm ready.
Like the others, this fun gun sure is a super soaker. But is it laminar?
That is by far the best one we've tried yet.
At last, the high speed gives it the thumbs up. A 15-foot totally continuous laminar flow.
Now the question is, can we get electricity into this stream? Can we get it to a person? And when we do, is it a reasonable stun gun?
Okay, you guys, Adam and Jamie are doing a water myth. I think it's only appropriate that we do a fire myth.
Yes, time to let out the inner pyro. Fire.
We've got 2 myths you can unleash it on. First, if you throw a fire extinguisher into the fire, will it explode and extinguish the fire?
Oh, that sounds dangerous.
And second, we're going to be looking at walking on hot coals from a scientific perspective.
Kick ass, I've always wanted to walk on fire.
All right.
Hold your horses, Tori, because first up, it's fire meets fire extinguisher. According to our fans, the myth goes like this. If you fling a fire extinguisher into a fire, the heat builds up pressure in the tank till it ruptures. Then all the retardant spills out and douses the fire. Or does it?
Okay, so how are we going to test this one?
Well, this one's pretty straightforward. I say we just build a giant fire, put the fire extinguisher in, see what happens.
You know, there's not a lot of specifics to this myth, so let's take the 3 most common fire extinguishers with us.
So that would be water, chemical foam, and carbon dioxide.
Yeah, you did your homework.
Always do.
And before the team further fan the flames of their pyromania, Tori, of all people, coordinates the experiment's safety features.
So what's gonna happen is, I'm gonna stick my fire extinguisher up here like this. So I hit the quick release, and the fire extinguisher goes in the fire. For my next trick, I will vanish in thin air. I wave the magic wand.
And abracadabra, they've arrived at their home away from home.
We're here at the Alameda Bomb Range, and we're going to test the myth that if you throw a fire extinguisher into a fire, that will explode and extinguish the fire.
Yep, the guys intend to put the blowtorch on 3 everyday types of fire extinguisher.
The myth that a fire extinguisher can fall into a fire and extinguish the entire fire is sort of general. It doesn't tell what kind of fire extinguisher. So we went and got every single kind we could. We have water, we have carbon dioxide, and we have chemical foam. One of these might work.
First up for the slide ride into the fire is the most common type of fire extinguisher, CO2. And to understand why carbon dioxide is used as a fire retardant, here's Fire Physics 101. Fire needs 3 things in order to burn: oxygen, fuel, and heat. Remove one, and the chain reaction fizzles out, which is exactly how CO2 works. Being heavier than air, it blankets the flames, replaces the oxygen, and the fire triangle collapses. But if you chuck a high-pressure CO2 canister onto a fire, will it actually blow up and put the fire out?
Now this one is under the most pressure, 800 psi, but it's probably the least likely to explode because it has a pressure release valve, and this prevents it from exploding.
And carries cocksure, it'll be a fizzer.
There is no way a fire extinguisher is going to fail so catastrophically that it explodes and then extinguishes the fire.
But despite everyone's conviction, she and Grant hunker in the bunker, while Tori, with his pre-flight check complete, launches the CO2 tank.
Ready? You ready?
Run, Tori, run!
And then beats a hasty retreat. Down the hill, Tori only just has time to get his breath back.
It sounds like something's hissing.
Yeah, the safety valve released.
Before the experiment fizzles out, as the pressure relief valve does its job. And 15 minutes later, it's empty.
It's a good testament to the safety feature that's built in there. It's designed in an overpressure situation, such as raising temperature, to vent all the CO2 safely. As far as this myth goes, it's busted for the CO2.
Hold your flaming horses, Grant. There are still 2 other types of extinguisher to test: water and foam. And unlike the CO2, neither has a safety valve. Will flinging a fire extinguisher into a fire make it explode and put said fire out? Carrie, Grant, and Tori have tried a CO2 canister, but it was a fizzer. So, how about a water extinguisher?
It's a relatively simple system. This is a pressurized tank, and it's meant to have both liquid and gas in it. Put this in the fire, heats up the water, creates steam, increasing the pressure, and hopefully rupturing the tank.
Unlike the CO2 tank that's stored at 800 psi, the water extinguisher is only under 100 psi. But it has no safety valve. And we know what happens when you add heat to a sealed water container.
When Jamie and Adam did exploding water heater, they found that by having less water in their pressure vessel, they could generate more steam and thus a bigger explosion. But what we're after here is actually putting out the fire. So I'm not going to empty the tank all the way down to the bottom. I'm just going to empty halfway because we're still going to have some water to try and put out the fire with.
So while our twisted fire starters do their thing, let's get a prediction from Carrie.
Even if there's a rupture, I don't see the fire going out. This is a big fire, and I just don't think that there's going to be enough explosion to put it out completely.
All right, so the fire is ready. So this is water extinguisher.
All right, let's do it.
In 3, 2, 1.
At over 1,000 degrees, the burning coals rapidly convert the water inside the tank to steam under ever-increasing pressure. And remember, there's no safety valve on this one.
Hopefully we'll get a rupture.
So then water will go everywhere and put out the fire if the myth is true. If not, it's busted.
Yep. Right.
And 5 minutes in...
Oh, look, it's ruptured. It's actually spraying out water right now.
But the volume of water is insignificant compared to the size of the fire.
No explosion, no fire going out.
No. In fact, right now, that's not any more effective on the fire than, like a tea kettle.
Yeah.
It's going to take something with a little more kick to snuff out this fire. But at the 9-minute mark, the canister has conniptions.
We almost took out the thermal camera.
It actually came at us.
Obviously, the tank didn't vent the steam fast enough. When the pressure got too high, something had to give.
Now, it didn't explode or put out the fire, but it did turn into a little rocket. And the whole can, like, flipped over and then it went straight at us.
But as far as the myth goes...
So far, this myth is looking busted.
Yep, so far that's 2 in the busted bin. But up next, the foam fire extinguishers in the firing line.
Next up, chemical foam. Now this is an aqueous film-forming foam. This is for Class B fires, which is flammable liquids like solvents or oils or that sort of thing. Tanks rated for 300 psi, but just like water, they only fill it to 100 psi. We're gonna throw this in the fire, see if it explodes and extinguishes it.
And just like the water-filled tank, it has no safety valve. And of course, it goes without saying, this shouldn't be attempted at home.
I think the fill valve will be the first thing to go. It'll hiss out, and potentially we could have another mini missile. But as far as explosion goes, I don't think so.
Here we go. Foam extinguisher in 3, 2, 1.
And in she goes.
We got 9 minutes before the last one blew.
You guys bring cards?
Now, let's do charades.
Okay, you first.
Okay.
Two words.
What did I get you?
Sounds like...
It put out the fire! It exploded and put out the fire!
Oh my God!
It's sprayed!
Oh, it's rain.
Ew, oh, God!
Oh, let's
Yep, the foam-filled canister blew the fire into the next county.
That was awesome!
Where's the canister?
I don't know, but it definitely exploded and it put out the fire. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh yeah, I'd say there's still a few embers, but it is plausible at least.
Oh, definitely plausible. Look at that. That could put out a fire.
All right, maybe this isn't the safest way to put out a fire, but it put out a fire.
Oh, I love it when I'm wrong. I was totally wrong. I thought nothing was going to happen. This is an extremely exciting result for us because, first of all, it was a result that we were not expecting. All of us were totally wrong. The chemical extinguisher blew up, made this myth plausible.
Yep, it blew out the fire all right, but not in exactly the same way the myth described.
Put out the fire!
It wasn't the sudden release of the canister's retardant that dampened the flames. The explosion simply scattered the fuel to the far-flung regions of the range. And this success has given the guys an idea for one more test. Another 800 psi CO2 canister, but this time with a dangerous difference.
You know, there's no safety feature on the water or on the chemical foam, and that was kind of exciting. So we're going to see what if for some reason there was a fault in the system? What if that safety feature wasn't there? What would happen?
Unnecessary? Sure, but it sounds exciting. Remember, these two were only under 100 psi. So can they extinguish a fire by taking the safety out of a CO2 safety valve? Adam and Jamie are on a mission to test the tall tale that secret agents have developed a water-powered electric stun gun. So it's water pistols at 15 feet. They've locked in the gun. Now they want to load it with electricity. So Jamie takes one water pistol and connects it to another. It's the basis for his water stun gun.
To this, we're going to attach a stun gun to supply the electricity, so that when we fire this stream of water, we actually zap somebody. That's why we call it the Aqua Zap.
And Adam's already seeing marketing opportunities.
Allow me to walk you through some of the finer details of the new AquaZap water suspect acquisition system. This will be worn on your belt in the field. When you see a suspect, all you've got to do is find a source of some salt water, and normal table salt works just great. Draw up water into your tubes, and then aim at your suspect. Pull the trigger of this electric device right here. Electricity will travel through these two wires out to electrodes that are in the water stream. And when those water streams hit your suspect, ho-ho, they are yours, gift wrapped. So we've got our gun. We've got it hooked up to stun gun power. Now we need to test it.
Well, what we need to find out is whether the stream of water is able to carry enough electricity to actually zap somebody. And I have a plan. And it works like this. You get a couple of buckets. You put a couple of metal plates at the bottom of the buckets. They're wired to a meter. You shoot water into the buckets. The electricity flows through the meter, and you can measure what you've got and whether it's enough to actually zap somebody.
Not bad. It sounds a little complicated.
Well, it is a little bit, but I happen to know a qualified electrical engineer, and we could bring him in.
And that highly experienced engineer is Grant. He's got the job of putting together the 2-bucket target with copper sensors in the bottom. All will be revealed on his oscilloscope reader.
And we'll know if the signal is being transferred to the target via the water by what we see on the electrical screen.
Remember, here's what a regular stun gun can do. At 15 feet, the electric zapper hits the target at 50,000 volts. Then drops instantly to 5,000 volts for the paralyzing stage. And if this myth is true, the water version has got to do just as well as this, if not better.
Think you can hit this target, dude?
Piece of cake.
With everything set, Jamie's ready to wield the wacky water weapon. So cue the sarcastic sidekick.
I think it's clear that one of these is going to be on the belt of every police officer in the country inside of a couple of years, man. This thing's gonna shake things up.
CIA, take note. This might be the moment of truth you've been waiting for.
Did you get something?
I did actually get something.
Jamie's bullseyed the sensors, but the zap detector has brought up a dodgy reading.
What it's reading like is that it's like it hasn't made contact with a person yet.
And this means just one thing. Over to you, Grant.
Now, interesting thing about stun guns, they have 2 phases. First phase, really high voltage. And that is to arc, let's say you have an air gap, the barbs are caught in your clothing, whatever. It arcs so that it makes a connection. And that goes to the second phase, which is called the loaded phase. And that's where the stun gun actually does its work of incapacitating the target. And that is where we want to be. The bucket rig, preventing it from getting to that second phase.
Thanks, Grant. But I, for one, need a graphic. Leaving the muzzle, the stun gun barbs spark at 50,000 volts, called the arcing phase, as they try to complete a circuit. On contact with the target, they hit the loaded phase, where the volts drop instantly to 5,000. 5,000 volts means the target isn't killed, he's just incapacitated. So for take 2, the bucket's kicked, so to speak. And there's a ballistics gel dummy in its place. Will this get them into the loaded phase they're looking for?
We have put a pair of screens in that describe the 2 extents of where his heart would be if he had one. This allows us to measure the exact amount of electricity the stun gun applies to your heart when you get zapped.
Jamie's locked and loaded for a test at point-blank range.
3, 2, 1.
But even at that distance, it's not a good start.
Looks like it's going into the loading phase, but the voltage is much, much less.
It's hit the loaded phase okay, but the voltage is so low it wouldn't even stun a stink bug. So the ballistics gel test is already looking very shaky. Jamie tries again, this time from 5 feet away.
Go for it.
But now it's gone from bad to worse.
This trace right here indicates that you never made it into the loading phase.
But we did get a signal out of it.
Yes, but it's still in the arcing phase.
And that's not what you'd call ideal in a stun gun.
It's not where you want to be if you want to stun someone.
It's where you want to be if you want to
potentially kill them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All in all, it's not going well. In a tedious, tiresome afternoon, attempt after attempt yields a totally different result. From no stun to death.
These electricity myths really kick our ass, I swear.
Which is Adam speak for this myth's heading due south.
In 3, 2.
Carrie, Grant, and Tori are tinkering with exploding fire extinguishers. But more on that later. Next, they're mulling over the myth that walking on hot coals is mostly a mind over matter matter.
You know, I've always been really curious about firewalking.
Yeah, me too, and I've seen people do it, but they're always in like a trance-like state. So I was wondering, is that something anybody can do?
Yeah, is it mind over matter, or is it a technique based in science and ultimately an explainable phenomenon?
Exactly.
Well, first, why don't we go talk to some experts, find out how they make the fire, if there's a special way to walk on it.
All right, let's go find some firewalkers.
So how exactly do you walk on red-hot coals without searing your souls?
Better to be rare than well done.
Many MythBuster fans think it's all down to mind over matter.
For reasons completely unknown to science, the dancers emerge from this ordeal entirely unharmed.
Or is it a matter of science? And to begin answering these, oh dear, burning questions, Carrie and Grant take a firewalking field trip.
So we're here on a fact-finding mission. We're in Sonora, California, and we're here to observe an actual firewalking class being put on by the Firewalking Institute of Research and Education. Hi, are you Tolly?
I am Tolly.
I'm Grant.
Incredibly, Tolly teaches his students to walk across coals burning at 1,000 degrees.
All right, 1,000 or 2,000 degrees, that seems crazy to me. It seems like you're grabbing a pan out of the oven without using oven mitts. Can you just walk normally across the coals, or is there some sort of special way to do it?
Well, actually, the special way is to walk like you're walking down the street. You don't want to run because then you'll be pounding your feet down into the coals. You don't want to stop. You want to take light steps.
Well, it's easy to talk the firewalk talk, but let's see you walk the firewalk walk.
You learned this in the Boy Scouts?
I was never in the Boy Scouts.
Carrie and Grant watch closely as the class carefully construct the perfect firewalk fire. From light up to step up takes just over an hour. But after collecting some daunting data,
I'm getting a top of about 1,300 Fahrenheit.
Carrie is convinced that what matters is not what's in your mind, but how hot the darn coals are.
After measuring this fire at 1,400 degrees and hearing that after they rake it out, it only is going to go down to about 1,000, there's absolutely nothing so far that's convinced me that I'm going to walk on this.
But that's not stopping anyone else. The students, in their zen-like zone, glide across without a single injury. But before the team test it themselves, Grant, for one, wants some hard data.
I've seen it done, but I'd like to have a little bit more scientific backing before I'm willing to risk my feet.
So it's back to the shop where the science can begin. And to find out just how much heat gets to the feet, Carrie begins by fabricating a fake foot from heat-resistant silicone. Meanwhile, Tori, as per our expert's instructions, prepares to build the fire.
So Carrie and Grant have done the research. They learned how to build a firewalk, and now we're going to build our own in our parking lot. First, what we're going to do is we're going to lay down 30 feet of sod. That way we don't crack our cement. Then what we're going to do is lay down 20 feet of wood. We're going to light that wood on fire, let it burn down, and start walking. All right, we got fire extinguisher standing by.
Got a hose standing by.
Let's do it.
Now that we have our fire lit, we'll wait 1 hour for it to get to the optimal temperature for firewalking. That's when the coals are just glowing red and we can smush them down so we have a nice flat surface to walk on.
And Tori gets in touch with his inner hunter-gatherer.
All right, should we start walking?
Now let's step over to where Grant's making a sensor, used to assess burning in firefighting outfits.
So this is called a copper slug calorimeter. And the idea is that you have this disc of copper that's an exact size and weight, and based on those characteristics and its thermal transfer, you can connect a thermocouple to it, which measures temperature. You'll be able to predict whether or not you're going to get first, second, or possibly even third-degree burn.
And once wired up, these copper slugs will transmit that temperature info to a computer. Cue Grant's inner geek.
Firewalking is one of these things that's always been shrouded in mystery. And so here we are. We're going to peel back the curtain and have a look inside. using science.
Brilliant. And with the sensors embedded in the silicone and the fake feet screwed to the bottom of Carrie's shoes, the team's ready to stroll across hot coals.
I'm gonna put these on, walk just like I saw the firewalkers walk, and I'm actually really interested to see what sort of measurements we get. Oh, I feel just like Cinderella.
And after a pre-takeoff safety tip,
If you do fall into the embers, though,
Cry?
cover your face with your hands. You can always wear gloves.
Carrie's hot new footwear is finally ready for the runway.
All right, you guys, it's over 1,000 degrees, which is what we saw at the firewalk. You ready to go?
Oh yeah, I see the coals glowing.
Okay, go ahead.
While Carrie crunches the coals with her silicone soles, Grant's computer crunches the numbers.
Yeah!
See, that wasn't so bad.
No.
All right, Grant, what'd you get?
I got some really interesting results.
And the first set of results up for analysis is the high-speed camera shots, showing exactly how much toe-touching time there is.
So it turns out that my foot was only in contact with the hot coals from heel to toe for 9/10 of a second. And my full weight was only on it for 5/10 of a second. So right there, it shows you that might be one of the reasons that you don't get burned when you walk across hot coals, is you're not touching the coals for very long.
And what about the temperature and burn sensor data?
The interesting thing is that we don't predict any injury, first, second, or third degree burns during a normal walk. So as long as she keeps moving, theoretically, you won't get burned.
A theory backed up by this demonstration that the humble hot coal is actually very cool.
Apparently, charcoal and ash are 4 times better at insulation than wood. So in theory, you should be able to pick up one of these coals, which on one side is 900 degrees, and on the charcoal and ashy side is 300 degrees. So I should be able to put this in the palm of my hand without injury and potentially light a fire. Here we go.
So although the fire radiates heat through the air at over 1,000 degrees, the physics at the point of contact is very different.
There you go.
So it seems a walker experiences low temperatures due to the following: speed of contact, charcoal is a poor heat conductor, and an insulating layer of ash on the coals. Which means it's not looking good for the mythical, mystical method of mind over matter. Science seems to be saying that despite the searing temperatures, your Tootsies don't have time to toast. But there's only one way to find out for sure.
Now that we know that we're unlikely to get burned, is to actually try it ourselves.
It's wham bam shoot 'em man as Adam and Jamie discover it's a dog's life testing the myth you can build an electric stun gun powered by water. But it hasn't been going well. Plan A involved shooting into buckets. Plan B into ballistics gel. And the results? Ropey. So they're on to Plan C, shooting into sheep.
Oh, beauty. At this point, what I'm seeing is a test where we're not getting a lot of good data because we have so many variables. The firing of this thing, the waving of the water, and specifically the ballistics gelatin. I'm not convinced that it's exactly the resistance of human flesh. So we brought in the leg of lamb for 2 reasons. 1, to eliminate that variable because it's very close to human flesh. It ought to give us a beautiful reading. And 2, because I think Jamie's hungry and he likes cooking the experiments when we're done with them.
And that's not the only change. To try to get to the arcing and loaded phases, they're going to house the water in plastic tubes. That will guarantee a laminar flow.
Testing the AquaZap is actually quite difficult because it's hard to control where the streams of water are going. They can easily short out. The way the stun guns are designed with shooting out wires, the wires are insulated so you don't have that problem. So we're going to actually run water through tubes, and the plastic tubes will act as insulation. We should get more reliable results if we do that.
Next, they stick electrodes from the electric stun gun into the plastic tubes and poke the tubes into the lamb.
This is very Frankenstein.
A little bit.
Let's try from, what, the point blank distance, about 2 inches away.
Yep.
Okay, let's start with that.
Firing.
Yeah?
It's working.
Okay.
Jackpot. It's recorded the arcing phase and the loaded phase.
Awesome!
This sheep would be paralyzed, big time. But it needs to work at a distance, so they move back.
Firing at 2 feet.
I got a signal.
You got a signal? Is it a good one?
Not bad.
It's still a paralyzing jolt, but there's a problem.
As we're moving away, it's getting lower and lower.
They move back another 2 feet.
4 feet. You ready, Grant?
I'm ready.
4 feet.
Got something?
Yes, we're still in the loading phase.
Only just. The paralyzing potential's getting weaker and weaker.
So it's dropping. Every time we move a foot out, it's dropping.
That's right.
What we're seeing here has everything to do with a property of resistance, of a medium's resistance to electricity. Wire's got a very low resistance. It loves electricity. Water, it's got a much higher resistance, and it increases significantly however much more water you've got to move through, which means every time we move 1 foot further away from our target, the water's applying more resistance and less electricity is getting to the target. It's not looking very good for the AquaZap here.
Remember, the standard store purchase stunner works at 15 feet, so they retreat another 4 feet.
Firing 8 feet.
It's all heading in one direction, belly up.
I think it's starting to break down because look at the current here.
I do. It looks, it's still matching the curve somewhat, although it's definitely coughing up blood.
So that means that it's not really working past 4 feet, and that's not very far.
It's not an optimal distance.
No.
It's taken a monumental effort to get to this point. Total and utter failure. But that's what myth busting is all about.
You want to go through all the problems with the AquaZap?
Okay, as far as I can see, we've got 2 major issues, both of which lead towards the same problem. The first issue is the difficulty in creating a laminar flow means that the effective distance over which you can use the AquaZap is pretty limited. And the second is that the amount of electricity delivered varies greatly with the amount of water that is traveling through. Both of these things mean you've got a super limited range this thing works from, and that doesn't make it a very effective weapon.
Okay, so the AquaZap is DOA. I'm kind of disappointed, though. I had my heart set on, like, firing lightning bolts.
I thought that you would say that. I knew that you were feeling that, and that's why I have a surprise for you.
In 3.
Carrie, Grant, and Tori have been testing the tale that if you flame grill a fire extinguisher, it'll blow up and put out a fire. In test 3, the foam-filled tank blew the fire away rather than put it out. So for test 4, Grant's cannibalized a CO2 canister to see if it gives them the retardant result they're looking for.
So this is the fire extinguisher that has the safety features defeated. It's ready to go. It's totally full. I'm going to take it over to the unlit fire now.
Gingerly. And Tori, for one, is sure there'll be a big bang.
Because it's so dangerous, I don't want to be anywhere near it when the fire is lit. So I have some timed fuse, which is in a bag of smokeless powder. Now this fuse will give me 40 seconds per foot, so that'll give me plenty of time to light the fuse. Good, let's go. Get back to the bunker before the fire is lit.
And really, you can't blame the guys for being cautious.
I'm happy I'm back here in the bunker.
The water-filled tank started at 100 psi. This CO2 tank, with safety valve disabled, is already pressurized to 800.
It has been 4 minutes.
Safety valve on the regular CO2 fire extinguisher has gone off by now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Which means it's definitely doing something inside that tank.
Yeah, pressure is building.
Pressure is building, but so is the team's doubt. Maybe the tank has sprung a leak and they won't get the explosion they want. Or maybe they will. And now everybody's happy. A warm campfire, good company,
Don't see a fire.
and a whopper of an explosion.
Did you see how far the tank went?
Officially, using the latest in high-speed camera equipment and ballistics analysis, I'd say you a long way.
Look, it's a log from the fire.
Hot? Fire? What do you know?
Wow.
Look at the fire, or what's left of it.
There's a little left. It's almost totally out. All right, so this is the only part of the CO2 extinguisher that I've found so far. Look how thick that is. That's like a 1/4 inch. Yeah.
Yep, it's busted all right. But what about the myth?
Well, yeah, it didn't so much put the fire out as obliterate it.
But it put it out. And we got the explosion we wanted.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah!
Hello, plausible.
Cary, Grant, and Tori are tackling the tall tale that a trance is your chance for a hot-cold crossing.
Yeah.
See, that wasn't so bad.
But so far, the numbers predict that anyone can do it burn-free. However, there's only one way to find out for sure. So a hop, step, and a jump cut later.
Does it seem like a stupid idea now?
No. We've had a lot stupider ideas than this.
It's the moment we, if not Cary, Grant, and Tori, have all been waiting for.
All right, those coals are all red hot. You guys ready? There's no turning back now.
Oh, are you nervous at all?
No.
A little.
All right.
After a few moments to psych herself up, Cary's the first onto the foot fryer. Cue the dramatic music.
It's not totally not hot.
Despite her levels of adrenaline shooting off the scale, Cary makes it across safely and finds her feet unfried.
It's doable. That's doable.
Next up for their tiptoe into trepidation is Grant.
Yeah, Grant.
And cool as a cucumber, he catwalks over the coals.
Very graceful.
There we go. A little hot, a little hotter than I expected, but I think I made it.
Which just leaves Tori. And true to form, he steps up and charges straight in.
Sorry.
Here we go.
Before breezing across.
It's not that bad at all. I thought it was gonna be a lot worse than that. It looks way worse than it is. It's really not that bad. It's the mental part that messes with you the most. As soon as I stepped on it, it really wasn't that bad. In fact, I didn't even feel it. I had to walk back one more time just to see whether or not they were hot. That was so crazy. But you know what? The worst part was what was going on in your head. The physical wasn't so bad.
Yeah, there is not any amount of drumming or chanting that would have made me walk on that coal. But the physics was there. That's what got me through the first step.
You know what? I'm not gonna lie. It was hot out there, but not hot enough to burn us.
All right, so this one's looking busted.
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 All right, let's try gasoline-soaked socks next.
Woo!
It seems it's physics that keep your feet from being flame-grilled and not mind over matter. Or is it? What about a mind unprepared? A mind unsullied by the certainty of science?
I thought it was gonna be a lot worse than that.
To find out, let's segue to the next day.
What are you cooking?
We're gonna be cooking, well, at the bottom of your feet.
We're looking at the science of firewalking.
Firewalking! Awesome!
Apparently, Adam would walk over hot coals to walk over hot coals.
We're all set up. Adam just got here, but we haven't lit the fire yet. I want to light it in front of him so he sees how hot this fire gets. So that starts playing on his mind.
It's one thing to think intellectually that I've always wanted to walk on fire. It's quite another to feel the heat of 2,000 some odd degrees at my back.
So Adam's ready for his trial by fire.
You can do it!
And remember, before Cary, Grant, and Tori took their first hot step, they knew they wouldn't get burned.
You gotta tell your feet
My
to
heart
move,
rate
though.
just went up a bit. Okay.
But Adam knows nothing about the data and the technique of stepping lightly. Will he get across unscathed, or will those red-hot coals fry his feet? Ah, yes. Apparently so.
Woo! Wow! That hurt a lot. Ow was going through my head. As I did it, walk, 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 this isn't so bad. Holy crap, this is pretty bad. Ah! Like that. That's about the thought process.
So it seems that it does matter what's in your mind, but only insofar as knowledge about technique and preparation go.
With no prep at all, I think I made a classic mistake of speeding up and digging my feet into the coals more.
Yep, Adam's hard marching method meant some of the coals stuck to his feet, giving them more time to conduct their heat. Ouch.
Hey, it's me.
And after a call home with the not-so-good news...
So I just walked on hot coals, and I burned the hell out of my feet.
Let's break out the burn cream and get this myth wrapped up.
Oh my God, are you serious?
I would have made it across if it weren't for you meddling kids.
We didn't know that was going to happen. I mean, we all made it across just fine.
Well, how do you explain that?
Well, the science is all there. I mean, you can do it without burning your feet. I mean, it's not magic.
Yeah, in the high-speed analysis, it looked like you were grabbing onto the coals with your toes.
Yeah, you have like monkey feet, and you were just picking those coals up.
Okay, so what are you guys calling it?
Well, it's clear that none of us had to be in a trance in order to get across the coals.
Science still wins. It's busted.
Busted.
All right, see you next time.
You're not hurt.
You're right, I'm not hurt. Bye.
Adam and Jamie have proved you can't turn a conventional stun gun into an electrified water stun gun. But in true never-say-die fashion, they're moving on, amping up to extreme levels to try and get a result.
Jamie said that he wanted some big lightning bolts, and behind me in this nondescript building are the lightning bolts of his dreams. For this is the home of the Nevada Lightning Lab and Greg Lay, and he is going to generate some monster-sized lightning bolts for us. Jamie will be well pleased.
Ain't that the truth? This place is the world leader in lightning technology.
Hi, Greg.
Hi, Jamie.
Now there's the lightning bolt generator of our dreams.
So do you mind if we hook that big beastie up to my little squirt gun here and see what happens?
We'll give it our best shot.
Awesome.
Greg's Tesla coil is right up the MythBusters alley.
This is really quite an extraordinary device. It's got over a mile of wire, a bank of capacitors. It sends out lightning bolts with about 1 million volts or so over 30 feet. It's just nuts.
Nuts? Excellent. Crank it up.
We're good to go.
The Tesla coil is actually 2 giant coils of wire that conduct electricity. One charges up the other, increasing the voltage output to near 1 million volts. And then, like lightning, it breaks out, looking for the shortest path to Earth. And Jamie and Adam are near beside themselves. But there's more to this than just a light show. Adam and Jamie are on a mission.
Is that a big enough lightning bolt for you?
Yeah.
Let's zap some bad guys.
Okay.
Dummy dude, watch out. Jamie's up top in a cocoon basket. Using the AquaZap, he'll fire a stream straight at the ballistics gel perpetrator. Can the 1 million volt jolt juice up the stream and blast the bad guy? Jamie gets into position.
He's getting inside a Tesla coil for science.
Believe it or not, he's insulated and totally safe inside.
Dead man walking.
This is not just a MythBusters first, it's a world first. But maybe that's because no one else has been crazy enough to try it.
We're actually doing something really interesting. This is actually directing a lightning bolt out of a stream of water. This is the maximum amount of electricity that we could pump through something like a squirt gun, and it really is quite exciting.
Greg gets the Tesla coil juices flowing.
This is my new favorite toy.
Jamie takes aim.
At speed.
And fires.
We hit him! Whoa, yeah!
Bullseye. This time they've cracked it. An electric stun gun that runs on water.
Nice work, dude! How you feeling? You got him!
That was a nice shot. I could see right down the lightning bolt right to his head.
1 million volts. And unlike a real perpetrator, our bad dude hasn't even broken a sweat. What a trooper. And he's willing to take another one for the team. Jamie's starting to warm to this gig.
Done! He's out!
This time the strike is even better. It's traveled right along the stream, 1 million volts straight into the bad guy's brain. But it's thrown up a small design problem.
Here's here's what I've concluded. You've got a perp, he's causing trouble, you want to subdue him. So, you get a crane. You crane in your 18-foot high tested coil, you bring a ladder over, you climb inside it, get a water pistol, load it up, squirt it at the perpetrator, and subdue him. In other words, it seems totally impractical.
And along with the myth, the fun's done and dusted.
I have to admit, I had high hopes for the water stun gun, but we did due diligence and it's busted.
Yeah, I think it's pretty well busted. You're not going to fit one of those in a holster anytime soon.
No, our work here is done.
On this way too drunk to drive episode, Adam and Jamie get sloshed for science.
Woo! No, I usually don't let people do that.
What is the best way to get sober in a hurry? And is the myth of beer goggles fact or fantasy?
She's pretty darn cute.
Then Carrie, Grant, and Tori rebuild an ancient weapon of mass destruction.
Watch out!
They start with one fire arrow, then try launching 200 to see if the whatcha lives up to its legend. Who are the MythBusters? Adam Savage and Jamie Hyneman.
Feel like I'm ready to go out clubbing.
Between them, more than 30 years of special effects experience.
Freedom!
Joining them, Grant Imahara.
Oh, you suck.
Tori Belleci.
Put your back into it.
And Carrie Byron.
High explosives and electricity. Woo!
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test. Let's wet our whistles with the myth of beer goggles.
I'm feeling a little left out here. And I'm glad. What's going on?
Beer goggles.
Beer goggles?
Beer goggles. It's been out there waiting for us the whole time, and for some reason we haven't tested it. The idea that alcohol has this magical property that will make people around you more attractive the more you drink.
Actually, I feel like I've been testing this for over a decade.
Yes, but that's anecdotally. We are going to test it scientifically.
Great, more drinking on the job.
Jamie knows that eventually this will turn ugly. They'll have to lose their inhibitions and maybe their lunch to test the truth of beer goggles.
This seems to be a really subjective thing. We need to be objective if we're going to be scientific. How are we going to do that?
Large sample size?
That's exactly what I'm thinking. And I'm thinking that we rate photos. Specifically, we get a bunch of photos, us of women, you of men. We review a whole bunch and rate them when we're sober, and then we get drunk and re-rate those photos.
And see if there's a difference.
Exactly.
But before we raise our glasses, let's meet the newest member of the team with a vital role to play.
This is our new smartboard. Not only is it a really big, beautiful interface, but it's also interactive. Let me show you a couple tricks. Watch this. Ha, ha, ha. How about that, huh? Huh? You like that? It gets better. Check it out. Not only can I even do that, I can also diagram what's gonna happen in real time. Now, I'm not gonna go too much farther showing you the tricks this thing can do because we're about to use it a whole bunch in this very episode.
The board's first job is to help Adam, still sober, rate the looks of 30 women from 1 to 10.
Here we go.
He's got just 5 seconds to score each photo. He can see the time tick down on the left of the screen.
I gotta say, the exercise of giving a quick rating, it doesn't feel great. It's kind of an awful thing to have to do. Like I find myself resisting giving a 1 or a 2, but...
Yeah, but...
I got a 96! So the total possible score is potentially 300. Out of that, I gave a 96. The question from here on in will be, as I drink, will my overall score go up?
Now it's Carrie's turn to rate the chaps.
I'm wondering if I'm actually gonna be nicer because I'm sober or if I'm just gonna get really cutthroat. All right.
Carrie, sober. Start.
5 seconds is really quick to come up with a number to rate someone. I mean, usually you give them a little bit more time if you're in a bar or something. And quite honestly, there are no supermodels on here. Oh, God, do I rate you on your hair?
Carrie's either much more generous or less discriminating than Adam.
Okay, total score, 154.
But she does know what pushes her buttons.
I noticed I was rating higher on men that looked confident. If they looked sort of squirrely and really apprehensive about the whole thing, I definitely gave them a lower score.
Now for a man who's anything but squirrely.
Your turn.
Okay. I'm about to look at a bunch of pictures of women, apparently, and try to objectify them.
Jamie's got a point. Snap decisions based on looks alone are shallow and shameful. But hey, it's all in the name of social science.
It's set up so that it's sort of a gut reaction. I don't know how consistent it's going to be, but that's where the averaging becomes important, because you've got some kind of a number that should show a trend.
And Jamie's trendy number? Higher than Adam's, but lower than Carrie's.
So I got a 116. Whatever that means.
Well, it means nothing till they've done this twice more. First, slightly inebriated, and then stumbling, dribbling drunk.
Hello, Ginger.
Hi, Adam. How you doing?
Good. How about 3 beers?
Coming up.
Don't even ask how Adam knows the bar staff by name. Let's just say he won't need directions to the restroom.
Let the test begin.
To science.
To science.
To science.
The aim here is to get buzzed. For the boys, that means 2 or 3 quick brewskis. For Carrie, maybe 1 less.
What's red and smells like blue paint?
What?
Red paint.
She got Jamie giggling.
Ginger keeps the suds coming. And they're ready to test if they're officially buzzed.
Let's do a breathalyzer. Let's get some science going.
That sounds like fun.
0.06.
Over to Carrie, who proves she's too drunk to drive.
0.08. She's at the legal limit.
Then Jamie blows the same number as Adam.
0.06.
But will their slightly pickled perceptions affect the way they judge the opposite sex?
How am I going to do when I'm buzzed? I don't think it'll be a whole lot different than sober.
Adam's not so sure, and he's the first to try it.
I'm at a 0.06. You guys, don't cheat. Don't look over here. You got it?
No problem.
Okay. Adam buzzed. Here we go.
This time around, they've got 30 new faces, judged by others to be exactly as attractive as the first batch.
I can already feel my ratings being higher. I found it much easier to rate them buzzed than sober. I started to feel bad for the 1s and 2s, while sober, buzzed, didn't care at all. 1, 1, 2, you're out.
Harsh words, but his tally supports the myth. He is finding these faces more attractive.
My buzzed score overall was 121.
That's 25 more than his sober test. So on average, each girl rates almost a full point extra. Now for Carrie, who was far kinder than the boys first time round.
I think I get a little giddy after a few drinks, so I think I might be pretty generous after I've had a beer or 2.
Or 3. Carrie also has 30 new faces to rate. Again, all average Joes.
That is some fabulous hair.
But the beer goggle effect seems to be working in reverse.
Is this an uglier group of people? I wouldn't give most of those guys change if I passed them on the street.
Just 2 hours ago, sober, Carrie rated a similar group at 154. Now that she's loosened up,
My buzz score was 89. I might be a mean drunk. I'm not sure if I was charity rating before because I felt kind of bad for some of the uglier people, but there was absolutely no talent in this group. None.
so Jamie steps up to rate the new babes. And remember, he predicted no change whatsoever.
Here we go. Jamie buzzed. My perceptions of what made them attractive or not attractive are pretty much the same as they were the last time, as far as I know. I mean, nice complexion, regular features, signs of health, things like that.
But after 3 beers, Jamie's brain is lightly sautéed. It all comes down to one number.
Okay, I'm done. My buzzed score was 105.
His sober score was 116, but we're yet to test anyone cross-eyed drunk. And when we do, the figures, I promise, will surprise you.
I feel like I've met her.
All right, you guys, this next myth is gonna be insane.
What is it?
That's it, the hwacha. It's an ancient Korean weapon.
Oh.
If there's a picture of it, that means it's not a myth, it exists.
Well, we know it exists. What we're gonna test is the legend of the hwacha, whether or not it could do what they said it could do. Apparently, they could fire 200 arrows all at once, going 500 yards, and all of the arrows explode on impact.
Okay, well, to begin with, any weapon in that era wouldn't have had the benefit of modern explosives or propellants. It was likely based entirely on black powder.
So first we need to find out if black powder can actually propel one of those arrows 500 yards.
Right, and then we need to see if we can get these rockets to explode on impact.
And finally, we need to see if we can launch 200 arrows simultaneously without them all crashing into each other or exploding on the stand.
It's a massive myth to unravel with 3 key parts. 1, can a fire arrow actually travel 500 yards? 2, can it be rigged to explode on impact? And 3, can you really set off 200 at once? So let's start up at the pointy end.
So what I'm gonna do right now is I'm gonna build one of these arrows from the materials that the ancient Koreans would have used. I have some bamboo, I have some feathers for my fletching, and finally, a piece of steel to make my arrowheads out of.
Tori proves himself a first-class fletcher and a pretty fair blacksmith.
All right, so my arrow's done. Now it's time to see how it flies. Pretty dang good.
That's 1 down, 199 to go. Tori leaves the hard work to Karen as he and Grant skip town to visit Zambelli Fireworks in Pennsylvania.
We're lost, aren't we?
The rationale behind the road trip is that the fire arrows work just like skyrockets.
If we happen to have some fun while we're here, that's purely coincidental.
Just like fireworks, the hwacha rockets were charged with black powder. Ours have to travel 500 yards strapped to a 4.5-foot arrow. Grant and Tori are determined to roll their own, and Bill is here to help them.
Well, let's see, what's one of these weigh? Oh, about 4 ounces. That's not bad. Every 12 ounces the shell weighs, we add 1 ounce of lift to lift it up in the air. You know, if you guys want to go 500 yards, that's a long ways, so we'll see how a 2-ounce rocket works.
Using 6-inch cardboard tubes, Bill shows how to pack a charge without blowing up the bunker.
And so you do a little bit at a time, and you
Put the rod down in, and you just give it a couple hits.
Feels wrong.
Go ahead.
Just don't hit it too hard, man.
Just
I'd hate
tap.
to see you blow your hand off. Feel good?
Nice.
Hey.
Grant and Tori make several versions, some with more black powder and some with less. The rockets are wrapped in paper, then Bill adds the fuse.
And when we go to fire it, we'll cut this paper and peel it back. And give yourself five or 6 seconds to walk away.
Okay. You ready?
Yeah, let's see what these bad boys can do. Oh, this is perfect. I mean, can't you just imagine an invading army coming out of that forest?
Totally. All right, so we need to see if these arrows can fly 500 yards, so we should walk it out.
They're here to test part 1 of the myth, that a rocket arrow really could make the distance. But 500 yards is a long, long way.
Isn't this how all horror movies start? Didn't that guy say stick to the path?
This is gonna be perfect. We're right at the tree line.
The crop ends smack bang on the 500-yard mark. They tape the target halfway up a tree so they can see it from the launch site.
At this point, I think we're just going for distance rather than aim. But if I were to take a guess to see whether the arrow would hit him, I'd have to say we probably wouldn't. But then again, the watch eye had 200 arrows.
What angle do you want?
Back at the business end, they set the mortar to 45 degrees.
Back up.
And start with the smallest rocket.
All right, I got a rogue flare to light the rockets, and then we'll see if they go 500 yards.
All right, now to get an accurate range, after it lands, you run out there and stand over where it landed. Got the range finder, and I'll take a range on you.
If this baby bear rocket reaches the trees, they can pack up and go home.
Yeah! Nice! It didn't really work. I'm gonna have to say it went about 0 yards.
Not enough thrust.
Yes. It does look a little embarrassing that, you know, this is our first rocket that we built and it doesn't even fly, but that just means this rocket's too small and the arrow's too heavy.
So they try the mama bear charge.
Back up.
But it's still more blows than goes.
Cool. There's a lot of reasons why these rockets might not be working. Maybe we didn't pack the black powder tight enough. The nozzle might be the wrong size, or the arrows are just too heavy and this rocket can't give it lift. But we're not gonna give up. We're gonna keep trying because we wanna get these arrows to fly.
So Grant tries a rocket with more powder and a smaller nozzle.
Quick, they're charging!
Did you see it go spiral around?
All right, I'm gonna see if I can go find that.
Good luck.
Wow! That went more than halfway.
Yeah, 290 yards.
As beautiful as that was, it's still not good enough for this myth. I mean, the arrow only made it to 290 yards. We're not stopping until we reach 500.
For that, they'll need to double the charge by strapping on 2 black powder engines. But will the arrow bear the weight? Grant adjusts the angle to 50 degrees.
That is right on the money.
This field test is all about going the distance. Landing short would make this myth a misfire.
Come on, baby. Come on, watch out.
Come on, come on!
Whoa! Keep going! Oh! Did that look like it exploded above the trees?
Yes! I think it exploded over the trees, man.
That's 500 yards, buddy.
That went the distance.
Yeah!
The target's untouched, but they've got what they came for. They reached it.
This part of the myth is confirmed. God, this is gonna be a nightmare trying to get all 200 arrows to fire off at the same time.
And we still gotta make the cart and find out if that explosive charge is mortally wounding.
We got a lot of work. We better get back to the shop.
All right.
Adam, Jamie, and Carrie are risking their lives, that should read livers, to test the myth of beer goggles.
This is the best day at work ever.
They've all done the test sober and then buzzed with varied results. Time to raise the stakes.
I think it's time for a scotch.
And maybe lower their standards.
What are you gonna have?
Whatever's in that brown bottle.
Hard to beat a drink of something brown. Carrie still has a lot to learn, like don't tease the wildlife.
Can I style you? Hold on.
No, I usually don't let people do that.
I don't know about you, Jamie, but I'm ready to take this test, and I know that Carrie is.
Adam blows .11.
That's good enough.
And Jamie .10.
That works.
So technically, they're both a bit wobbly. As for Carrie,
.13. Dude, you are so ready for this test.
In fact, they're all well primed for part 3 of the Beer Goggles Challenge. These last 30 faces are a random mix of those they've seen sober and buzzed.
She's pretty darn cute. 8. She's very cute. I've met her.
It seems like in each group there's a lot more cue checks.
When he's done, Adam's score reflects his growing enthusiasm.
134? Wow.
But the wild card here is Carrie. She was far harsher buzzed, so this could be anything.
Carrie, drunk.
Carrie, correct. Her 30 guys look set for another beating, assuming she can still see straight.
You look homeless, but kind of cute. It's all right.
Even Carrie's surprised that the tide might be turning.
When I was sober, I was definitely thinking that confident-looking people looked sort of attractive. And then as I was buzzed, they looked cocky. And then as I got drunker, I was sort of thinking that the people that were attractive were sort of the more vulnerable-looking people, sort of like the more sadder characters. They looked cuter.
And that's why men will never, ever guess what a woman is thinking. Carrie's score is 153.
I can't remember if that's higher or lower than either of my scores.
That's a 64-point jump from last time. As for the man bent on putting reason back into romance...
Jamie, drunk, start. Drunk, buzzed, sober, an apple is an apple and an orange is an orange. There we go. Drunk score 111.
From stone cold sober to stinking drunk, Jamie's judgment varied by just 11 points.
Basically what I'm saying is that I don't see that I'm subject to beer goggles.
With 3 very different results, they'll make or break this myth by checking the numbers.
I don't know about you two reprobates, but I don't feel in any condition to crunch any numbers. I think we ought to go home, drink a lot of water, sober up, and come back tomorrow.
Did you say you were calling a taxi?
Taxi, absolutely.
Looks to me like we all had very different reactions to the alcohol. What do you two make out of it?
I'll tell you what I see. If this myth were totally confirmed, all 3 of our graph lines would look like mine. A steady improvement in our assessment of the attractiveness of the opposite sex directly in proportion to the amount of alcohol we consumed.
It definitely looks like I was way harsher when I was buzzed than when I was sober.
And I look pretty consistent all in all.
However, I'd like to point out that both of you showed improvement from being buzzed to being drunk. That result, combined with my steady improvement all along the line, tells me this one is easily plausible.
Definitely plausible.
Okay, plausible. Dissonance.
Adam and Jamie have already drunk themselves sideways for science, but there's no time to sleep it off. In fact, that's exactly the point of our next myth.
Well, I've been thinking it along the lines of drinking myths. I have always wanted to do sobering up techniques, specifically because I've always wanted to see a high-speed shot of somebody getting smacked in the face.
Well, as long as that somebody is you, I'm okay with it.
I'll take that on. We can add to it to black coffee, exercise, whatever else people do to sober up. But we got to get drunk again.
Well, we've already shot the first part of the week. Let's finish it off.
Okay. Almost since the invention of alcohol, people have been drinking too much and then finding for one reason or another that they needed to get sober quickly. And they have tried a myriad of techniques. Techniques like drinking a big cup of black coffee. Vigorous exercise. It's also supposed to work. Dunking your face in some ice water. That's also supposed to work. Also, your friends might be inclined to smack you in the face to sober you up. Of course, it all begins at the bar. And although we're gonna test every one of these, we gotta get drunk first. Buster, set me up.
So the boys fall back off the wagon.
So you in town for a long time, or are you here for the convention?
Shut up, leave me alone.
There's those people skills, hard at work.
And that's just the first shot of 5. Realizing that things might turn ugly, the producers got Adam to pre-record the plan.
Because this whole story hinges on whether or not we are more or less sober, the researchers have found us the perfect test to determine that. This is a hand-eye coordination test that's very similar to one developed for astronauts. It simply involves staying at arm's length from a screen with weights on your arm and tracing this gray line. We are scored on both accuracy, how many times our line leaves the gray line, and for how long, and speed, how long it takes to make the whole journey. We've got a number of these. They're all different, but they're all the same length and involve the same number of turns. Jamie and I will each take one of these tests before trying a sobering up technique and take another one after trying the sobering up technique. And we will each act as each other's controls, swapping out between techniques.
Zdrowie.
Zdrowie.
They'll need to stay consistently drunk to validate the cures.
This is like taking medicine or something. It's not, it takes all the fun out of it.
I know what you mean, brother.
Tori and Grant have checked off the first part of the Whatcha myth. A bamboo arrow with a gunpowder engine can fly 500 yards. Part 2 of the test is to see if the arrows were double deadly. A warhead filled with more gunpowder was meant to explode on impact. But will it do more than just singe the skin? Only one way to find out.
We're going to stick this arrow in my butt and find out what kind of damage it does. But not exactly my butt, this butt. This is my ticket onto the show. Jamie and Adam were doing a myth about airplane suction, and they needed to take a 3D scan of my backside.
That's as good a deal as we get.
Rest is history. They gave me a job on the show.
Bent on adding injury to insult, the boys haul Carrie's keister out to the shipping container.
So this test is not about accuracy. We're gonna have the arrow already in the butt when we start the test.
Grant sets the fuse while Carrie lays the odds.
I think we could be looking forward to a nice big hole in this target.
Yes, I heard that too. Let's say we just fast track to the countdown.
All right, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah!
Woo-hoo! That was good!
But good isn't quite the same as great.
So we didn't exactly get the kind of damage we were expecting with this test, and I think part of that is that the dragon skin isn't an exact analog for flesh. We need something better.
So Carrie butts out, and a pig part takes over. Tori prepares a leg of pork.
You filthy little pig.
Grant inserts the fuse, and hopefully, we're making bacon.
This is tissue damage test on pork.
In 3, 2, 1.
Oh, wow, that's good. Oh, wow, look at that. More burning of flesh.
All right, but as far as making it a mortal wound that explodes inside you?
Yeah, the arrow itself is probably going to do more damage than the explosion.
But we're testing for deadly injury, so it's worth rewrapping the warhead to push all that explosive energy forwards.
That's a larger exploding arrow.
I think the boys really were hoping for some sort of gore and mess, but what really happened is the energy took the path of least resistance.
In 3, 2, 1.
Whoa! Ow! Look at how much damage that did.
That's a little more what you were looking for.
And exactly what they were hoping for.
This is the same amount of black powder as the test before. The only difference is how we contained it. Now, before we had a thin paper tube, the tube blew out and all the energy was being released. In this test, we sealed both ends of the container and had a small fuse going in. So all that energy that was being lost built up, and ba-boom! Big wound.
That's 2/3 of the legend confirmed. The arrows can fly 500 yards, and they can cause serious additional damage when they explode on impact. To test part 3, whether 200 arrows really could fire together, they need to build their own replica huacha.
It's gonna be easier when it's got wheels on it. You can only use wood and bamboo, the ancient materials that they would have had. Basically, it's an ancient rocket launcher. The literal translation is fire attack car, but I prefer saying huacha.
Tori gets stuck into the carpentry, while Grant carves a life-sized army of styrofoam soldiers, all fated to end their days as Korean cannon fodder.
You know, since Tori told us about the huacha, I've been doing a little bit of research about it. It turns out that the first one was made in 1409 during the Joseon dynasty by Korean scientists, but they say that one wasn't used in combat.
Yeah, and by 1503, it had become such an effective weapon that in the Battle of Hangju, 3,000 Korean soldiers and 40 huachas repelled over 30,000 Japanese troops.
So they were outnumbered 10 to 1.
Yeah. In fact, at that time, the huacha had become a primary defensive strategy. They just lined the borders with them.
That's cool. I hope ours can live up to that legacy.
Tori's exceeded all expectations, building a near-perfect huacha based on nothing more than photos. He adds a splash of timber stain and some old-timey wheels.
And the wheels also act as an angle finder, so you can find the best angle for your trajectory. This is going to be awesome. Grant's army does not stand a chance.
Adam and Jamie are all set to test 4 mythical ways to sober up fast.
Uh-oh.
So far, all they've done is drink themselves stupid. Well, stupider.
Coffee, ice water, you name it. They're things that people try and sober up. We're gonna test that and see whether I can actually function better than I can now, because obviously I'm not doing too well.
This NASA-inspired test is the modern version of walking a straight line. First off, our crash test drunk straps weights to his riding wrist, then signs his name at arm's length.
Your name is Jammy or Johnny? Okay, when you hit the begin.
Jammy tries tracing a thin gray line. This test is judged on accuracy and speed.
I should point out that each of these tests is different, yet it includes the same amount of right-hand turns, left-hand turns, and curves, and overall distance.
Shut up.
What happened over here? Did you cough or something? 43 seconds.
Now it's Adam's turn to sign on, then post a score that reflects his hand-eye coordination.
Oops. What is that?
42.
42. Is that exactly the same time as you?
Yeah.
While Adam stays pleasantly pickled, Jamie tries the first detoxifier.
The idea is black coffee.
What are you doing?
I'm the control. See?
I don't think you're very much under control.
I'm not under control. I am the control. You drink that whole cup of coffee, we wait 5 minutes, and then we test you cognitively and breathalyzerly again to see if there's any stark improvement. And then I do the same 2 tests to see if there's difference in the improvement. The very idea that people always say is black coffee will sober him up. And thus, we've got to test it just the way it's said. It's the only way it sinks into people.
You sound like you're drunk.
In fact, I am.
But how drunk is Jamie after the coffee? His cursive shows signs of improvement, and his trace test looks quick and steady.
Whenever you're ready. You're rapidly improving. I don't know what to make of that, but I don't feel like crunching any data while I'm drunk. Okay.
And it's all about the data.
Oh!
Adam, who also blew .07, completes his non-coffee control test.
32!
So it's back to the bar. Adam treats himself to a few cups of Joe, so he and Jamie are back on a kind of even keel.
Here's mud in your eye. Oh, this is vile.
Now for a much-needed spurt of spirits.
On the assumption that the average adult male of our size processes, metabolizes, as you might say, 1 drink per hour, we are having a maintenance drink right now.
It's about now we'd normally warn you about excessive drinking, but those 2 miserable mugs tell the story.
This blows.
Technique number 2 for sobering up is vigorous exercise. And Adam's the guinea pig. It's all a numbers game. And here's a few more to consider. Adam has to run this treadmill for 5 minutes at 6.5 miles per hour.
This is scary.
His blood alcohol is 0.09.
Wow! I'm gonna have to concentrate on this.
Adams hung a green screen for inspiration, but then realizes it won't work because he can't see it. Some decisions really are best made sober.
1 minute.
Oh my God, I'm gonna die.
2 minutes.
2 minutes? Screw that!
You're not even sweaty yet. What's the problem?
I don't know if I'm closer to being sober. I'm certainly closer to being dead.
The smart money's on dead. Even Jamie has his drunken doubts.
Look, we picked a treadmill because it's compact. It makes it easy for us to film this thing. But now that I'm looking at it, I remember that it takes a fair amount of coordination just to stay on the damn thing. And Adam's drunk.
What can I say? Even soused, the man's a prophet.
Whoa! Ah! Oh! Okay, I'm totally cool.
Now, here's 2 advantages to being drunk as a skunk. 1, he won't feel the pain till tomorrow. And 2, Adam's judgment is so impaired, he gets back on the darn thing.
I didn't break any bones.
10 seconds. 8.
Did my watch break?
6, 5, 3, 2, 1. You're done.
The good news for Adam's mom is that he's still breathing heavily.
There's a lot of competition, but that might be the worst thing I've ever had to do on the show.
There comes a time when no one wants to be drunk. So Adam and Jamie take the 4-step plan to get sober in a hurry. So far, they've tried black coffee and vigorous exercise. Before and after each, they both took a coordination test. And we'll sift the numbers once they're done.
I don't know what to make of that.
It's been unpleasant. Even painful. And now they're down to 2 mythical cures that should at least be mercifully brief. The first is a face-freezing dunk in ice water. Adam's the control, so Jamie gets his eyebrows iced.
I think within the pantheon of sobering up techniques, cold water is in the shock to the system category. I guess just the same way it can, wake you up in the morning, it's supposed to snap you out of your drunkenness.
Both the boys have blown .08, but it still takes guts to take the plunge.
Oh, God.
Take it, take it, take it! That's it! Yeah!
Jamie's either dead or just enjoying himself.
Wow, look at him. He's like a polar bear. He's like an aquatic mammal. You ready?
That feels kind of good, actually.
Here you go.
I thought it was going to be painful, but I kind of liked it.
As always, the boys run a post-cure test to collect the data.
23 seconds.
Now for the fastest and nastiest myth of all. It's a simple technique that always seems to work in the movies.
When I was thinking about sobering up techniques, I noticed in the movies, whenever someone's passed out drunk, somebody else goes, "Come on, man, wake up."
Adam's feeling no pain, but that's about to change. He's the slappee, and Jamie's the slapper.
Face slap. Let's see, will it work? I don't know, but it's been something I wanted to do for a long time, so I don't care.
Nor do we. This one's been a long time coming.
Because I don't think it's Jamie's interest to give me brain damage. I'm half of his meal ticket, but at the same time, I know it's gonna hurt, and it's gonna really suck. I have to admit, I'm a little scared.
And with very good reason.
Just remember, this is going to hurt you a lot more than it'll hurt me.
Okay. Oh! Holy crap! Holy bleeping bleepity bleep!
Can I do that again? That was kind of fun.
No, that made my head ring. It definitely took my mind off feeling crappy and drunk. But I think that's the same effect that it's like if you feel hurt, you drink a little alcohol and you wouldn't care so much about being hurt. It's like the opposite effect. Oh! It was a good-sized slap there. Let's look at it again.
Well, he did ask for it.
Here it comes.
Oh, crap. Oh my God! My whole, oh my God!
It's like your whole head is rubber.
That's the funniest thing I've ever seen.
For the last time, the boys blow the bag and trace the graph.
"21 seconds.
They're far too drunk to know what worked and what didn't, but the stats they've gathered will tell the story.
Sobering up techniques. This looks pretty slick. Is it going to help us wrap it up?
In fact, it will. Let me walk you through it. This is you pre-coffee. Then you drank 3 cups of coffee and your score improved. However, I was the control and my score improved pretty much at the exact same rate. So I'd say coffee is busted. Now here is me pre-exercise. Here is me post-exercise. That's a pretty radical improvement.
But I stayed about the same, so that means it's plausible, right?
I totally agree. Plausible it is. Now, you were the one that dunked your head in a bucket of ice water. Here's you before, here is you after. Little lack of improvement. Mine was about the same. I say ice water is totally busted.
What about the slap? My favorite.
Okay. Here's me pre-slap. Here's me post-slap. I think that's a pretty undeniable radical improvement. You helped me out a lot. I'd say this one's plausible.
I'll have to remember that.
The best part is all of these results are totally backed up by the breathalyzer data we got as well.
I guess that does wrap it up.
Totally. No more drinking for us.
All famous conflicts have an equally famous battlefield. Gettysburg, Guadalcanal, and in this case, the Tykert Quarry.
This is it.
Tykert aggregates.
Do they have any idea what we're gonna do today? No.
No one doubts the existence of this medieval Korean arrow launcher, but many doubt its capabilities. We've surprised ourselves by proving these rocket arrows could fly 500 yards. Then explode on impact.
Whoa! Ow!
Now to see if they can all launch together to devastate Grant's grunts.
Drafted.
It's a good thing you got a light infantry.
Oh, how long you been saving that one?
Not long enough. Now all 200 arrows need to be charged, and it's safety first.
We're starting to build our rockets and attaching our explosive heads. But just like Zambelli's, we're separating our stations. So if one of us goes up, we don't take all the rest out with them.
Now, Tori and I will be adding the black powder and sealing up the warheads. And we'll pass these off to Carrie, who will be putting the rockets in their final tubes and attaching them to the arrows.
I've been making fireworks since I was a little kid, 30 years. I never had a problem.
When the arrows are finished, the star of the show is coaxed from the trailer.
Watch it all! There you go. It's free.
Let's roll it into position.
Tori sights the machine on level ground, and he's covered all the angles.
All right. And this is a 50-degree trajectory.
All right, well, armor's gonna be right over there.
All right, let's measure out 500 yards and set up your army.
Grant's army is just 50 strong, staked out in a loose skirmish formation.
When it comes to recruiting phone people, they're not that bright. So it's easy to convince them to stand out there in the field.
You ready to load the huacha?
I'm getting excited.
I must say I'm getting a little enthused myself. All 200 tubes are loaded.
Something's gonna happen.
And they know they'll only get one shot at this.
Okay, so all the individual arrows are now fused, and the idea is that we group them together and just keep grouping them together until in the end we have one final fuse that we light and then run away.
We've made a lot of ancient weaponry on this show. This is by far my favorite. This actually outdoes the ballista and it outdoes the death ray for me. This is actually the coolest ancient weapon we've ever made.
But will the huacha live up to its reputation? Carrie's prepared to stake hers.
I think it's gonna take down the army. I'm guessing at least 50% go down.
And that's got the infantry trembling in its boots.
All right, well, somebody's got to light the fuse, and I figured the only fair thing is, because we all worked on it, that we draw straws.
Yep.
All right.
All right, buddy.
Let's do this.
Get it.
Grant sallies forth to light the master fuse.
Quick, your army is attacking! Run, Grant!
Then toddles back to safety.
It's going.
We got a little bit of time here.
They know something's bound to happen, but will these arrows all take off together?
Another 30 seconds. You can see multiple fuses going.
Or will the huacha just blow itself to pieces?
Oh, look at all the smoke.
The tension builds as the fuse burns down. No one knows just when or even if the last part of this myth will catch fire.
Something's happening! Something's happening!
They'll light each other.
It's the launch of a lifetime. A spectacle not seen by man nor beast in 500 years. And every arrow but one took flight.
That was fantastic. Just seeing all the rockets come out of the watch at once, beautiful thing. Seeing that would be terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Oh, hey, look.
That's the one that went short.
It's an awesome enough sight side on. Half a dozen arrows drop short, and the army's still upright. But this myth is far from busted.
Well, the army's still standing.
Yeah, and you know what? There's not a lot of arrows in this area.
Where'd they go?
I don't know. They're around here somewhere. Oh, they've all grouped right over here.
Oh, wow. That's a great grouping, actually.
That's incredible. Like, they were pretty consistent.
Oh, they're definitely army over here. We only had 50 soldiers. Imagine if we had like 3,000, 30,000, 300,000.
Carrie's right. The troops wouldn't be so few or so scattered. So this rocket attack would be devastating.
All right, so Huacha, confirmed?
Confirmed. They all left and they exploded.
Absolutely confirmed.
All right.
That was a good one, man.
The watch-out worked on many levels, but most of all, it was frightening. All of those arrows flying into the air, on fire and exploding, would definitely make me turn around and run.
That was a success. I mean, we got all the arrows to fire off except for one, and they all went the distance, and they all exploded. Okay, maybe we didn't take out the army. That's just because our aim was off. But if we had been aimed right, we would have killed this army.
We knew it existed, but no one knew for sure what the huacha was capable of. And now we do. On this episode of MythBusters, Adam and Jamie go blind and then get blind drunk.
Who are you calling drunk, over?
As they test an intoxicating car caper from Hollywood. Can a blind person really drive without crashing?
We've got an actual blind person driving a car.
Then Carrie, Tori, and Grant take a swing and a myth at a golf trilogy. Can your shoes turn you into a lightning magnet? Is a tree really an impenetrable obstacle?
Fire at will!
And a la Caddyshack,
Okay, you want to play a rough little gopher?
can an underground explosion really sink a pot?
Boom, boom!
Who are the MythBusters? Adam Savage
I can't believe that this is my job.
and Jamie Hyneman.
That's kind of intense.
Between them, more than 30 years of special effects experience.
Whoa!
Joining them,
We killed the ninja!
Tori Belleci,
All right, what's the plan?
Grant Imahara,
We're gonna be meat waffles, man.
and Carrie Byron.
Explosives and electricity.
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test. Fasten your seatbelts because blind driving peels out first.
What are you doing?
I'm driving blind.
Why?
Because it's our next myth.
Oh, you mean like in The Scent of a Woman?
It's like you're freaking psychic. That's awesome. Yes, where Al Pacino's character, who is blind, is able to drive a sports car by being given instructions from his passenger. That's what we're going to test.
Hooah!
In Scent of a Woman, a blind driver takes a sports car for a high-speed spin. By responding to turn-by-turn instructions from his terrified, sighted passenger, they pull off the seemingly impossible. But can such teamwork really work?
I assume you have a plan.
I do, and it's a pretty simple one. I figure we need a blindfold, a car, and a closed course to drive on. I'll put on the blindfold and go wherever you tell me.
And can we take turns?
Absolutely. I think it's imperative that we both have a crack at it.
So let's get cracking. To try to recreate this highly hazardous driving technique in the real world, the guys are using a pedestrian-free zone.
The lovely people at the Alameda County Sheriff's Emergency Vehicle Operations Center have lent us their driving course. It is a blank slate. I'm going to set up a whole bunch of cones that will create our city streets for blind driving.
Jamie is going to play the blind driver first, so Adam sets up the course alone. This means that the mustachioed maestro won't have the advantage of knowing its twists and turns.
In setting up the course for our blind driver, I've tried to add all the obstacles that we see in the movie. So I'm starting out with a nice long get your bearings kind of straightaway. That also includes a sharp left-hand turn. Right after that, I've got a second sharp left-hand turn. And I've included an obstacle for Jamie to swerve around. This ought to be all the challenges we need for our blind driver.
And that just leaves the car, which for this test comes complete with in-car cameras, a driving instructor called Derek, and a crucial safety feature.
This car is specially rigged with controls so that he can hit his own set of brakes and stop the car in case I get frisky on him.
With frisky Jamie blinded by science,
A lovely color.
where does he see the problem areas of the course being?
Obviously, the straight bits are going to be the easiest ones. The problem areas are going to be the turns, exactly how far I turn and when. That's going to be tricky.
You feeling ready, champ?
Yeah, let's do it.
Just like in the movie, Jamie will be totally in the dark, relying solely on Adam's directions.
My role in this test, I am literally a backseat driver. I will be giving him all the stimulus, hopefully, he needs to drive this course correctly, although I don't expect him to. I foresee many, many knocked over cones.
Hoo-ha! It's time for ignition.
All right, Jamie, go forward. Just get your bearings. A little bit to the left, a little bit to the left. That's good.
Cruising at an easy pace down the straightaway, they come to their first bend in the road.
Okay, there's a turn coming up to the left. Excellent.
Made it with no cones down.
Straighten it out, straighten it out. Okay, pick up the speed. Let's pick up the speed.
But not for long.
Keep going, keep going. To the right, to the right, to the right. Now hard to the left. To the right, to the right, more to the right.
Soon their drive turns into a game of Cone Pac-Man.
More to the right. Okay, to the left, hard to the left. And then to the right. Beautiful. Okay, stop.
We need a new navigator.
Managing the course took a very different turn to what they thought.
How did I do?
Well, I gotta say, together, we swerved around the cardboard obstacle perfectly. But it turns out the turns were easy. It was correcting for the straight driving that was more difficult. Right over there is the worst spot.
Like a couple of out-of-sync co-drivers, Adam blamed Jamie.
His ability to correct on the fly on the straightaways was pretty poor, even up to and including his ability to know left from right at times.
And Jamie blamed Adam.
You know, more is like what? You know, it's easy to get confused or not do something enough or too little.
If the guys don't begin to work as one, they're finished.
So Grant, what's with the sweater? Did you retire?
No, I'm not retiring yet. I'm merely appropriately dressed for our next series of myths.
Is the next series of myths about fashion disasters?
No. With over 60 million golfers around the world, it's no surprise the website's been inundated with requests to do myths about golf. The first one is that a tree is 90% air.
Yeah, I've heard that one. And a lot of golfers say if your ball gets stuck behind a tree, instead of shooting around the tree, it's better to shoot through it because you have a 90% chance of getting through because it's 90% air.
Great. So all we need is a bucket of balls, some golf clubs, camp out behind a tree, see how many we hit through.
Sounds good to me.
From a distance, a tree may look like a solid, impenetrable object. But up close, there's a huge amount of space between its leaves. So huge that some golfers think you have a 90% chance of swinging clean through. To find out if this myth is all hot air, Team Tee-Off travels to one of the most famous golf courses in the world.
All right, let's do this.
Starting to feel a little underdressed. Where better to come than world-famous Pebble Beach? I mean, this is where Jack Nicklaus and Tiger Woods play, and now they're gonna let us play?
Yeah, I'm not sure they've seen the show. But with a world-class golf course, check. Some top-rate golf outfits, check. Now, the team just needs a tree. And this should do.
You know, the tree that we picked, it's a very average tree, and it's the kind of tree that you would try to play through, because when you look at it, you see that there is enough light, so you're thinking, I could get through this and actually play through to the next hole.
So, what's the plan, Tiger?
So to begin our initial research into this myth, we're each going to hit 10 golf balls into the tree and see if we can make it through.
And if 9 of those 10 do sail through, it's myth confirmed. Having played golf since high school, Tori's going to tee off first.
That thing is I find myself in this situation quite often when I'm playing golf.
First shot went like a shot, straight through the foliage.
Look at that.
Nice one.
See, normally I would have to shoot out into the fairway.
1 for 1.
I just cut the corner.
But shot 2 stops dead in its tracks.
I'm gonna have to say that one didn't make it to the tree.
So it's 1 apiece after 2. And after a montage of the other 8 balls, what's the final score?
So far, the score is 6 made it through, 2 went wacky, and 2 came back at us.
In other words, for Tori, the tree was 60% air. Can Carrie do any better?
So you want to stand there?
No.
Carrie quickly learns that in golf, no matter how bad your last shot was,
Oh!
your worst is yet to come.
Oh, no.
Of Carrie's 10, only 1 ball went towards the tree, and that was along the ground. But she's still better than Grant.
strike one.
Yeah, Grant.
In golf speed, swinging and missing the ball is known as a whiff. So, his aim positively stinks.
Maybe you should take up tennis.
So far, our threesome has dug up plenty of dirt. But nearing a conclusion, they ain't.
Okay, well, this was not very scientific. Out of 30 balls, how many of them actually counted?
Yeah, not many. You know, we're gonna have to figure out a way to get these balls to go at a consistent speed, and we're gonna need to aim it at the tree, so that way we get a good test.
The team had better get a grip. To solve this myth, they still have a fair way to go.
Let's try it again.
Buckle up, because Adam and Jamie are on a movie-inspired collision course. Apparently, a few simple instructions and a blind person can drive with ease. So far, on a closed track with Jamie steering blindfolded and Adam navigating,
Now, hard to the left.
it was a mess of miscommunication.
Okay, to the left, hard to the left. And then to the right. Okay, stop.
Now, to swap places. Driving gear on.
Okay, go ahead, Adam.
They start out good,
Doing good. Doing good.
but it's not long before things go bad.
Brake hard left. Too hard. Straighten it out.
If they were on a real street, Adam would now be up over the sidewalk
Hard left. Straighten it out. More.
and into the foyer of an office building.
Right. Right. Left. Okay, stop.
That was great.
Was it?
Man, you nailed that. Every single one of them.
Apparently, I did great. And by great, I mean I drove appallingly. Just about like what I'd expect a blind person to drive like.
Once again, Jamie believes Adam is at fault.
Adam did pretty much exactly what you would think he would do as a blind driver. In other words, he was erratic. Subtle controls. Adam doesn't drive that way normally, and he doesn't drive that way blind.
And Adam thinks Jamie is.
Honestly, I feel like he gave up a little too quickly.
Right.
Oh.
Right.
I could tell halfway through that he was kind of just like, left, right, you know.
The blind driver theory is looking like it's on the road to being busted. But the guys did confirm one thing. There's no I in team.
This is all about teamwork. It's not about the driver or the navigator. It's about how both of them are working together. They really have to get in sync for this to work.
So, shall we take it to the max?
We really need a blind guy.
I totally agree. No one will believe this is plausible until we get an actual blind guy in the driver's seat.
One of the most frustrating situations you can get in the sometimes infuriating game of golf is getting stuck behind a tree. To swing you out of the jungle,
Nice.
the team has been testing the myth that when blocked by a tree, you should try to shoot right through it.
I'm gonna have to say that one didn't make it through the tree.
The theory is that although a tree looks solid, 90% of its volume is air, meaning a ball will sail through 90% of the time. But so far, their golfing skills have been so bad that testing the myth has been impossible. And that means they're gonna need a plan B.
Oh!
I know, it's pretty obvious. In order to test this properly, we're gonna have to take ourselves out of the equation, which means only one thing.
We're getting Tiger Woods?
No, better! We're gonna build a robot! We're gonna build a machine that fires balls at the same speed and angle as a professional golfer. Then we shoot a really big sample size, like 100 balls, and see if they go through the tree 90% of the time.
What is it with you and these robots? Was that your like default button?
Yeah, it's like the control alt delete, really.
Grant's mantra in life is, if in doubt, build a robot. And he's got no doubt that his robo-golfer will give the best in the business a run for their money.
Not even Tiger Woods could shoot a golf ball in roughly the same area 100 times in a row, 200 times in a row to test this. So, I'm going to build a golf ball shooting cannon.
Using compressed air, Grant hopes to shoot balls through the barrel at the same velocity as a proficient human golfer. And that's something they figured out earlier. Before they left Pebble Beach, the team met pro golfer Laird Small to precisely analyze his swing.
How you doing? I'm Tori.
Tori, welcome to Spyglass Hill and Pebble Beach. Glad you're here.
Using the high-speed camera, they determined that when ball leaves club, it does so at around 150 miles an hour. So that's what Grant's aiming for.
It makes it look so easy.
Well, he is the pro. We don't want it to be superhuman to give it some advantage at getting through the tree.
Time to test its oomph. Dialed in at 40 PSI.
Here we go. In 3, 2, 1.
And what do you know? The ball shot out at 150 miles per hour, just like the real deal.
Now we know how to make foam cylinders.
Armed with their machine and a serious amount of balls, the team heads back to the course for the 90% Air Invitational.
I think that is our tree.
So the myth is that a tree is 90% air, which theoretically gives you a 9 out of 10 chance of shooting through it and making it through.
That's the theory, and to test it out, they're going to start with a tree-free control, like all good science golfers do.
We want to see how the tree affects the distance of the ball. So we're going to shoot 100 balls without a tree in the way and 100 balls with the tree in the way and see how far they go.
Fire at will. 3, 2, 1.
Perfect drive. You're on the green.
Not missing a single shot, Grant's machine skips years of aggravation trying to perfect the complexities of the backswing, downswing, and follow-through.
Last ball, 100.
All right. Your cannon's shooting like a real golfer.
A little hook to the left.
A little slice to the right.
Their control test is complete. Without the tree impeding their flight, most of the yellow balls landed 500 feet away. Now to see how far they go with the tree in the way. This time, they're using pink balls.
So for this myth, which is that the tree is 90% air, what we'll be looking for is 90 of the pink balls will be at the same distance as the yellow balls.
But there's a twist. Having assessed his competition from the sidelines, Tori is also going to pit himself against Grant's robot using blue balls. So, what are his chances?
Come on, it's Grant's robot. It's got consistency. He could make that exact. I mean, I don't really think that Tori has a chance.
There's only one way to find out.
Here we go. In 3, 2, 1.
It's man against machine in the ultimate golfing challenge. Each are firing 100 balls into the tree, but how many will sail clean through? Will it be the 90% that this myth needs?
That's 100 balls. Test complete. Oh my God.
Now to tally up who won, Tori, the machine, or the tree. By counting the pink and blue balls that made it into the same range as the yellow, they can calculate the percentage that were unimpeded by the tree.
27, so.
27 balls made it through the tree.
So 27%?
24% on the pink.
Wow.
So about, well, that's about a quarter of the balls made it through. That's not 90% air right there.
No, it's not.
With such a low percentage of balls making it through the tree, for proponents of the myth, Carrie's got some bad news.
Now, the myth says that the tree's 90% air. That should be 90% of the balls. That was only 25% of the balls. That means this myth is busted.
Hate to say it, but I beat the machine.
He did.
You beat the machine.
You beat the machine. You're better than a robot.
Adam and Jamie are testing the myth that a blind person can drive a vehicle without crashing if they're told where to go by a sighted person. All you need is a system.
System, huh? Look, you grab me by the waist. If you want me to turn right, you squeeze on the right.
You're doing good.
Having already taken this theory for a test drive, they set a new standard in reckless driving. Now, they're shifting it into high gear.
But we realized that's not enough. We need an actual blind person behind the wheel of the car, and more than that, we need to raise the stakes. The closed course isn't good enough. We need city streets.
Safely away from inhabited neighborhoods, the site for their trial is an abandoned military base. If this once thriving community feels spine-chillingly familiar, it is. Carrie, Tori, and Grant use the derelict streets of Cypress Knolls to test the cost of road rage.
Where did those rats go? Where did you go?
This location is amazing. They are residential streets and they're totally abandoned, and I gotta tell you, it's creepy as heck. It really is post-apocalyptic, and I'm expecting a zombie horde to come crawling out of a basement at any moment.
Nice view, just like home.
Not only have they found the ideal location, but also the ideal driver, Jerry.
Jamie, howdy.
Glad to meet you.
Hey, man, good to meet you.
So you're here to do a little driving for us, I understand.
I certainly am.
Well, there are different kinds of blindness. There's legally blind as per the definition, and then there's can't see a darn thing blind. What are you?
No light, no nothing.
That's perfect. Are you ready to drive?
Hoo-yah!
Jerry is one gutsy guy, and he needs to be, because his route through the burbs is full of twists and turns.
We start out with a nice straightaway, easing into a little bit of a curve. Then a hard right-hand turn. And an obstacle just like yesterday. But we're not done. One more right-hand turn before we get home, and we've got to finish off by parking in the driveway. That's our course.
Of course, with a real blind man at the wheel, Jamie's getting nervous.
We've got two issues to deal with. One is the actual navigating, and the other is whether he's gonna go crazy with a car.
Will our driving duo make it safely home or end up in someone's front yard?
It's like it's the blind leading the bald now, isn't it?
Yeah, there we
Very
go.
funny.
You have fun now.
Up next, we have a real shocker of a myth.
That's right. This one involves thunderbolts and lightning. Very, very frightening. Now, the myth is that if you're playing a round of golf in a thunderstorm and you're wearing metal cleats, you're more likely to get hit by lightning.
We know playing golf in a thunderstorm is seriously dangerous, but this myth is not about holding a club in the air or a golf umbrella. That's obviously a bad idea. This is about whether the metal cleats in the bottom of your shoes actually attract the lightning.
This myth isn't out of thin air. Golfers are sometimes struck by lightning because it's attracted to their highly conductive metal clubs. But could metal cleats on their shoes also be enough to attract a bolt from the blue?
All right, well, this myth is a little problematic. First of all, not many lightning storms this time of year. And secondly, it's just too dangerous to film in one.
Yeah, and the chances are the camera crew would be the first to get hit, and we don't want that to happen, do we?
Agreed. So to keep all of us safe, let's build two ballistic gel dummies with the same electrical resistance as a person. We'll put regular plastic cleats on one and metal cleats on the other and see which gets hit by lightning.
All right, well, for the lightning, we should go to an electric company that has a test facility. This way we have a controlled environment. We can put our ballistic golfers wherever we want them, and then we could see if we can fry them with one of these lightning bolts.
Good ideas.
To explore this high voltage theory, Tori gets started by modifying a pair of mannequins.
Ballistic gel Gopher. Will lightning be attracted to your golf cleats?
For the later tests, it's crucial that these golfer stand-ins have the same electrical properties as the human body. And filling them with a special ballistics gel should do just that.
The ballistics gel is going to give us the same kind of resistance to electricity as the human body.
Okay. Yeah.
He's a unicorn.
When they're set, they head out to the links in search of lightning. The PG&E Technology Center is one of the MythBusters' favorite playing grounds. But even though from the outside it looks like a giant golf ball, there's not a fairway to be found. First up, Carrie gets the lightning lowdown.
How does this simulate lightning?
This uses a generator back in the shed back there and creates very, very high voltage electricity that comes through a ball over there and it goes to a ground.
Because lightning is no laughing matter, here's an important safety message.
Even our crews who are specially trained to work in extremely hazardous conditions know that when the lightning's coming, they need to seek shelter immediately, and everybody else should do the same thing.
This is our lightning source, so we need to set up our golfers equidistant from this source.
And then we dress our golfer dummies, one with plastic cleats, one with metal cleats, and see where the lightning strikes.
This is gonna be fun.
First, they need to lay out some groundwork.
So what we're trying to do here is simulate a golf course. So that's why we have this. It's a copper plane, and we have a clamp. We're gonna connect the clamp to the copper plane, and that's gonna be connected to the ground of the facility. And that will give us that electrical earth simulation that we need to conduct this test.
Then, because there's nothing like the feel of fresh green turf underfoot, they lay out some sod.
It's a golf course. Sweet.
Next,
You guys got any power around here?
Tori removes the tops of the dummies' heads and soles of their feet, so when the lightning strikes, it will have a clear path to the ground. Time to get kitted up in appropriate attire.
We want to give this myth the best possible chance of working, so we have found some leather-soled shoes with metal cleats. It's going to give us the best conduction path. Now, to be a really good comparison, we have our modern rubber-soled shoes with plastic cleats.
And all laced up, they're ready to hit the green.
Wow.
All right.
That's a well-attired golfer.
Yeah, you know, I've never seen a golfer with just golf shoes. That would freak me out.
Finally, they place both golfers the exact same distance from the lightning source.
And this guy is at 46.5.
Yeah!
Great.
Perfect's good enough for me.
Oh no, it's starting to rain. Who will be struck out of the game first? Can a totally blind person drive a car without getting into a wreck? The theory is yes, if they do it as a two-man team with a sighted person navigating. And right here, right now, it's time to put that theory to the test.
Well, Jamie is just about to get in the back seat while he lets Jerry control everything to do with the car. Jerry's 100% blind, and that means the stakes here are pretty high. And if I had to make a prediction, I think there might be some curbage on this trip.
Well, with those words of wisdom, it's go time.
Jamie and Jerry, are you guys ready to go?
Ready to rock and roll?
Yeah, we're all set.
Okay, we'll wait for you. On your mark, go ahead.
I just let the brake go and see we'll start to roll. Cool, that's perfect.
Jamie's strategy is to start off nice and easy.
That's perfect. I think the trick here is going to be to work incrementally. We're going to start slow and gradually build up from there. Right? Perfect.
We've got an actual blind person driving a car. You don't see that every day.
Oh no, we're coming.
Obeying all the rules of the road, other than having a completely blind person at the wheel, they come to a 90-degree turn.
Okay, cool. A hard right. Straighten it out.
And with that nailed, Jamie utters the words the insurance company doesn't want to hear.
Give it a little gas.
That's right, Jamie gets Jerry to put his foot down.
More gas. That looks good. Okay. It's a good speed.
Wow, he's going about 20 miles an hour now. This is for real, man.
A little more gas.
Traveling over the limit in a residential area. Jerry is officially speeding.
35 miles an hour.
He even clears the obstacle without breaking a sweat. Jerry's final test requirement could be the toughest.
Now comes the last obstacle, parking.
Start to brake. Now turn hard left.
But it looks like Jerry will successfully avoid traffic school.
And stop. You made it. No injuries, no impacts, no nothing.
That was fantastic.
Yo.
Jerry, shake my hand.
Yo.
You are a natural.
Yo. Had a good guide.
You know, I think that Jerry was better than either of us because he has no preconceptions about how he wants to drive.
Yeah, he followed my instructions exactly, and it was a piece of cake.
Jerry's ability to drive is astounding. I wouldn't have known he was blind watching him drive around our course. That was amazing.
So what was the experience like from Jerry's perspective?
I found it very easy to follow Jamie's instructions.
Coming up to a stop.
He was very calm, very deliberate, and it was easy to just meld into it and do what he told me.
So where do the guys park this blind driving myth?
Based on what I'm seeing at this point, the scene in the movie is totally plausible, with the one small caveat that this was something that we planned out. If you're doing it like in city traffic and impromptu, it might be a little different.
But watch this space, because there's a dangerous twist in the tale for this myth. Would Jerry be as in control if Jamie wasn't?
Jerry, what do you say? Are you willing to let a drunk Jamie guide you while driving?
Sure, as long as I get a shot at that bottle after we're all over.
That's the spirit.
In this Thunderdome, the team set up 2 ballistics dummies equidistant from a high-voltage source. The only difference is one is wearing shoes with metal cleats, the other plastic. So what are they looking for?
To confirm this myth, we need to see a definite trend of lightning discharging into the dummy with the metal cleats.
And with the dummies sitting pretty, it's time to unleash the lightning.
All right, you guys, this is it. 10 strikes. We've got 2 identical dummies. One has metal cleats, the other has plastic.
All right, fire it up.
One on plastic. 2 plastic, 1 metal.
The guys are unleashing 10 bolts from the blue and keeping a tally of who gets hit, the metal cleat golfer or his plastic-preferring counterpart.
2 on the metal, 4 on the plastic.
And after a shocking few minutes, the results are in.
6 on the plastic, 4 on the metal.
So for our first test, we had 2 identical ballistics gel dummies at equal distances from our high voltage source. What we saw was a fairly equal distribution of lightning strikes between the 2, which indicates that there's no difference having the metal cleats.
So that means metal cleats do not attract lightning. This myth is busted.
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 But the team isn't finished with the lightning cleats theory just yet.
Next test, we're gonna load up our golfer with the metal cleats with more metal. We're gonna have chains, watches, keys, change, whatever, and see if that attracts more lightning strikes.
To make sure the metal makes contact with the ballistics gel, Tori drills holes in the dummy's fiberglass shell. Will all the extra bling attract some extra zing?
Did you take your retainer out?
Their punk rock golfer sustains consecutive hits until this time 8 strikes went to the heavy metal golfer, but still 2 hit his plastic playing partner.
I actually thought this one was heading towards confirmed, but then one of the strikes came down and hit the guy with the plastic cleats, which means this one is still busted.
So in bad weather, wearing metal spikes won't increase the chance of lightning strikes. But what about holding a club?
If you notice, during your backswing, you actually become a lightning rod. So what I'm gonna do is attach this golf club to that golfer, and we're gonna find out if you are crazy enough to play during a storm, what might happen. What a shocker!
In less than a second, a single strike of lightning can heat the air to 60,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Our guy is literally melting under the pressure.
Well, maybe that's why you're not supposed to play golf in a lightning storm.
But you gotta hand it to him. He never loses his grip.
Okay, our last myth has to do with gophers, explosions, and putting.
You're talking about the final scene in Caddyshack. I love that movie.
Precisely, the American classic. Let me set the scene for you. It's my favorite part. Okay, the greenskeeper's going mad trying to catch a gopher he just can't get. So he decides he's going to exterminate him with C4. He puts C4 down each of the Gopher holes and gets ready to blow him to smithereens.
But before he pushes the button, 50 yards away, there's a golfer trying to make the winning putt. He hits the ball, but it catches just on the edge of the cup.
And then the groundskeeper sets off the explosions with big bursts of fire, destroys half the golf course, and sinks the winning putt.
All right, so we need to find out if C4 causes that much damage, and if it does, is the shock wave strong enough to knock the ball into the cup?
Exactly.
Okay, let's get some explosives and head back to Pebble Beach.
You know what, actually, your golf swing already destroyed half of their golf course, so they're actually not letting us come back. So we're gonna have to find another place to do the experiment. Sorry, man. Maybe learn how to play golf.
It's a great Gopher golf scene where you get 2 myths for the price of 1. First, will C4 really explode into great balls of fire? And second, will the resulting shockwave be enough to knock a teetering ball into the hole? As a golf course substitute, the team has found a field perfect for their experiments.
Here's our golf course.
Not for long. Yeah.
Sweet. We're at Riversdale Ranch. It's a huge field. It kind of looks like a golf course. There's tons of Gopher holes, and they've agreed to let us blow it up with C4. How great is that?
Gopher hole.
Sure enough, the ground is riddled with the telltale signs of gophers.
Oh my God, this thing had so many gophers.
This field is perfect.
But don't worry, animal lovers, this is a gopher ghost town.
This is an area where gophers have already been exterminated, which means there are no little creatures running around and we're not going to do any damage. This is just, you know, a little homemade gopher golf course.
Before they explore movie land,
This is going to be a whole lot of fun, huh?
as curious as bright-eyed rodents, the team wheels out a gadget used by real-life professional exterminators.
Now, professional exterminators have a number of tools at their disposal. They have chemicals that they can use, they have traps, and then they have the Rodex 5000.
Spraying an explosive mixture of oxygen and propane, the Rodex 5000 sends a shudder through gophers across the land.
Okay, you want to play a rough little gopher?
Tori inserts the nozzle of the rodent ridder at someone's former front door. But before they fire it up, Grant has a serious safety warning.
It's good that we're all wearing pants. As they say, if the explosion comes back around you, it can blow the dirt right up your shorts.
All right, stand back it is.
All right, gassing up.
The team carefully releases the combustible concoction into the burrow.
Okay, you're at a minute.
A lot of gas.
And after letting it build up within the network of tunnels below, it's time for ignition.
Okay, that's 2.
Valve closed.
This is Golf Gopher Test Commercial Gopher Exterminator in 3, 2, 1.
Yeah! Wow! Dude, look at how much damage we did!
Look at it, went all the way down.
It bowled the whole tunnel. That's awesome!
Awesome, unless you're a gopher. But enough of real life. We've got 2 myths from the movie to bust.
For this golf myth, we have 2 things to test. They come from the last scene in Caddyshack, which is an American icon, if you ask me. First of all, can C4 create the kind of explosions that they have happening in that last golf scene? And secondly, can the ground shake enough to drop that golf ball teetering on the edge of the hole into the hole?
So 50 yards that one.
Yep. All right.
From closely watching the movie, they've calculated that it was about 50 yards from the explosive's detonation point to the golf ball.
50, right? There.
So they make a hole the same distance away and teeter a ball right on the lip.
Nobody breathe.
And that just leaves the explosives. Oh, look who's just blown in. Retired FBI agent Frank Doyle.
Well, hello. How are ya?
Good. Did you bring us the good stuff?
I brought the really good stuff for today.
Channeling a reach the end of his tether greenkeeper, Frank delicately places balls of C4 inside a series of gopher holes. And he's placing so much that Grant's very confident.
Seeing the amount of C4 that we have out in this field, I think it's probably a 50-50 chance of the ball not going in the cup, but actually flying over the cup and across the field. That's a lot of C4 out there. I'm expecting a big boom.
But will it be a big fiery boom? And will it sink the putt?
Fire in the hole! Fire in the hole!
Here we go. In 3, 2, 1.
Oh my God!
That was awesome!
The boom sure was a blast, but part one of the myth is already up in smoke.
The main difference between the explosion that we saw with real C4 in real Gopher holes and what you see in the movie is an element of fire. And what we saw is just a blast of dirt going straight up.
In other words, the movie Fireball was a fake. But what about the blast's power? Well, at Gopher Ground Zero, things are looking promising.
Hey, look at the size of these holes!
I think this might be actually a very effective gopher extermination method.
This is an effective golf course extermination method. Look at that.
kidding, man.
There's a crater.
It's created a Gopher graveyard crater at the blast site. But what's happened on the green?
Great explosion.
Oh, it didn't go in the hole.
You know what? That's not surprising. I mean, that was a cool explosion, but the shockwave wasn't enough to knock it in.
I really thought it would.
So where does that leave their Caddyshack recreation?
So that's negative on the golf ball, negative on the explosion.
So this one's busted.
Busted.
But as in Hollywood, if at first you fail, then just fake it.
Any way you look at this one, it's busted. But we're not done yet. We want to replicate the explosions that they had in Caddyshack. And Frank has got something special for us. Real special.
Yep, Frank has something guaranteed to get that Hollywood-inspired fireball. Gasoline.
Those varmints aren't gonna know what hit them.
He places the containers in a line all the way along a burrow. And with the stage set, the team can't wait to be entertained.
Da 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 da. Da 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 da. 3, 2, 1. Boom, boom.
That's what you expect to see.
At last, they get their money's worth. So they may not have achieved what they set out to do, but just like in the movies, they've all learned a valuable lesson.
You know what? We showed that this one is totally busted, and we got a beautiful explosion at the same time.
And we showed how exciting golf can really be.
It is exciting without explosions.
Sure it
No,
is.
it's not.
Jamie and Adam have confirmed the movie myth that a blind person can drive a car, accident-free,
Now turn hard left.
if a sighted person prompts them.
You made it.
But now they have an even more intoxicating real-world tale to try.
So the story we have is that a blind man has actually been pulled over for driving a car, and the situation was that a friend of his got so drunk he asked the blind guy to drive for him.
This story heralds from Europe, where police saw a car traveling on the wrong side of the road. They discovered the driver was blind and being directed by his intoxicated buddy. Testing this drive from the headlines, Jamie is designated intoxicated navigator and is already flushed in the face and a little frisky.
He gets drunk not like anybody else I've ever met. His head gets red, he starts to giggle, but he doesn't say much. It's very peculiar.
Now, to make sure he is officially over the limit,
I know we're supposed to be doing this, but it doesn't feel right.
How much have you had to drink today, sir?
That much?
That much? We're gonna have to test him.
an on-the-spot sobriety test is required, beginning with a physical.
Finger to nose, left.
Then a breath test.
Keep going, keep going.
The evidence is irrefutable.
That's good.
The Hyneman is drunk.
You're not allowed to drive.
Thank goodness.
The responsibility of driving home is up to blind man Jerry and his nerves of steel.
Okay, a little curb up the driveway.
The effects of imbibing alcohol include a decrease in reaction time and intellectual performance. So will Jamie's directions be as clear intoxicated as they were sober?
all I've got to do is say right and left or slower or faster. So I think Jerry's going to take us home quite nicely.
Follow car to drunk navigator. Follow car to drunk navigator.
Who you calling drunk, over?
Well, you better be drunk for this test to work.
Are you ready?
Yeah, whatever.
Okay, whenever you feel like going, we'll follow.
A common consequence of people being drunk is that they think they're funnier than they really are.
Flora.
Yes.
He knows better than to listen to me.
Another is that their perspective of events
Straighten out. Right.
can be very different to non-drinking observers.
Oh, I swear he is weaving a lot more around the road. It's like, whoa, 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 we got some curb action there.
Hard left.
Feelings of affection can also become magnified
Oh, you're so good.
and make others feel uncomfortable.
Right.
Drunk Jamie as a navigator made me a lot more nervous. He gave a lot of positive reinforcements and it wasn't as useful.
Good little bit of left.
But what's important for this test is that Drunk Jamie is making Jerry weave the road like he's the one who's been swigging bourbon. For the first time, driving instructor Derek has to help Jerry control the car.
The situation felt a little less in control, and twice Derek intervened. He grabbed the wheel once, and he also hit the brake once.
Hard right.
But the guys do manage to pull into the drive in one piece.
You got me home and I was drunk. Thank you, Jerry. You're my best friend.
You bet your sweet pippy.
From where Adam was sitting, there was a very distinct difference between Jamie's navigation skills sober versus drunk.
You're weaving much more from right to left, right to left. There's a lot of delay in correction, and if I was a cop behind you, I would be pulling that car over thinking there's a drunk man behind the wheel.
I don't know which is worse, being blind or blind drunk.
So if you ever consider the blind driving method of getting somewhere, call a cab.
Hoo-yah!
Can we stop doing these drinking myths? I don't feel so good.
Okay, I'll do the heavy lifting in the wrap-up. I think you and I proved on the closed course that with a little practice, it is possible to drive while blindfolded as long as your instructions are competent.
And our blind guy that we got, Jerry, actually turned out to be a great driver.
He did, and that combined with the story we found of someone actually doing it, I'd say this one is totally confirmed.
It's illegal, but you can do it. It's confirmed.
You know what my favorite part of this whole story was? Was that after you got drunk, your instructions made Jerry drive as if he was drunk. I would have never called that.
I thought I did pretty well.
Yeah, but that's the whole point. You were actually drunk.
On this combustible episode of MythBusters,
Oh, that's pretty.
Adam and Jamie try a little tenderness.
Red meat and high explosive.
They're testing the myth that blasting the heck out of low-grade steak with high explosives makes it so much softer.
It's awesome. I love results.
Then Carrie gets to torture Grant and Tori.
I knew that we were gonna make him angry, but I didn't realize he'd be this angry.
To see if stressed out drivers really do use more gas.
Where did those rats go?
I didn't know.
Who are the MythBusters? Adam Savage.
Hail, people of Earth.
And Jamie Hyneman.
Mush.
Between them, more than 30 years of special effects experience.
These things are always catching on fire.
Joining them, Carrie Byron,
I feel so sci-fi.
Grant Imahara,
Warning, warning.
and Tori Belleci.
All right, release the hound.
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test.
we talked about doing that while you were at work.
Oh, Jamie, mon frère. You know, many fans have written to us over the years and said, MythBusters, is the hammer the best way to tenderize my steak? Now, thanks to a viewer submission, we may have a new technique, for we might replace this avec this. The question we'll be answering is, can you tenderize a steak with explosives? Oh, it went out.
Over the years, we've used explosives to answer all sorts of vital questions. Can they clear a clogged up cement truck? Can they help cushion a fall? And can they make a surfable wave? Now it's time to open the fridge on combustible condiments.
So, Adam, if we were using explosives on steaks, wouldn't it just blow up the steak?
I'm going to go without the accent now, okay? It's too hard.
Okay.
Okay, no, it won't. In fact, the technique we'll be testing involves putting the meat into a vacuum-sealed bag, putting that into a barrel of water, and then detonating a small amount of explosives in the water. The theory is that the shock wave created by the explosive will actually tear apart micro-tissue fibers within the meat, rendering it a heck of a lot more tender.
A steak's tenderness depends very much on where it's cut from the cow. Meat from the short ribs is super soft. Meat from the neck and the rump, not so squishy. It's all due to the strength of the connective tissue between muscle fibers. The weaker the tissue, the softer the meat. Two common ways to break those bonds are powdered pineapple enzymes and a sound thrashing. But the fans want to see this third method thoroughly investigated.
If you're going to tenderize meat with explosives, it's not like you're just going to throw a stick of dynamite on the steak and expect it to work. You've got to put it in water because the water's actually going to transmit the pressure of the blast wave a lot more effectively. And you also don't want to contaminate the meat. You've got to seal it in something. So we're going to vacuum bag this meat in some really tough plastic.
These crash test steaks are all relatively low-grade select cuts, so there's plenty of room for improvement. They're sealed and delivered, not to the kitchen, but the bomb range.
By popular demand, today we are joining two of my favorite things. Red meat and high explosives.
What we're creating here is a shock wave that is traveling at supersonic speeds, and it is just ripping apart all those little fibers that make up the muscle of the meat, hence it's tender.
As to how much explosive they need, well, they'll find that out by trial and error.
Tenderizing steak with explosives in 3, 2, 1.
Whoa! Jamie, I think that was too much explosives.
Some chefs add too much salt. Some go nuts with the garlic. But Frank's added way too much C4. What can you say? This recipe is just plain wrong.
Everything else is gone, but the steak is here. Sort of.
So while Adam and Jamie recalibrate, let's jumpstart our second myth.
Okay, I'm relaxed. But what does a shoulder massage have to do with fuel efficiency?
Well, according to this myth, there's a really easy way to save gas. I mean, forget nitrogen in your tires, forget gadgets in your tank. This one has to do with feelings. The idea is that if you're driving and you're relaxed and you're happy, you'll save a lot more fuel than if you're angry and stressed out.
So if you want to save fuel, don't drive angry.
Precisely.
It's a widely accepted fact that bad driving habits like stopping and starting abruptly result in less fuel efficiency. But could the simple act of driving stressed turn an otherwise careful motorist into a gas guzzler?
You know, I really like the sound of this myth. I mean, we get to relax, kick back, and then take a little drive.
You know, it's not going to be all easy, though. It sounds like we're going to have to get stressed out, too.
Oh, yeah. In fact, I think it's going to be dangerous, so we're not going to do this on the road. We're going to go to an abandoned neighborhood, and I'm going to set up a course.
And this is the test track, a once thriving California suburb that someone pulled the plug on.
This is Cypress Knolls, and it's an abandoned military housing neighborhood. And the city of Marina has agreed to let us use it. And there are plenty of neighborhood streets, and we are gonna be tearing around these streets to see if you use more fuel when you drive stressed.
The place is so decrepit that Carrie's forced to make some running repairs.
We've set up a course that includes traffic lights, different speed limits, stop signs, obstacles, and U-turns.
These streets haven't seen traffic for 15 years. So for the test car, we've gone retro rusty.
So this is the car that we're gonna use for our test. Now, it's pretty old and it doesn't get great gas mileage, but that doesn't matter. What we're trying to test here is whether or not driving stressed out or driving calm has a difference on whether or not you use more fuel.
And to get a precise reading on fuel usage, they'll bypass the car's gas tank for a gas bag.
What we're doing is measuring the fuel before and after, but not by volume, but actually by weight, so that it's more precise.
Now for a few practice laps, just to get a feel for the car and the old neighborhood.
All right, who goes first?
Rochambeau.
All right.
Dynamite.
There's no dynamite. No, you're pointing at me. That means I go first.
Carrie's marked out a 4-mile course that, like most racetracks, finally brings you back to where you started. Grant's the first to try a test lap.
Approaching playground, on right.
On the playground, on right, then turn left.
Then Tori tries cruising the cul-de-sacs.
It's like a modern-day ghost town.
Turn left on Lindsay Street, then arrive at Smashed Computers.
All right, looking for smashed computers. Does this GPS sound condescending, or is it just me? Am I the only one that feels this way?
Turn right on 4th Avenue.
I'm the sole survivor. I'm searching for a lone survivor. Hopefully it's a female so I can start procreating.
That's enough of that. Though it might surprise Tori to learn that a rather more wholesome fantasy awaits him just around the corner. Home on the bomb range. Adam and Janie are testing a viewer myth that low-grade steaks can be tenderized with high explosives. So far, it's a total bust.
Now we're gonna pull it all the way back in the other direction and detonate what is essentially an extra-large firecracker full of aluminized black powder, which is a fairly low-speed explosive as opposed to what we just used. And remember, kids, do not try this at home.
Barrels of water and low-velocity explosives might not sound like a good tenderization technique, but hey, it's worth a shot. When Adam and Janie tested an age-old idiom, the results were surprising.
I killed it!
They found out it's not the bullet that kills fish in a barrel, but the shockwave. The question now is, can a similar shockwave rip through cow flesh and tenderize a steak?
The low explosive we're using is like a really big firecracker. It's illegal for you to have, but of course, these guys can have one. It requires a fuse to light it. Now, getting a fuse to light into water is not undoable, but it's a little finicky.
Finicky for some, but for JD, it's just like shooting fish in a barrel.
Well, that was a nice little blast.
It sure was. The bucket's destroyed. But more importantly, how's the steak?
Well, that went perfect. The explosion went off and we didn't ruin our bag of meat. Now, I can't tell anything specific just by touching this meat. The proof in any improvement in texture is really going to be in the cooking.
1, 2, 3.
The bag's intact, so the steak's still good to eat. Even better, they've tracked down someone at the Department of Agriculture who says he knows how to blast a steak to perfection.
And they say that we've got to put a steel plate at the bottom of the barrel. We have to suspend it in the air, and they gave us the precise amount of explosive we have to use. So that's what we're gonna do.
In a few minutes, we should have very tasty meat.
And just for the record, this one goes back to using high explosives.
So we've done Baby Bear and we've done Papa Bear. This is Goldilocks, right?
This is the recommended recipe in 3, 2, 1.
Oh, look at that.
times for fans of exploding meat. And just like last time, the steak is
not breached.
And that means it's time to get cooking. As the sun goes down, the Barbie fires up. So let's meet the meat.
Now, the first one is a low-grade steak. It's not been altered or tenderized in any way. The second one is that same low-grade steak, but we've tenderized it with a low explosive. The third one, we've tenderized with a high explosive. And the fourth one, we've tenderized with a pineapple enzyme commercial preparation. Now, the last one is a prime steak that's been aged 28 days. We're gonna test all of these and see which one is the most tender.
And so as not to influence the results, Adam adds a touch of color.
We have 5 different cuts of meat to cook and test. Each of those cuts of meat has been assigned a color which matches to these pans and our little taste test bowls here.
To ensure there's no bias from the Barbie, steak chef Joe Cohn cooks all 5 cuts just the same. And another celebrity chef has been invited to dine in the dirt.
We're bringing in Ron Siegel, who's the chef at the Ritz-Carlton, and he was the only American ever to win the Japanese Iron Chef program. Ron, thanks for coming on to help us out.
Thanks for coming out to the bomb range.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, where are those steaks?
It turns out that Ron is double qualified to judge this contest. He began his professional life as a butcher.
Gentlemen, we get 5 cuts of meat, and we are to rate them from the least tender to the most tender. It's all about tender.
Let the chewing commence.
Steak's good. Some of it is better than others.
I'm done.
So, drum roll, please. 3 different tasters and 3 totally different results. For this myth to be true, the order should be red, yellow, blue, pink, then green. But no one agreed on anything. And that's got Adam worried.
Even though we had 5 different samples here, the main thing we wanted to see was that the green, the high explosive tenderized meat, would be rated higher than the red, our control. And even though I did that, neither Ron nor Jamie felt like that. So right now, it's not looking that good for this myth. Let's get back to the shop and crunch the numbers. I'm cold.
All right. Is there any more steak left?
Here's a few simple rules for safe driving. Don't do it drunk, distracted, or stressed. Aside from the danger, driving under duress might add to your fuel bill. And that's today's motoring myth. Later on, we'll try to redline Grant and Tori's stress levels.
You suck!
But first, we need a nice, calm comparison test. And Carrie knows just how to put the boys into a mellow mood.
Grant, for you, we have puppies. Tori, for you, we have the director's cut of Blade Runner and all your favorite desserts.
I don't want to leave.
These are the fluffiest puppies we could find. They're 8 weeks old.
Oh, God.
Okay, I think we found Grant's happy place.
While Grant gets acquainted with his extra fluffy puppies, Tori slips next door for a pre-movie massage.
This is the best day of MythBusters ever.
Now we want that calm feeling to last throughout the test, so we're gonna cater to the senses. We're gonna have CD playing that has really soothing music. We're gonna have lavender scenting the car, and aromatherapists say that this is a calming smell. We're going to have a plush seat cover and steering wheel cover, so they have something nice to touch. And we'll see how much fuel that they use when they're in that relaxed mode.
Sounds very calming, but not for Carrie. She's wrestling with a concept that never fails to raise your blood pressure. One size fits all.
Calm day has been a pain in the butt. I'm looking forward to stressful day. I think that's gonna be Carrie calm day. So it's gonna be fun.
Ooh, it smells nice in here. What if I get so relaxed I fall asleep and crash?
I guess we'll find out how fuel efficient a crash is.
Tori's the first cab off this restricted rank with precisely 2,500 grams of gasoline. Now, for the first of 3 nasty surprises as he learns he's not alone out there.
Go, angry driver.
Good job, angry driver. Awesome.
What's that guy's hurry? Woo!
And good job, Tori. You'll notice he didn't respond with gunfire or rude gestures. But every man has his limitations.
Q, slow driver. Over.
Oh, look at this guy.
Carrie's added these distractions to simulate a typically frustrating day on the road.
He's overtaking the slow driver.
Man, that was annoying.
That doesn't seem very calm.
Now, let's see the response to one very annoying pedestrian.
There you go.
The calm test is almost over. Now for that deliberately difficult parallel park.
Nice San Francisco park. I like the bumper bump.
That's what they call them bumpers.
Nice. Okay, well now I'm gonna weigh your fuel and see how much you've actually used up, and then we'll have something to compare.
Cool.
So Tori's used 924 grams of fuel. Next step is to top this back off to exactly 2,500 and start the test again with Grant. All right, the birdie has flown the nest. That means Grant's gone.
Do you make this stuff up, or is somebody writing it down for you?
There's a rider's strike in my head.
Approaching the bush. On right, then turn right.
Okay, that's angry driver. Can you hear him honking?
Oh, I can hear him honking.
Grant takes both the angry and the slow drivers in his sedate stride. He's been told to stick to a safe speed, and that's no problem at all.
That is funny.
Now for the parallel park. Grant's so relaxed, it takes him a minute to find his inner rage.
Is this attempt number 9?
Oh!
This isn't fair.
Now you're starting to piss me off.
Oh, see, it's getting... Oh, yeah, that was real smooth.
There you go.
Carrie weighs Grant's remaining gasoline and comes up with a figure she wasn't expecting.
All right, Grant used 1,053 grams, which is actually quite a bit more than Tori, but that's not what's important here. They're testing against themselves. So what is important is how much they use in their calm test versus how much they use in their stress test.
And how exactly does one go about turning 2 very relaxed dudes into quivering wrecks? Oh, this is going to be fun. We're about to find out.
All right, guys. We know one of the most stressful things about driving is having to go to the bathroom and not being able to.
Sweet.
So you're gonna have to drink caffeine all day and the potty's off limits.
Here's the exploding steak story so far. Adam, Jamie, and one of America's best chefs can't agree on which steak is more tender. The prime cut, the one sprinkled with pineapple enzymes, or those we've blasted to hell and back.
I don't know what to do with this one. I'm dumbfounded. We clearly have too many variables in the mix because we could run this test a dozen more times, and I don't think we'd come up with results that agreed with each other.
Yeah, I think having humans involved is the problem. We need to have a mechanical, purely objective test. And for that matter, you know, I was thinking about it, and there got to be a lot of other ways that we can tenderize meat.
Like what?
What say we fire it out of a cannon at a steel plate? That ought to tenderize it.
I love it. Let's do it.
With explosives, we're passing a pressure wave at high velocity through the meat fibers, and hopefully that pressure wave is going to be so violent that it rips the fibers apart and makes the meat tender. Now, in the case of the air cannon, we're looking for a high velocity impact of the meat against a steel plate.
Jamie's got the plan, the hardware, and the real estate to build a cannon as long as a 4-story building is high. As a tenderizer, it's total overkill, and that's why we're doing it. Today's target is simply meant to stop the steak cold.
That is our target.
It's a toughened steel plate Jamie calls the flower of death.
Now, this is going to be a very sturdy catching device for our steak tenderizing. We're going to be shooting a Kevlar burrito full of meat at it, and hopefully this will help prevent it from just spraying all over the room.
And this is the Kevlar burrito. Raw steak wrapped in a high tensile fiber that should minimize the mess.
Santino, I'm really upset. I think the hemline looks nice now, but it could be a huge disaster. You realize what we're making? It's cannon con carne asada.
To get a fair comparison between unmodified meat and cannon con carne, Adam's cut each steak in two. One half gets blasted, and the other, control cut, doesn't.
So your very rational question might be, why go through all the trouble to make every steak its own control? See the white parts here? That's marbleization. That's fat and connective tissue. Now, while a good portion of this makes the steak delicious, it also makes it inconsistent. That's why we're going steak to steak. Every single steak is tested against itself for evidence of improvement.
That testing will eventually be done by a highly sophisticated machine that promises indisputable results. Meantime, we've got some steaks to shoot.
The steaks are all prepared and properly labeled. The cannon is all together. We're now going to try and tenderize these with this. The only thing we need left is a plunger, some way to get the steaks from the business end all the way back to the propulsive end.
I do need to figure out how to make a 40-foot long thing that is reliable.
I could probably do it out of PVC and some duct tape.
PVC and duct tape. How did we build the pyramids without them? Which brings to mind the history of the Savage family.
We have been meat tenderizers to the Habsburgs, to Charlemagne, to Louis XIV.
All right.
The 4-cylinder air pressure charge is set, and Jamie estimates the potential velocity at over 400 miles per hour.
Tenderizing meat, when you're ready.
In 3, 2, 1.
Oh, shoot. What? Oh. Yeah, see, there's a piece of meat over there. And there's one over there.
Yes, but is it tender? It ripped the Kevlar. I kind of thought that the Kevlar would hold on to it. I guess not.
Taught wrong. Well, this is actually through the other side. There's your problem. Some meat-soaked Kevlar on the other side.
This is only part of it. I'm missing some.
I think it seems prudent to recalibrate the pressure.
What's the PSI you want to go to?
I'm backing it down a third to 100 PSI.
It's not going to make a single bit of difference. I'm going to bet you that it's not going to make a single. It's going to obliterate it. You want to bet?
No.
20. I got $20. $20?
Well,
Anyone want to give me some action?
But Jamie made this cannon. And hey, let's not forget who runs the joint. So he calls the shots.
This time we're using 4 times the Kevlar. We've backed off the pressure about a third to 100 PSI. We'll see what happens. Firing in 3, 2, 1.
Uh-oh.
Well, there's the outer layer. That's hard on that thing.
Here's the inner layer. Oh.
Once again, this New York strip's been less tenderized than pulverized. But there is hope amongst the carnage.
I think that's still a testable piece of meat.
I would say so.
Yeah, this is number 4. I'm going to cook this now.
Finally, Adam has some useful cannon fodder to test against its unstressed twin.
Here's its other half, unmodified. I'm going to cook both of these. Freeze them again, test them, and see if there's any improvement.
First off, both cuts are cooked precisely.
So the magic temperature here is 70 degrees Celsius. When it's 70 degrees at the middle of the steak,
I've reached the USDA standard for cooking a steak for testing.
Once they're cooked, the steaks need to be cooled to 4 degrees Celsius.
Modified cooked. Here's another steak for you, Jamie.
Adam needs more than one sample, and Jamie's happy to fill the order.
Firing in 3, 2, 1.
At 340 miles per hour, it looks like we finally found our range.
It's totally intact.
It's almost enough to inspire yet another change of career.
I can see it now. I've started a restaurant. It's Jamie's cannon-fired steak. You know, you place your order, and then a few seconds later, there's this big whoosh.
There are several simple ways to tenderize a substandard steak, but we want to find a way that's both effective and, well, unexpected. For those with limited access to high explosives or 40-foot cannons, turn left at the kitchen and head for the laundry.
So the first thing I thought of was a dryer, because, you know, it's that kind of motion, and if you put a steak or anything you want to tenderize in there, sooner or later it's got to loosen all those fibers up and make it nice and tender.
Sounds straightforward, but to make it work, the dryer needs some modifications.
Okay, so that's the slit right there. If we put that over that thing.
This is dry ice, and this is going to pour down into our dryer and hopefully keep the meat cold while it gets tumbled. Yeah, let's do it.
And to keep the meat company, a generous helping of tenderizing ball bearings.
To the chagrin of our sound guy, we're throwing it in the dryer, a whole bunch of them, and see what that does to the meat overnight.
So far, my neighbors think it's cool to be next to the MythBusters. That could change.
Next morning, the dryer should still be running, but it's not.
Did you turn it off?
I didn't turn it off.
I didn't turn it off.
That's not a good sign.
This is the color of the plastic bags that were in there.
It still kind of turns, but something got messed up.
I think we might have burned out the motor. How many did we put in there? 4?
4.
4 went in and 2 sort of came out.
Adam now has a fridge full of tumbled and blasted meat to test for tenderness. And he's got the perfect machine for an impartial appraisal.
Starting from the bottom up, we've got a plate in here, which the meat is placed on. It's got a slot in it, exactly the width that the USDA specs the slot in their machine should be. Above that is a blade. That is exactly the angle the USDA says it should be. Above the blade is a pressure gauge, which, as the blade pushes through the meat, will read exactly the number of pounds of force required to push through that meat. And what's pushing this down at a constant speed but a linear actuator, which I will power with a power supply. This is exactly the way the government tests the tenderness of meat. It ought to be good enough for us.
Tori, Carrie, and Grant are testing the myth that your mood affects your mileage. The boys have already run the course in a state of supreme serenity. Now, Carrie has 2 short hours to turn these angels into deranged, distracted motorists.
Drink that. Come on, come on. We're on time limit. Seriously.
So I've had nearly a liter of caffeinated energy drink.
Carrie has just informed us that we're not allowed to go to the bathroom from this point on. And it's the thought that I can't go to the bathroom anymore that's starting to stress me out.
If you gotta go to the bathroom, you gotta go to the bathroom.
But needing to tinkle in traffic might be the least of their problems.
In each of your drinks this morning, I put one of these. That's
is
why I
that?
took it from the car and you got them already opened.
Oh, yes. Is it a laxative?
This is a laxative.
Yes! Payback some. You know what it is.
You've got a few hours left, so enjoy.
Pumped full of jumping juice, the boys are getting real antsy.
You mother! I'm not stressed. I'm totally fine.
Carrie responds by hemming them in.
This is your permissible area. You cannot leave this area, sit in this area, or lay in this area. You must stand within the lines.
I'm not going in a circle. No, I'm not going in a circle. You can't keep me in a circle.
What's your circle?
Man, if we had a football, we could be like chucking the football. Woo! Let's pretend like we got one.
Oh my God, how much coffee have you drank today?
Catch it! Yeah! He can't even catch it in his imagination.
Leaving the boys on a slow simmer, Carrie sets about reverse pimping their ride.
I have got so much stuff I'm really excited about. I've got stink bombs that smell like sulfur, so they basically smell like flatulence. Those are going to go in my scent-orator. I've got some gross slimy stuff that goes on the dashboard. They won't know what it is. It looks like guts. I've got stressful noises I'm going to put in the CD player. I've got a seat cover that is filled with golf balls, so it's sticking your back, and the seat's gonna be at an uncomfortable angle. I think I might make it wet, and then the steering wheel is gonna be sticky because I'm gonna cover it in cola and then like gross melty candy bars. So it'll not only be sticky, but it'll be kind of slimy, and it'll just be like brown crap all over your hands.
All this suffering is in the name of science, to see if the boys use any more gas when they've got their dander up.
Good news is you guys get to leave the circles.
I like my circle.
Bad news is it's not necessarily going to be any better. Are you ready? Anti-spa! Come on in.
Howdy!
Oh my God.
Come on in. Welcome to Mad Max Man Massage. Right here in the Break Your Back Shack.
I'm over this experiment. How about you?
Get on the table.
Is this gonna hurt?
Well, it depends on how you define hurt.
While Tori gets pummeled, Carrie takes Grant to his own personal hell.
This has nothing to do with driving. It's nothing to do with fuel efficiency. This is all about torture.
Grant's torture is a goldfish foot bath, guaranteed to send his stress levels through the roof.
The problem is that I really don't like any fish touching me. It's just something, it's a phobia that I have.
Now for our final stress-inducing condition. There are 2 live rats in this box. Now the reason we chose rats instead of, say, snakes or spiders is because rats are self-aware. They're not gonna run under the pedals.
And the first angry man to slide his baleful butt behind the wheel is Tori.
Are you feeling stressed?
A little.
Are you feeling angry?
Yeah.
Carrie adds the rodents, and this stinking, sticky rat trap is ready to roll.
Buckle your seatbelts, little fellas. We're going for a ride.
Grant and Tori have just suffered 2 hours of torture to see if stress really does make them drive more erratically and use more fuel. Carrie's teased the boys to breaking point, and she's modified the car for maximum discomfort. Tori's the first to vent his spleen behind the wheel.
Buckle your seatbelts, little fellas. We're going for a ride.
I would say he's sufficiently angry.
There's no mistaking the look on his face, but he is driving within the speed limit and at least trying to stick to the traffic rules. Adding to his frustration, the racket from the CD means Tori can't hear the GPS.
You're not talking to me.
Tori's actually skipping the course.
He's totally missed a turn, and now the slow driver gets burned off.
You guys got me. Definitely did a great job.
You know, I knew that we were gonna make him angry and stressed out, but I didn't realize he'd be this angry.
Back on the HQ hilltop, they're all standing way back from the curb.
Wow, significant amount of stress. He still has a great parking job.
Well, I definitely saw a difference in the way I drove, calm versus stressed out. I just found myself all day kind of fighting the stress, trying not to let all this stuff get to me. But then at some point I realized, you know what, I need to let the stuff get to me in order for this to be a valid test.
Okay, I think I can see just from the level that I think he's used more gas, but he did a third less of the course, which is kind of crazy. We got 1,089. You were so stressed out that you actually missed pretty much a third of the course. You went right by it.
I did?
Mm-hmm.
You can't hear that GPS.
You still used more gas.
Are you serious?
Shorter amount of time. Your crazy driving that made me fear for your life actually made you use about a third more gas.
That is incredible.
Time for Carrie to top up the tank and fetch Grant from the torture tent.
How was the fish?
Really sucky.
Why are you walking funny?
Might have to go to the bathroom.
And you've got to figure that a man who gets spooked by ornamental fish will not be a rat lover.
One more thing.
There are 2 little live rats that are gonna go for the ride with you.
Carrie's turned a puppy kisser into a moving violation. This time around, Grant's demeanor is less demure.
Grant almost missed the turn.
Just like Tori, Grant finds himself accelerating and braking much harder this time around. Add his steering's not nearly as smooth.
Where did those rats go? Where did you go? Hey!
Crosswalker in position.
Crosswalker is ready.
Thankfully, Grant's at the end of his run.
Actually,
he's doing better.
He's doing way better like this.
Out. That's it.
At least he ran the full course, and Carrie's in no doubt that angry Grant used more juice than his calm counterpart.
Grant has 826 grams left, which means he used 1,674 grams. Last time he used 1,053 grams.
Grant's also used a third more fuel than on his calm drive. The lesson is clear. Drive under stress, and it will cost you.
You both used a significant amount of fuel more when you were stressed than when you were relaxed.
Yeah, that seemed pretty obvious.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, now we have the results to back it up.
Well, that's cool. This one's confirmed.
Confirmed?
By the way, how are your stomachs doing? That wasn't laxative. That was a vitamin. So you should be okay. Placebo effect!
Are you kidding me? I'm gonna kill you!
Number 1.
Number 1.
Back in our cowpoke kitchen, the boys are ready to test the cannon-fired meat for tenderness. Each steak from each test is numbered, so they can match those figures with the unblasted control halves.
2.5. 2.1. 2.4. Dude, you know, the readings are looking pretty consistent here.
Now to test those modified meat missiles.
Here's your moment of truth, Jamie. Air cannon testing. Yeah, nothing. 0.0. That could mean it's so tender it just fell apart, but let's try a second one.
Test after test shows their cannon con carne is way softer than the steaks that sat this one out.
0.7. Dude, the averages are in. The controlled steaks were averaging a tenderness of about 1.33. The post-cannon-fired steaks averaged tenderness of about 0.4 pounds.
That's pretty tender.
There's a clear improvement. It just takes a 40-foot air cannon.
Yeah, and about $50 worth of Kevlar.
Now for that marbled mess that totaled the tumble dryer.
All right, this is the ball bearings. And this steak, who knows what we're gonna get out of this.
The very first slice sets the standard.
0. And that seems like an honest 0 to me, man. There's like nothing here.
And that calls for one more reading.
Total 0.
It looks like it's falling apart in your hands, but it does still look like meat. It's not like it looks like hamburger.
So this definitely showed some significant improvement, although the process itself also needs a little improvement.
Steak in a dryer with ball bearings actually did really tenderize the meat. Of course, there were problems because it like tenderized the dryer itself and it fell apart. But, you know, if you get over that, you've got a tender steak.
2 positive results confirming that meat really does benefit from a bashing. Now that they've found a reliable way to test for tenderness, it's back to the bomb range to bring this one home. So far, Adam and Jamie have stayed up late to spawn a series of culinary catastrophes. But it's all in a good cause, making tough steak al dente for the cash-strapped consumer. Results were mixed,
2.2,
but they've learned enough to revisit the original myth. The method won't change, but the testing will.
Oh, that's awesome. The first time we were out here at the range, we blew up our steaks, and then we cooked them and ate them in order to gauge their tenderness. And it was a disaster.
Steak's good. Some of it is better than others.
This test was totally subjective. We all 3 came to different conclusions about everything.
I put the green, then the yellow, then the red, then the pink, then the blue.
So we began to look for what's an empirical, non-subjective test, and we went right to the USDA's testing procedures for grading meat.
2.5, 2.1.
So we are following all of their guidelines now with all of our steaks in order to gauge their tenderness.
Adam and Jamie shape a lump of C4 to the size of a pool ball. They add a fuse, then wrap it inside a plastic glove.
There it is, the blue hand of death. Worked for me. Let's put it in.
Following strict instructions, this handful of high explosive is dangled and secured a foot below the surface.
Well, there it is. Let's blow it up. Okay.
The crane's deployed, and the boys retreat to the bunker.
Are we set?
I think we're set.
Tenderizing meat with high explosives in 3, 2, 1. Oh, that's pretty.
We might have to look far and wide for our steaks.
The bucket is history, but they're hoping to find some steaks still fit for the griddle.
Ah, I see a steak.
Yeah.
That's a good sign. Hey, that's totally intact. That's great. This one's breached, I can see that, but these 2 are totally intact. That's fantastic.
And even that one looks like a usable sample.
Yeah, completely. Well, apparently the practice has paid off. We got exactly what we came here to get. Now it's time to run some USDA grade tests on these and find out once and for all if tenderness resulted from an explosion.
Back at M5, Adam scrapes down the hot plate for the last time. But Jamie's on tenterhooks.
So what, does it feel any different? Like tender?
Doesn't feel that different. All right, sample number 16.
This final test should make or break the myth of tenderizing meat with high explosives.
70 degrees Celsius.
After a quick chill, the unmodified meat is cored and sliced.
2.3. Nothing to sully our science. I'm getting good at this. 2.9. All right, that's pretty good. Let's just call that, and let's do the exploded ones.
We're moments away from finding out if a high-powered shockwave through water really can make steak more digestible.
1.8.
And this time, thanks to modern mechanics, It's not personal.
Another 0.
Okay.
These 2 zeros are accurate. There's nothing here. I mean, this is, if you, like,
Yeah.
if you take a look at it.
I would say so. It's going towards the direction of the cannon or the ball bearing.
Jamie works the numbers. Now Adam shows his tenderloin.
I think I know the results. Tell me what the averages are.
Control was 2.82, and the exploded steak was 1.16.
Oh, that's so great! I'm exhausted. All of this protocol to build the machine and to have it actually give us results. We were hoping to see something, and we got something.
Yeah, when you're chewing on it, you can't tell, but the machine won't lie.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I love results.
Don't we all? And against all expectations, it seems blasting a steak to kingdom come really does make it melt in the mouth.
Our core sampling from both the control and the exploded steaks is totally conclusive. The high explosives absolutely have a marked effect on the tenderness of the steaks.
Tenderizing steak with explosives? It works. It's confirmed.
Shh, I've only got about 30 seconds. I stole that. I've never actually worn this thing before, but here goes. What you may or may not know is that exploding steak came from an idea put up on the Discovery website. So if you got an idea, log on to discovery.com/mythbusters and we may just put it on the air.
On this episode of MythBusters, it's martial arts mayhem.
That's intense, man.
As Adam and Jamie focus once again on the secret world of ninja.
Pain is your friend.
To check out the 1-inch punch. Then Tori, Carrie, and Grant explore the myth of the underwater blowpipe assassin.
Ninja! Yeah!
And the boys settle once and for all if a real ninja can snatch an arrow.
Archers, draw.
Who are the MythBusters? Adam Savage. And Jamie Hyneman.
If I'm really good, I'll get 9 fish.
Between them, more than 30 years of special effects experience. Joining them, Grant Imahara.
I be the scurvy dog.
Tori Belleci.
That bus just came out of nowhere.
And Carrie Byron.
But right on the money, Penny.
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test.
You know, there are a lot easier ways to kill a fly.
Yes, but not more precise than the ninja method.
I suppose that means that we're doing ninja myths again?
Indeed, you are correct. Flying walrus. 3 is the number of myths we must test in this journey. The first is underwater blow dart assassination. The second would be the famous 1-inch punch. And the third, they say we must catch an arrow again, for we got this wrong the first time.
Nice work.
Why, thank you.
Unlike the samurai, ninjas don't have a fighting code. They just do whatever it takes to get the job done. Their ruthless dispatch of enemies spawned a rich mythology, and that's why they're familiar territory to the MythBusters. But Ninja Rep took a nosedive when Adam and Jamie proved ninjas couldn't walk on water or catch a sword with their bare hands.
Slides right through.
And it was 0 for 3 when the boys proved Shadow Warriors had no show of catching a full flight arrow.
Myth is busted. This is what it would take to catch an arrow.
But the fans disagreed, and hell hath no fury like a ninja fan scorned.
What did they say we got wrong?
Well, the fans complained that our robo-arrow catching hand was way too close to our robo-arrow shooting bow, and that if it was farther away, they reasoned the arrow would be going slower, and that would make it easier to catch.
That's easy enough to test. Is that it?
Sadly, no. Tons of people wrote us and said they've seen footage of people catching arrows. Why didn't we bring one of those people onto the show to test with?
So we've got to get a real ninja and bring him on the show.
I don't know where we're going to find one, but yeah, I think we have to.
We'll let them find that ninja later and start with the arrow speed test.
One of the primary complaints was that we were firing all of our arrows for the arrow catch test from too close, from point-blank range, and that if the arrows were going from farther away, they'd be going slower and thus be easier to catch. Well, our understanding of the physics is there's very little difference between 10 feet and 50 feet, and we're about to do some tests that hopefully will prove that.
To find out, Jamie will fire arrows at increments of 10 feet.
In this test, we're going to use the high-speed camera and this scale to measure the speed of the arrow right as it hits the target.
Ready to take the first shot from point blank?
I am.
Jamie's going to use a full-strength pull on each arrow.
All right, let's go to 20 feet.
To make sure they all travel at maximum velocity.
That's it.
And 60 feet.
Well, I think you killed something, Saw.
Now, where did that arrow go?
All right, this is 70 feet.
I thought this was a ninja special, not night special.
This is what I had lying around. Go!
That ought to work.
So, what did they find out?
Well, we did pretty good. There's effectively no difference. You were consistently between 171 and 179 miles per hour.
So what this means for our tests is that it doesn't matter how far away the shooter is from the catcher. The arrow is going to be going about the same speed.
And that means the iron fist in the leather glove experiment gets the thumbs up.
Those results were pretty clear.
They were. It's true. This is something we've known about for a while, and I'm really glad we got to show it on the show, that the speed of an aerodynamic projectile like an arrow has a very low drop-off in speed from the moment it leaves the shooter to the moment it hits its target.
That means we were right, and the fans were wrong.
I guess if you want to harp on that, yes, that's true. Now I think we can put this one away, and it's time to bring out our real ninja.
Just wait till you meet him.
Getting an elusive shadow warrior wasn't easy. But the MythBusters research team not only tracked one down, they got the best in the world.
Our ninja has black belt certifications in just about every form of martial arts I've ever heard of, and quite a few I haven't.
He totally has it where it counts. He's a reaction training specialist. He's held over 20 Guinness World Records in this field.
He's hot stuff.
Have you seen our ninja?
No, but I'm not sure we'd know whether he was here or not.
Hi, I'm your ninja. I'm Anthony Kelly.
You don't look much like a ninja.
No, I only have my street clothes on. Give me 1 second.
Wow.
That's more like it.
Okay, fans, you, the viewers, demanded we get a real ninja. And despite his non-ninja appearance and Australian accent, he is the best in the business.
Well, Anthony might not look like your classic idea of a ninja, but don't take our word for it. We're gonna put him into our holodeck here and run him through some of his paces to see what he can do.
So is our ninja fast enough to catch a full-speed arrow? Well, there's only one way to find out. See if he can catch tennis balls.
A thoughtful person might just ask, what does catching one of these have to do with catching one of these? Well, it's all about reaction time, and Anthony has fast reflexes. That's what this is about.
So before the ninja catches any arrows, they're going to measure the speed of his handiwork.
Okay, I'm gonna keep time on the stopwatch and count on the clicker.
All right, let's go, boys.
He's so ready.
Now, catching tennis balls may not seem all that hard.
And go! Ha!
But those balls are traveling at 85 miles an hour.
That's more or less the speed of a major league fastball. But at 26 feet away, he's standing twice as close to the pitcher.
15.
The ninja has less than a fifth of a second to react. If he blinks, he'll miss it.
5 seconds. 22. And time.
Wow! Oh, goodness me.
22.
This could be a new world record.
It sure is.
We have it clear as day on high-speed camera. Anthony catching that ball as it comes into him. Apparently, he's set a new world record. We'll see how Adam does.
A ninja arrow is hot stuff. But can a shadow warrior catch one in full flight? To find out, a real ninja's been put through his reaction paces with tennis balls.
21.
But Adam didn't think it looked too difficult.
I have to try this. Can I try this?
And Jamie's more than happy to oblige.
We all know I don't have any particular problem with administering a little pain to Adam. You said you'd do it.
I will. I'm going to let a couple go by me and then you start.
Now, Adam's a tad apprehensive. Because the last time he was on the receiving end of Jamie and a machine,
I'm ready, Jamie.
Jamie almost tore him a new belly button.
I keep forgetting that you have no heart or soul.
So branding Adam with balls, dude, is Jamie's idea of fun.
Knock yourself out.
Here we go. Oh, crap, that's so fast. Oh, ow. Oh.
Pain is your friend.
Oh. Ah, I caught one. Oh. The first time they bounce off your hands, you're like, oh, this isn't so bad. And then one hits you in the chest. And you're like, that hurts. Ow. Oh, God.
You don't want pain? Catch the freaking ball.
Oh, ow. God, it hurts more every time.
Adam's sore. But Jamie's satisfied.
Ow. That's intense, man. They come fast. You want to try it?
No.
Ooh. Dude, I'm all red. It's not as bad as the paintball, but it's definitely gonna hurt.
Replays of Adam's slow-motion suffering make it pretty clear why he won't be graduating ninja school anytime soon.
This absolutely confirms why we brought Anthony on the show. And this is why I'm no longer the one trying to catch arrows.
So ninjas, what do we got?
This is a classic ninja myth that's all about assassination.
But this is specifically an underwater ambush.
So imagine you have a target. The only time he's unprotected is when he takes his morning walk by the lake.
Okay.
So you grab some poison darts and a blowgun, you hang out underneath the water, and when your target walks by, you attack.
So you're using your blow dart gun as a breathing tube.
Exactly.
That's wild.
It's like a ninja.
In their art of stealth arsenal, the blowgun, or fukiya, was a ninja's deadly weapon. But does the myth of doubling as a snorkel hold water? The story goes, a shadow warrior would slip into a pond, stay hidden for hours, breathing easy through his blow tube. When his unsuspecting target finally turned up, the ninja's poison dart would quickly carry out its carnage.
All right, this one's pretty complicated, so let's break it down into its elements.
All right, well, first of all, we need to see how long somebody can stay underwater, because if you're underneath the water for a long period of time, there's a possibility you could get hypothermia.
And we need to see if we can build an accurate blowgun using only the materials that an ancient ninja would have.
And we need to find out if you can aim underwater, because you need to correct for refraction.
All right, well, then the hard part is gonna be breathing through the blowgun, loading the dart while you're underneath the water, and then making that lethal shot.
Okay, this is gonna be tough.
Well, if it was easy being a ninja, anybody could do it.
So first up, Tori's going to put his life on the line.
Stop right there, that's good.
Today, we're going to test exposure to cold water. And to do that, Tori has kindly volunteered to jump into our tank of 66-degree temperature water.
That's about the average temperature of a lake in Japan during fall. But they're not throwing Tori completely in at the deep end.
Here you go, buddy.
Ew, it smells too.
He will have some protection.
Well, apparently, ninjas used to rub animal fat all over their bodies and then put a leather suit on before they got into cold water to act as like a wetsuit. Great, not only am I uncomfortable, I look like a complete idiot.
Not a complete idiot. For that, you need one more thing.
This is the ninja hood. This
Do I
part
really
goes.
have to wear this?
Well, this
Yeah.
is,
I mean, really.
Yes, you do, Tori. You lose up to 50% of your body heat through your head. And in your battle with the elements, you'll need all the help you can get.
All right, you're gonna write on this board how you feel. 1 is you're okay, you're good to go, all the way up to 10, which is I think I've got hypothermia, get me out of here now.
Sounds easy enough.
All right, 3, 2, 1.
Just stay underwater until you're almost dead.
Quite honestly, under that cold water, I don't think Tori's gonna last very long. I feel like, 10, 15 minutes, and he's just gonna be cold and have to get out.
In water this cold, he could die in as little as 2 hours. And just 10 minutes in, Tori's already struggling.
Let's ask him what number he's at.
5. He's colder.
In case Tori hits real trouble, paramedics are on standby. They know what to look for.
Symptoms of hypothermia would include starting to shiver, lethargy, being confused, lack of coordination.
Other than the shivering, that's how he is normally, so it's gonna be a little tough for us to tell.
It's even harder to pick when he's underwater, which he's now been for 45 chilly minutes.
7.
Okay, he's pretty cold.
He's pretty uncomfortable.
In water this cold, Tori's losing body heat 32 times faster than he would normally.
His breathing's really getting ragged.
And the shaking's getting worse.
Oh, he's coming up, okay.
Okay.
Oh, that's it.
All right.
Okay, quick, let's get your temperature.
Okay, first thing.
Carrie and Grant need to check if he's critical,
All the water out of your mouth?
to see whether he can recover on his own or to call in the cavalry.
You can get out now.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Now, given that Tori's just, a regular guy of average health, that is a very good performance.
It was harder than I thought it was going to be. The longer I was in there, the harder it was to breathe.
But the $64,000 question is, could he aim and fire a blowgun?
As a trained ninja, you could probably shoot somebody with a dart right now.
You lasted an hour. I didn't think it would be that long.
Considering you don't have any cold water training, that looks pretty good for this myth.
Yeah, so we just did the exposure test. Now on to the fun part.
That wasn't the fun part?
No, now we're gonna do the blowgun test.
Yes! Yes!
All good ninja movies have a showdown, and the MythBusters Ninja Special is no different. So far, they've learned their ninja has super fast reflexes.
22!
But can he catch an arrow?
So our ninja feels pretty confident that he can catch an arrow. Now, maybe holding 7 world's records in catching stuff and the fact that he calls himself the arrow catcher has something to do with that, but that's not good enough for us. We've got to see it.
Before I start shooting at Anthony, I think I need a little target practice.
Now, unlike a real battle, the ninja has put in a request.
Anthony wants me to stand exactly 26 feet away and fire past him, not directly at him.
How's it going, dude? You hitting the dot?
I'm getting them bunched in pretty tight.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You ready for taking a crack at the real ninja?
Let's do it.
All right, let's get Anthony.
Anthony's also requested I don't do a full draw,
Ready for you, sir.
to release my arrows at only about half to 3/4 strength.
So this is the moment the fans have been waiting for. Will Ninja Dom be vindicated or shamed? Can a real ninja really catch an arrow? That'd be a no. But he's a ninja. He's not about to give up without a fight.
Jamie's arrows are traveling about 120 miles an hour. So at 26 feet, our ninja has about 1/8 of a second to react.
He missed again. This sure is a tough challenge, and fast looking like myth busted.
Cha! Wow, dropped it.
Until finally, he got one.
Nice catch.
And now he's got his eye in.
Oh, ninja!
The ninja caught the arrow. Maybe the fans were right.
Our ninja was in fact able to catch an arrow, which is impressive. But we should note that it was at a set distance. I wasn't doing a full draw on the bow. I was precisely controlling the situation to give him the arrow exactly where he needed it.
But catch it he did. So maybe it's time to break out a slice of humble pie.
Our ninja caught the arrow. Are you feeling vindicated now? Our ninja caught the arrow? Hold on, don't get so cocky, buddy. We got a lot in store for that ninja to come.
Blowpipes are a great assassination accessory. But can a ninja use one to perform underwater slaughter? Tori's already beaten exposure.
Oh, that's it.
All right.
Okay.
So now it's on to the blowpipes.
So we've got exposure. The next test is accuracy.
Okay, let's make blowguns and blow darts.
Okay.
Just for fun, let's have a little contest and see how much ninjosity you actually have.
I think there should be some rules, though. Like, the blowgun itself should blend into the pond, so natural materials only.
How much time do we have?
End of the day.
All right. Get cracked. All right.
With ninja blueprints thin on the ground, it'll be everyone for themselves to use their ninjanuity to make a winning weapon.
It's not a game of how hard you hit. It's how accurate you are.
There's a lot at stake, because the winner will be the underwater assassin.
I know I'm the best ninja. Come on. I come from a long line of ninjas.
I used to make blow darts when I was a kid.
I think as far as making blow darts goes, I'm totally going to kick ass.
There's a lot of hot air being blown around. Hopefully, some of it will go down their blowpipes. Now, building a bamboo blowgun is tricky.
Bamboo grows in sections with joints, so you have to remove the bumps and notches to make sure the dart won't catch in the barrel or lose air around the sides.
Tori and Grant are done. Meanwhile, Carrie's decided the non-cheating rule doesn't apply to her.
You may have noticed I put a metal tube inside of my bamboo blowgun, and that might be considered cheating. I mean, metal is natural. It does come from this earth, so not entirely cheating.
3 different blowguns, 3 different ninjas. Only one will win the right to be the underwater assassin.
Hi. First rule of ninjas is you do not talk about ninjas.
Second rule of ninjas, we get 3 darts each, and we aim for the neck.
Okay, and whoever gets the closest gets to be the master ninja.
The darts they're using are similar, and the test's supposed to be about blowgun accuracy,
All the kids in my neighborhood were afraid of me.
not blowhard ability.
My kung fu was better than anyone's. All right, here's dart number 1.
You're really accurate if you're aiming for the background.
That's 3 darts close, but no cigar. Now, Grant's natural material blowgun has had a last-minute alteration.
Well, if you want accuracy, you should try
All right.
the laser sight. Grant's got a laser sight on his.
Wait a minute.
I know!
Did ninjas have lasers?
Hey, no. Modern ninjas do.
Laser sights have some advantages and some disadvantages.
Oh, don't look out in the barrel! Don't look down the barrel! Oh!
It's a self-sabotaging blow dart gun.
All right, step up to the
I
plate.
gotta save the palace. Step back. Step back.
If Carrie can't score, they'll have no weapon to test the myth.
Oh! In the face! Oh!
exact center.
She's like a ninja.
Ah, 2 out of
Nice
3 ain't
work.
bad.
I think you definitely won.
I totally cheated. I've got a tube in there.
What?
What? Oh, you cheated!
Coming from the man with the laser sight!
Now, there are sore losers,
I'm Mr. Ninja.
and then there's Grant and Tori.
See that? That's without cheating.
You know, Carrie might be the master ninja now, but we'll see tomorrow when she's underwater.
They're really mad. They're kind of scaring me now.
Adam and Jamie are pitting science against the Shadow Warrior. So far, the ninja has proven he can indeed catch an arrow.
Good work, thanks, Jamie.
But even before the fan chorus of "Told You So's" had subsided, the MythBusters were flagging a foul.
So how did he do? Did our ninja catch the arrow?
Well, technically yes, but he had some requirements. I had to stand at a set distance. I had to shoot the arrow in front of him where his hand was going to be, not at him. And I couldn't pull the bow back to its full draw. I had to kind of do it like this.
Yeah, I think what we need to do is give our fans a cold, hard dose of battle-hardened reality. Those bows need to be drawn at full strength. Those arrows need to be aimed directly at our ninja, and he can't know from which direction the deadly arrow is going to come.
Basically, you're trying to kill him.
Yeah, pretty much.
Let's hope the ninja has good health insurance.
Look, our ninja caught the arrow. He totally did. But that's not the myth we're talking about. We're talking about a ninja in battle. He hears an arrow being released from its string. He plucks it out of the air. That's what we want to see, and that's the kind of scenario we're about to set up for Anthony.
To test the ninja's maximum mettle, Adam and Jamie have created a battle zone.
In a real battle situation, there may be multiple archers, and you're not going to know who's firing when. So that's what we've got to replicate next.
The plan is to use 3 archers, Jamie and 2 secret shooters, all firing straight at the ninja's body.
Soon our ninja will know.
The MythBusters Challenge.
This time, Adam's making damn sure the odds are stacked in his favor. His secret shooters are the ninja's nemesis, other ninjas.
These are our ninja archers. I can't tell you who they are. If you knew, you'd already be dead.
Now, there's just one slight problem with firing lethal arrows at a ninja. It's that they are, well, lethal. That seriously needs sorting. So back at base, Adam's building some less than lethal arrows.
All right, non-lethal arrow test number 1.
Adam's firing his crossbow from 15 feet.
What? That's not what I wanted to see.
And not very non-lethal.
That right there is a problem.
Luckily, there's a plan B.
It's much harder rubber. It's much denser. We'll see. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Adam's arrow went into the ninja, but the lethal metal tip didn't.
Oh! It didn't go through the thing.
It seems safe, but he won't be the one on the not-so-pointy end. That's the ninja's job.
Let me show you what it does when I fire.
Okay, yeah. Ow! That hit me in the eye. You're supposed to hit me in the chest.
So I'm wondering, you think it bounces back, it doesn't penetrate, if you feel like you could survive that?
Well, yeah, I'm pretty tough, but look, let's try it. How about we use a bulletproof vest first of all?
Terrific.
We're not sure bulletproof vests were part of the traditional ninja's weaponry.
That's where we're going.
But then we're not the ones being shot at point-blank range.
All right, are you ready? Yep. All right, non-lethal arrow test into a bulletproof vest in 3, 2, 1.
Ooh, I think you missed.
I missed the X. How did that feel?
Yeah, it's okay.
You want to try it without the vest?
Let's have a go.
Okay. He's bold.
Bold and dangerous. Remember, don't try this at home.
All right, shall we make a second target?
Yeah,
I'll
right
hit this.
here.
I'll hit this one this time.
Yeah, okay.
Right there. I'm not going to pull all the way back on this. I'll just pull a little bit back and we'll ramp it up as we go.
Let's go.
This is non-lethal arrow into a real ninja, point blank range. In 3, 2, 1.
Oh, yes, sir. Okay, let's go full strength.
You heard him. Okay, this is for real. This is full strength. Ha! Non-lethal arrow into a real ninja. In 3, 2, 1.
Oh,
You're
beautiful.
still alive. How did it feel?
Yeah, it's like a paintball bullet. It's quite soft.
And if anyone knows how sore that is, it's Adam.
I'm ready, Jamie. Well, our ninja's a pretty good sport. He managed to take a hit both soft and hard with our non-lethal arrow, and he's still walking around. So it looks like we have exactly what we need for the MythBusters Ninja Challenge.
With rubber-tipped arrows, the ninja won't die. But will he be able to catch them and defeat the forces of evil ranged against them?
Our ninja has proved his skill with a single archer and a single arrow. Now it's time to find out how he fares against 3 archers and 3 arrows.
It's a classic Shadow Warrior showdown. A lone ninja.
Everybody's ready?
Evil assassins at every turn. And Jamie.
Archers, draw.
If this were a movie, the ninja's victory would be assured. But this isn't a movie. It's more like a firing squad.
What?
And the ninja just took 3 direct hits.
Okay, stand down.
Well, Anthony is absolutely a good sport. But so far under battle conditions, it's not looking good for the myth. No arrows have been caught.
Archers, draw.
At this range, with no cover, the ninja is a sitting duck. So Adam decides to give him a bit more room to move.
Okay, all right, stand down.
In the interest of giving Anthony an even better chance, I'm going to back up all 3 of the archers 10 paces, another 10 meters, so they'll all be at about 60 feet away from him before they fire.
At a greater distance, the archers are less accurate. And the ninja gets close, but still can't quite get a grip.
All right, stand down. Let's reset.
The myth is looking like it's totally busted. But to settle it once and for all, Adam has one more option.
I want to give Anthony the best chance of success at this, so I'm going to have the archers all holding their arrows down until they fire, so he'll actually have a little bit of lead time seeing the flutter of their bow before they fire.
He finally caught one. Fair and square. So is it a case of myth busted or plausible?
In the battle scenario, Anthony was in fact able to catch an arrow. Although, in a real battle situation, you only have one chance. And Anthony took a number of hits before he got it right.
Our ninja did spectacularly when he could see an archer go up and release. He had the time to anticipate. But without that, I think we'd have one dead ninja.
When it comes to fighting underwater, you can do it the hard way or the ninja way. Use your blowpipe as a breathing tube and fire a poison dart into your victim.
So despite the cheating, we did establish that it's possible to make an accurate blowgun using only natural materials.
We also showed that you could stay underneath the water for an hour, which would be plenty of time for you to wait for your enemy to come by.
So I guess it's time to put it all together.
This is where it gets really hard, because underwater, refraction's gonna distort your aim.
And even if you could overcome the refraction, you still have to load the dart in the blowgun while breathing.
And then you have to do all this without getting water in your blowgun, staying underneath the water, and causing no ripples whatsoever.
Do you think we could even do this?
I don't know.
It's gonna be fun, though.
With carp ponds hard to come by, Tori and Grant ninja up the local pool, while Carrie changes into something less comfortable.
All right, so how are we gonna test this one?
All right, well, since this is all about accuracy, I think what you should do is put the dart in the tube first while you're above water and then hop down, under, do it that way.
All right, get in the water.
As the winner from yesterday's test, it's Carrie's job to take aim from under the water where things may not be so clear.
It's a different thing when you're above water versus being underwater because of refraction, which, if we're correct, will probably make it very difficult to actually aim for a target and hit it.
The problem for our trespassing assassin is the emperor she's aiming at isn't where he appears to be. That's because light travels at different speeds through water and air, getting bent out of shape as it passes from one to the other. Although she's still a dead-eye shot above water,
That's right where I was going for!
under the water, Carrie will be guessing where to fire.
Sorry!
She's missed by a mile.
It's really blurry.
Now remember, Carrie's only fighting refraction here. Breathing through the blowgun comes later.
Whoa! You hit the pole!
It was high.
Yeah, lower your aim a little
Oh,
bit.
wow, I thought I was way lower than that.
All right, refraction aim test, take 3.
So will it be third time lucky?
Whoa!
Oh, that's a great shot.
A really good shot, and that was only your 3rd try.
Ah, the sweet smell of success.
The refraction test went so much better than I expected. I thought that maybe I could hit the target, but I didn't think I could sit underwater, see the target, and really aim for it.
They've got traction on refraction, but what about breathing below before they blow? That's their ultimate challenge.
In the interest of a bigger sample size, I think we should all do this, so I think you should go ninja up.
Yeah, time to be ninjas.
Once again, like thieves in the night, our stealth warriors sneakily slip into action. Well, one of them anyway.
Now, we've already proven that you can stand the cold. Carrie is compensated for refraction and her targeting's right on. Now it's time to put everything together and do it all at once and see if it's really possible.
And 3, 2, 1.
This is it. This is why our would-be assassins are here. To see if they can breathe through their blowguns long enough to get a secret shot at their hapless victim. And for this experiment, long enough is 10 minutes.
Now we've tested all the elements. Now the final test is to see if we can load our dart underneath the water and then fire and hit our target.
This is the really hard part. Feeding, then firing their darts out of a tube they're supposed to be breathing through. Trouble is, once you take your mouth away, the water rushes in. And your blowgun becomes a water pistol.
Where'd it go?
I don't know.
I don't see any darts in the dummy.
I shot mine first, so I got to see what happened with both of yours. All the darts went really low, and yours didn't even make it out of the pool.
It's a no-show from the big blow. Do our ninjas lack the knack? Is the task too big an ask?
Next is the Ninja 1-inch punch.
Made famous by the legendary Bruce Lee.
Exactly the one. The myth is that in the right hands, a ninja whose fist is only this far away can still floor an opponent. And we're in luck because our ninja has been trained in the 1-inch punch by one of Bruce Lee's own students.
There are many ways to throw a punch. Some longer than others. But it's that Bruce Lee martial arts marvel, the 1-inch punch, that was reputed to be a close combat knockout weapon. But is it fact or fanciful fiction? Now, before they test the ninja's 1-inch weapon, Adam and Jamie want to measure how hard a normal punch is.
Give it your best shot. Come on.
Last time punches were thrown, Adam got to sock Jamie.
Ready?
That was a hard one.
So it's Jamie's turn to thump Adam, and then see how his full force punch stacks up against the ninja's 1-inch wonder.
Now, there's been some concern from our insurance company about getting punched in the chest because it's where your heart is. That's why I'm wearing this big red man suit. Then we've got a load plate, and then we've got some padding on the load plate to protect Jamie's sensitive hands, because in his spare time, he's a hand model.
Whoops.
Oh, there he is.
Well, if he wasn't mad enough to punch Adam out before, he sure is now. So, just what sort of punch does Jamie pack?
Give me a full force punch.
It's payback time.
What was the rating?
325 pounds.
At 325 pounds, if Jamie's fist had been delivered to Adam's jaw, it'd be a knockout.
Ow.
With their baseline set, it's time to see how many pounds of punch the ninja can muster from only 1 inch away.
Okay, Adam, are you ready?
Give it everything you got. Dennis, what was the reading?
153.
That's half of what Jamie racked up at full throttle.
It's still not hugely powerful.
Yeah, but is the 1-inch punch actually a weapon in the ninja's arsenal?
Yes, it is, but more common is the 3-inch power punch. Let me demonstrate that for you. Okay, it goes like this. The hand rolls in and we hit here like so.
Okay. I'm ready if you are.
Okay.
210 pounds.
210.
Now we're getting better.
The high speed shows the force of the punch. And at 2/3 the power of Jamie's knockout blow, it'd more than likely floor an opponent. But the ninja says 1 and 3-inch punches are rarely used on their own. They're just part of the grab bag of precision punching that ninjas have at their fingertips.
Yeah, wow.
Look at that.
But where the ninja's precision punching really showed was when he broke the last of 3 boards, leaving the first 2 intact. Imagine what had happened to your internal organs if you were on the receiving end of this. And that was one punch.
No more of that.
Even Jamie couldn't match.
Y'all don't see any damage, Jamie. Except to you. How are we gonna call the 1-inch punch?
I'd have to say it's plausible. While it'll never be as powerful as a full-on punch, Anthony was actually able to generate an impressive amount of force at that range.
I agree. You know, with the proper amount of training and catching your opponent off guard, you could totally knock someone down with what he did. I say plausible.
Plausible.
Laying an ambush above ground is hard enough. But can a ninja blowgun-breathing assassin do it from underwater? That's what Tori, Carrie, and Grant are testing. But so far, all they've blown out of the water is more water.
All right, we're gonna have to blow harder. Let's do it again.
Actually, I was thinking of this. You've only got poison at the tip, right? So what if you have the end in your mouth and you kind of hold on to it like this with your teeth, and then you breathe through your teeth, and then you load it. That way there's never a water transition.
Sure, whatever works.
You wanna try that?
We need to assassinate this guy. Okay.
So let's pucker up and see if breathing through clenched teeth is the ninja way to deliver death to the dummy. That's a miss from Tori. And Carrie's cheating blowpipe has fallen to bits.
It didn't work out for me.
So it's all up to Grant.
Oh, yeah! He did it! Yeah! Ninja! Yeah!
Assassination accomplished!
I hit it!
Good job.
Grant scored a direct hit, and spurred on by a success, the team goes for take 2. That's another miss from Tori. But Carrie's dead on target. And so is Grant.
Woo! He's assassinated!
Oh, I hit him in the face! We killed him!
We got him!
Yeah!
This is totally plausible. We covered all the elements.
You can survive the exposure of the cold.
And you can overcome refraction.
You know what? You put all three of us together, you get a ninja.
A very scary ninja. We finally found a ninja myth that's plausible, and we're not even trained ninjas. I mean, could you imagine if we were trained ninjas?
The blow dart experiment was phenomenal. This is actually a plausible ninja myth. I'm completely surprised. Now I can go back to being a pirate, because I'm not one for this ninja stuff. It's cold.
Adam and Jamie are trying to put to rest whether or not a ninja can grasp a passing shaft. It's true, when ambushed, the ninja did catch an arrow. But he also caught more than a few with his body. And then some. But the ninja's real sore. He says no shadow warrior would get cornered like this. He wants a rematch with Adam. Mano a mano.
Our ninja has actually issued what sounds like a challenge. He says in a battle situation, he wouldn't catch an arrow. He'd deflect it, and I'd be dead before I got a second shot off. I say, prove it, ninja, and that's what we're about to do. We're gonna set up exactly that scenario and see if I can get 2 shots off before I'm dead. Here's the first one.
It'll be an ugly grudge match. There's a lot at stake, and Adam needs to save face. If there's anything left of his face to save.
This one's called Ninja's Revenge, and it's all about speed of reloading. And let's face it, putting an arrow onto a bow is kind of fiddly, and if you've got a ninja running at your full speed, you might be in a little trouble, or at least so our ninja says.
At 20 paces, it's Adam Ninja Buster Savage up against his arch enemy, the Orange Avenger.
Oh,
Oh, you're dead. You're dead.
It'll be the best of 3. That's 1.
Okay, that screaming's really disconcerting.
But it works.
I want to try that again.
That's 2 to the ninja.
Now remember, your life's at stake.
Now that Adam knows what the odds are, perhaps he'll lift his game.
Okay, you ready?
You did get the knock on the string.
I got the knock on the string, but man, Ninja got to
bananas.
me.
Yeah.
Thank you, my friend.
Well, look, I practiced, and my arrow shooting got pretty quick. I was able to fire 2 shots in just under 3 seconds, and that didn't even come close to helping me survive the ninja. Not only did he cut my arrow in half, but I was cut down. In my prime.
Adam was toast. Although I have to say this was a close combat situation, and if Adam was over 100 feet away, there might be a different outcome.
And the final score, Ninja 3, Adam's Pride 0.
So the fans say ninjas can catch arrows. How are we gonna call this one?
I have an idea about how to answer all the complaints we're gonna get from the fans. I'm gonna role play as the fans and have a conversation with you as you.
Okay, I can do that.
Dude, he totally caught the arrow, even under your impossible battle conditions. Once he saw the archer raise his bow, whoop, he was able to grab that arrow.
Yeah, well, corpses can't catch arrows. He'd been dead 20 times before that.
Yes, but think of all the arrows he avoided before then, too. And under battle conditions, the archers might not be drawing to full strength, and things might be deflecting off walls and stuff like that.
He'd still be dead by then.
But remember the mano a mano when Adam shot the arrow at him and he was able to slice it out of the air with his sword?
Dead.
Okay, I can't do this anymore. The myth is that a ninja could pluck an arrow, he has no idea where it's coming from, sense it coming, and reach out and pluck an arrow out of the air. Our ninja is arguably the best in the world at catching arrows, and he couldn't do That. If we had removed the rubber tips from arrows, we'd have one dead ninja on our hands. I say busted.
It's busted.
Get ready for some hate mail.
Ever since we started doing MythBusters, a large portion of the myths we use come from you, the audience. We love that. So if you've got some good stuff, you know what the show's about. Log on to discovery.com/mythbusters.
On this infectious episode of MythBusters, we blow the lid on those sensational viral videos.
Are you ready?
I'm ready. Let's do it.
Can you believe everything you see on the net?
It's scientific!
Like a sawdust cannon,
Say hello to my little friend.
or a water-powered rocket car, or even fainting goats.
We're gonna drop them with this one.
Who are the MythBusters? Adam Savage and Jamie Hyneman.
That's perfect. Hold it there.
Between them, more than 30 years of special effects experience.
Freedom!
Joining them, Grant Imahara,
You suck.
Tori Belleci,
Put your back into it.
and Carrie Byron.
High explosives and electricity. Woo!
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test.
What are you doing? We've got work to do.
Hold on, I'm checking out some viral videos for our viral special.
Viral videos, what's that?
There's this invention out there called the internet, and the latest, biggest craze on it is people trading videos which go what is called viral, i.e. they have spread throughout the population like a virus because they're so shocking, so amazing, or so hilarious.
Okay, well, what's in it for us?
Well, are they real, or are they just camera editing or computer trickery?
Okay, that's something we can sink our teeth into.
That's what I thought.
I think I've got one.
Yeah?
Does 10 million hits count as a viral video?
I'll say. What do you got?
Well, it looks like we've got a bunch of fire hoses pointed down and they're lifting a car off the ground.
That is friggin' perfect for us.
It looks pretty convincing. What do you think?
No idea. Here, play it again.
You know, if this is real and we can actually pull this off, it's gonna be awesome.
I totally agree, but man, it could also be deadly.
It could also be a con job. That car might just be a plastic shell. But the only way to find out is to try it ourselves. That means building a platform, sweet-talking some firemen, and buying a full-weight has-been hatchback.
This is what it is to be a Mythbuster. You see this car behind me and you think, it's some classified ad piece of crap. I see a flying water jet car.
Adam's itching to squirt this wreck sky high, but Jamie wants to check under the hood.
This car weighs, according to the sticker, 3,175 pounds. Now that means that each of those hoses has to put out about 320 pounds of thrust. Personally, I don't think so.
Jamie decides to start small scale, and he's not afraid to delegate.
Okay, well, this is our car. I need you to make me a 1/6 scale version of this on the CNC. Can you do that?
Yes, we can do that, definitely.
Okay, off you go.
Okay.
The CNC mill is a computer-controlled milling machine that will take a laser-scanned image of a real car and generate a tool path for its cutting tool that will carve out a miniature version of the car at any scale we like out of something like a fine-grained particle board.
Meantime, Adam knocks up a miniature 10-nozzle frame for the tiny car to sit on. The frame and the car fit together just like a piston in a cylinder.
Oh, it's perfect. Look at that.
This might be a small-scale test, but still, why mess up your own backyard? Jamie's picked out a fire training facility about 30 miles east of the city in Pleasanton.
Given that we're going to be harnessing hundreds or maybe even thousands of horsepower of diesel pump energy and putting that through hoses, this is kind of a dangerous situation that we don't really want to just dive into without preparation. And so we're going to build a scale model, see how well we can control it, see if we can learn anything about it before we start dealing with the big boys.
Okay, this bewildering mix of half-hose, double-pipe, triple-glued, multi-valves sure don't look small-scale. Thankfully, Adam's here to explain it.
Right, kiddies, close your eyes and open your brains. Well, actually, keep your eyes open because this television is going to take you on a little journey. Picture yourself as a droplet of water with a bunch of your friends heading down this 2.5-inch fire hose. Everything's going great. Then all of a sudden, you hit this transition. What is this? Oh, it's starting to have to do with the MythBusters. So, you and your friends are divided into two groups. This group, the left group, let's go see what they're going on. Left group comes down the manifold and further gets divided into 5 other groups, each one going down a 25-foot garden hose. Those garden hoses lead to the platform where all 10 groups of water droplets, all of you and your friends are rejoined coming out of these nozzles. And if everything goes well, you'll see this. But we're not exactly sure that's going to happen. There's likely to be problems.
And that's not just a prediction, it's a promise. Retired Fire Chief Bob Calloway runs out the hose and taps into the nearest hydrant. He's pumped, and so are the boys.
We are all plumbed up and ready to go. And what I'm hoping to discover here is information about the flight characteristics of the full-size car when we power it up.
So, Bob, we're all set and ready to go.
Okay, Jamie.
And you got your valve there, huh? So,
Right.
What's your signal for more or less?
More is this way.
Less is like
Less
that.
is this way.
Just like a crane, okay.
Right.
Well, I'm going to stand kind of safely off to the side watching the whole thing, and I'll give you your signal more or less, and we'll just kind of ramp on up.
Okay.
Remember the high-pitched squealing means shut everything down. They sound like, like that.
Will do.
Okay.
Jamie declines a waterproof suit. That's because Adams volunteered to handle the hoses. Bob turns the tap, and there's no turning back. And before you can say, "Pump my ride," this little red car becomes a little red helicopter.
Dude, look at that! Yeah!
And in scale, that's about right. That's like, what, 20 feet off the ground?
It's totally, these things are pointed every which way, but because they're mostly down, it's really stable.
It seems precise water direction isn't crucial to keeping the car aloft. And that's what they came here to find out. Bolstered by an unshakable belief in his own brilliance, Adam decides to kick it up a notch.
That's maximum.
You know what I'm thinking?
What?
Is that when we go up to full size, see how just a little bit of guidance keeps
Yeah.
it dampened? So all we need are like 4 ropes.
Well, notice there's a guy on every hose in the video. And it doesn't take much. I mean, actually, I can guide it from right like here. Dude, this couldn't be better.
Well, actually, it could.
Whoa! Oh!
Direct hit to the mustache.
I was doing just fine staying dry.
It could not have gone better. We got liftoff, we got stability. It seems like as long as these things are pointed within 15 degrees of down, you get stability. This seems really, really possible.
So what do you guys think? Can we pull this off with a full-size car? Yeah, that's awesome.
I've seen this footage so many times, it just gets funnier.
Now, apparently they're fainting goats. I mean, this is a news story. But have you ever heard of any animal besides a human fainting?
No, and in fact, some of our fans think that this is just a hoax because this footage is so weird.
Well, you know, there's only one way to find out.
All right, let's go see for ourselves.
So Carrie and Tori hit the road to confirm or confound this possible fraud once and for all.
All right, we're at Renegade Ranch to see these fainting goats. I mean, I haven't seen one fall over yet. So I'm just kind of excited to get in there and try to freak them out and see if we can get them to fall over. I know that seems kind of cruel, but you know, science could be cruel sometimes.
I have seen this internet clip so many times because it cracks me up. Do goats actually faint?
Well, they do and they don't. They appear to faint, but they don't actually lose consciousness when they fall on the ground. It's a muscle condition called myotonia that affects their leg muscles, so when they get scared, sometimes even excited, their muscles are tightened up in their legs, and sometimes they'll actually fall over.
Yeah, but this still smells like a rural myth, meant to make us city folk look dumber than a fence post. But Tori's halfway convinced.
Apparently, shepherds breed these goats just for that gene, so that way they can put one of these goats into their flock of sheep, so when a real predator shows up, all the sheep take off and the goat is stuck there, paralyzed, so that the predator can eat it and not the sheep. Now, if that's not taking one for the team, I don't know what is. The sad thing is, it's not even his team. I mean, it's a sheep, you know?
Sounds like someone's going soft on these cute little guys. It won't last.
All right, Tori, your first step. What do you want to do?
I think for my first one, I'm just gonna see if I can get one of these goats to faint with no tricks. I mean, I haven't seen one of these fainted yet. Ooh. Oh, you...
It's a shameful start. The first one to faint is one of us. So while Tori regroups, Carrie gives it a whirl.
Okay, I figured something that'd be very freaky with a lot of flash would be an umbrella. So I'm gonna try to crouch down, wait till they're calm, and pow.
That kapow sure worked on the virus video, so it should work now. But it doesn't.
They're laughing at us, Carrie. They mock us.
I don't think this is as easy as I thought it was gonna be.
Every failure to faint casts more doubt on this viral video. But Tori needs to prove that he's smarter than the livestock.
I'm thinking maybe I'm gonna lay down in that trough right there, cover me in hay.
Christina supplies the hay as Tori's wrapped and interred inside a straw sarcophagus.
Let them come up to the hay, eat for a little bit, and then I'll spring out and see if we can get one of these guys to faint.
5 long minutes later, Carrie calls in the strike.
All right, Tori, go now.
Not one?
Not one.
You kidding me?
Dude, that would scare the heck out of me. I can't tell you how frustrating this is. I mean, they're called fainting goats. We can't make a fainting goat faint. Seriously.
But enough bleating. Let's bring out the big guns.
Oh, these techniques don't seem to be working very well. I thought these goats were supposed to faint like that.
I got an idea. This one's for the boys.
The boys don't know it, but they're about to enjoy their first, and probably last, Bucks party.
All right, Carrie, these are the male goats. What's your technique?
You ready?
Yeah.
Tori falls to friendly fire, but once again, Carrie fails to stun or stiffen the target species.
Wasn't ready for that one, Carrie.
It's especially annoying because by now they know the goat video was no fraud. Behind the scenes, they're falling like flies.
You want to know what's frustrating me the most? Everybody seems to be able to get these goats to fall except Carrie and me. Camera guy walks by a goat, it falls over. The runner, he's making goats fall over. The farmer walks by and they're falling over.
Well, the breed is called the Tennessee fainting goat. So Carrie and Tori give themselves one last shot at the goat version of Operation Shock and Awe.
I think maybe we need to blend.
Should we use our secret weapon? Camouflage?
Camouflage.
Yeah. You ready?
Oh, yeah.
We're gonna drop them with this one. All right, Carrie, so this is the camouflage technique. Now the key is we need to blend in with the goats.
Okay, on your attack, we get up, chase him around and make him faint.
Let's do this.
Looking like rejects from a Wizard of Oz revival, Tori and Carrie stalk their prey.
I don't know about the goats, but I think the cow's getting kind of excited.
I'm one of you guys. What's going on, fellas? Ready, Carrie? Let's go! You got him. Totally worked.
Yeah, we got a few.
I got one over there.
It won't work every time on every goat, but we've seen enough to prove that this video virus is the real deal. They really can be scared stiff.
I am so convinced that this works. It actually doesn't take that much. You just have to know what you're doing, which we obviously don't most of the time. This myth is absolutely confirmed. These goats faint.
Producers of MythBusters wish to say that no goats were heard during filming, though several felt they were made to look stupid. Authorized and spoken by Robert Lee. So far, the boys have launched a model car on 10 tiny water jets, just to get a feel for the physics behind this hugely popular viral video. The pressure builds back at M5 as they start designing the full-scale version.
We don't need something as complex as that. We can have something like NPT pipe fittings to have attachment pipe fitting there, so your hose comes in here.
Yeah,
and then a nipple.
lower PSI. Yeah, what do we gain and what do we lose?
They need to nail down the most effective mix of hose and pipe sizes, nozzle types, and water pressure. And it's not something the fire department can help them with.
They don't need to know this kind of thing normally. All they need to know is whether they can hold on to the hose well enough to put a fire out. And when you try and button them down to, you know, exactly how many pounds of thrust in this configuration or that, they don't know, and it's not surprising. I mean, as usual, we're using tools and materials in ways for which they were never intended, and this is a classic.
So is this clear?
100%. Clear as mud, huh?
Yeah.
They start by building a rig that should rate the pressure from one standard fire hose. You can sense Jamie's confidence by the courage he shows wearing shorts with a beret.
So Bob, this is our rig that is going to tell us how much thrust we are going to get out of a single hose. And what I've got is the hose comes in here, the water goes down like that. We put barbell weights here, and we see how many barbell weights we can lift with the hose coming off that truck. What do you think?
I think it'll work.
The method is crude, but hopefully effective. If the water lifts the weight, 10 times the pressure from 10 hoses should lift the car.
I've got a very simple rig here, which I hope is bulletproof, and it's going to tell us what kind of thrust we're getting out of the fire truck. And we'll see exactly how much lift we get by how many barbell weights we were able to lift. Okay, Bob, we're good to go. We got 400 pounds on there. Let's fire it up.
Okay, here we go.
The water just barely raises the weights. So Jamie decides to narrow the valve and raise the pressure.
Now I'm going to put a reducer on there, which has a much smaller hole, and we'll start to dial in on whether we get any increased thrust from this. Hopefully, putting this reducer on this will make for an increased nozzle reaction. That's what they call it in the industry.
Bob pumps water through the truck as Jamie wills the weights to greater heights. But this test is headed straight down the drain.
I think we got a little bit more nozzle reaction that time. It was like a rocket. That was exciting. In fact, that was like dangerous. We did have to kind of like take a dive for the bushes there at one point. I didn't plan on the thing going completely over the top and dumping its weights and becoming a like missile on the end of a string. Well, it's very clear. A fire truck is able to lift at least 400 pounds. But I was hoping to make it lift 800 pounds, twice that much, so we didn't have to use as many fire trucks. But I can't test it because this thing is screwed and I'm not going to be able to fix it today.
So Jamie still has no idea how many trucks he needs. Even if he did, it's midsummer, and spare hoses could be scarce as polar bears in Pleasanton.
Whoa! That looks seriously dangerous. I like it.
You know, they're claiming to do this with only sawdust. Fans, they're a little skeptical. They think it's either something way more flammable or it's CGI.
Well, in theory, it could work.
Yeah, even though they say they're not using any accelerant, if the powder's fine enough, you could get that result from just sawdust, compressed air, and an open flame.
Oh, we are gonna have to be so careful.
Yeah, Tori, careful.
I'm always careful.
That's carefree. You're carefree.
There really could have been any number of undeclared combustibles down that pipe. At least the guy seems quite forthcoming about how he put it together.
What we have here is the energy source. It's an old propane tank.
So, armed with the blueprints,
Valve. This is a high-speed flow valve.
on behalf of doubting viewers everywhere, we're gonna call his bluff and build it like he did.
Like all of the recycled junk that we try to turn into something amazing, this is not just a pipe. It's filled with all sorts of other metal work. So I'm gonna have to cut it up and cut everything out and make it right for us.
Step one is to pop the top on the tank. Sounds easy, but Carrie soon discovers these things are not meant to be tampered with.
Well, you didn't want it to come all off in one piece, did you?
Carrie finally breaks through, but there's much more work to do.
Inside now.
Tori's timely advice pretty much translates as, well, there's your problem.
Okay, so you're gonna have to cut out that whole section there.
Sure hope there's a lot more layers in here. That would be way easier than getting a pipe.
Yeah, it looks like there might be another layer.
Meantime, Grant works on a modified propane canister, just like the one in the video. The propane's been drained, and the tank's been adapted to hold compressed air. And a high-speed, high-flow valve should release all of that air in a short, sharp blast.
Air's gonna come in here from our compressor, and what happens is it normally goes in here and fills up the tank, and it's doing that all the time until the tank's full. This leads out to the cannon itself. When we push this button, it cuts off the flow coming in from the compressor and allows the tank air to go directly out to the cannon, and it deploys in less than a quarter of a second.
Heavy-duty pipes connect Grant's apparatus with Carrie's cleaned-out cannon, to which she's welded 4 steel struts. It's ready for a proof-of-concept blow test without the flame to see how high they can blast the sawdust. Still, we all know that Uncle Jamie likes them to take this kind of thing outside.
I've got a bag of hamster bedding. This is basically just sawdust. I'm gonna put it in the bottom of the cannon, let it off, and see what we're dealing with here. I think this will work out pretty well. It's light and fluffy.
One bag of plain sawdust, hamster bedding, only partially fills the pipe. Grant hooks up to an air compressor, and once he's up to full pressure, he counts it down.
Approaching 100. All right, this is sawdust cannon test with a little bit of sawdust, 100 PSI, in 3, 2, 1.
That's good. That's just a little bit of sawdust. That went pretty good.
The problem is, it didn't go that high.
No.
10 feet in the air.
At the moment, it's not looking exactly like the height that we would expect to see based on what we saw in the video. But I think it's achievable. It's definitely achievable.
So what to do? Grant thinks he'll get more punch with less hardware. He fits a shorter connecting pipe. Then Carrie trims an inch or two off the legs. This jumble of spare parts just might fulfill its potential. If so, they'll need some elbow room. And Scarface Balachi's already booked the bomb range.
Say hello to my little friend.
While preparations are made for a full-scale fire hose test, Adam and Jamie have time to check out another much-viewed, water-themed internet upload.
All right, here's the viral video we've got to investigate. Pipe with some gas. Nice forearms on this hand model. Oh, that is very cool. They call it invisible water. What do you think?
This one has all the hallmarks of a sideshow stunt. It's entirely possible that this was done with CGI on a green screen, or even just fishing line with clever lighting. But Jamie's got his own theory.
That's not invisible water. That's some kind of a super dense gas. There are all sorts of them out there.
We just gotta find out which one.
The prime suspect is sulfur hexafluoride. It's 5 times heavier than air.
I promise to show you something really cool as long as you promise not to try it at home, okay? Okay. Now, everyone wants to know why my voice sounds higher when I inhale helium.
My simple fact is that helium is 6 times less dense than air, which means sound waves travel through it much faster, which makes my voice sound much higher. Now, the same effect can be achieved in reverse if I inhale something like
sulfur hexafluoride, which is 6 times denser than air. I inhale some of that.
And my voice gets really low, although somehow I'm still funny. It's scientific!
On that low note, it's time to start the test and flush out this potential viral flim-flam.
Now that we've got the gas, I want to replicate exactly what I can see in the video. We've got a fish tank and we got tons of tin foil. I'm going to try and make a boat that floats on the invisible water. All right. Give me the business end. I can't see anything.
We'll have to take the full tank on faith, just because we can't see anything. Now, Adam turns boat builder.
All right. Replicating the circumstances. You ready?
Yep. It's a simple proposition. The boat either floats or it sinks. But Jamie can't see why this won't work. And here's the proof of concept.
There you go.
So that's where our level is.
Right, somewhere right about there. Let's just be clear. This balloon is filled with air, and it drops unless it's in this fish tank where it floats. Because the fish tank's full of gas that's heavier than air, I just can't get a boat to float in it as pretty as it does in the video.
One after another, these tinfoil Titanics are launched, then lost at sea. Though the boys do seem to be dialing in on the boat design.
Dude, that is so almost cool.
Here's hoping it's last time lucky.
Jamie?
It worked.
They've almost duplicated what they saw on the internet. Now Jamie has the honor of flooding the boat with invisible water.
Yeah, I can see it pouring out, man. That's so cool.
Jamie double dips, and that's all it takes to sink the cynicism surrounding this oddly transparent viral video.
It's going down.
Oh, down to the bottom of an invisible sea.
Well, like they say, whatever floats your boat. And in this case, it's sulfur hexafluoride. Because just like a boat on the water, when you put a boat on sulfur hexafluoride, because it's heavier than air, the boat floats.
Even though it was a gas, the myth of invisible water turned out to be true. But that's not true of every viral video. And to show how easy it is to post a fake experiment, we put this clip on YouTube around the time we filmed this show. Adam unscrambles a Rubik's Cube with his feet, while Jamie does it blindfolded. It looks convincing as they both solve the puzzle, and this was watched by tens of thousands of people.
You want to know how it's done? Because while it looks like we started with one of these and ended up with one of these, in fact, the reverse is true. We started with the solved cube and mixed it up and just ran the footage backwards. For a little added realism, if you look carefully, you'll see our researcher John Hunt walking through the frame. In fact, he was walking backwards.
So remember, don't believe everything you see on the internet.
Carrie, Tori, and Grant have trucked their homemade cannon out to the bomb range to see if they can exactly replicate this amazing viral video with nothing more than sawdust, air, and a flare.
Now, we've seen a lot of really cool viral videos on the internet, but not all of them are 100% the truth. There's a lot of computer graphics. So for this to be confirmed, we need to be able to replicate that giant tower of fire that we saw on the internet video.
This orange line right here is connected to the air compressor, and that is the source of air for the whole cannon. And hopefully, that'll be enough to create a huge sawdust plume.
Their one and only test was underwhelming.
That went pretty good.
And even though they've upsized the pipes, this time the cannon needs to blast a lot more sawdust. Maybe booking the bomb range was a tad optimistic, though Tori will be playing with fire.
The plan is I'm gonna light the flare, I'm gonna stick it into the top of the barrel in the pile of sawdust like a birthday candle. I'm gonna run back, Grant's gonna pull the string, and we're gonna launch that sawdust into the air, and hopefully we'll get a giant tower of fire.
Perfect.
And then hopefully we'll all go, are we missing our eyebrows?
Am I missing an eyebrow?
The pressure inside the X-propane tank rises to 120 psi.
Okay, perfect. Good to go.
Tori lights, then inserts the road flare.
All right.
But will this really be enough to make a pipe full of common sawdust go boom? Hang on to your hamsters.
All right, 3, 2, 1.
For just a heartbeat, it seemed they wouldn't get the fireball. But good things do come to those who wait.
That was so cool!
Nice.
Confirmed.
Oh my God, that was the coolest thing I've ever seen.
3.
It didn't look like it was gonna ignite, and then all of a sudden, boom! It went up. It was beautiful.
And it's not just the flame and the size of the flame, but the sound.
Woo.
It was amazing.
And Carrie thought it was even better than the video.
The sawdust went up with the flare, a mushroom cloud formed, and then the fire fell, and then you could see the flare falling to the ground. It was way cooler.
Challenge accepted, potential hoax, unhoaxed, and time to up the ante.
So we made our cannon to the specs of the video, and it worked. Now it's time we ramp it up, and we make a giant cannon and see how big we can make the fire!
Aside from the upscaled hardware, they plan to fool around with alternate ammunition. In one of those don't try this at home moments, Carrie tests the explosive potential of other fine-grained substances, like ordinary kitchen flour.
That was good.
Too true, but it gets even better.
Next, we're trying non-dairy creamer, because I hear that's really flammable, and I want to see if that's going to make the biggest fireball of all.
Non-dairy creamer. Millions would agree that going up in flames could be its finest moment.
Non-dairy creamer, flame burns to my hand and into the cup. It's so flammable that there is a backdraft.
So with the promise of a much bigger cannon and a deadly dose of mock milk powder, It looks like the sky's the limit.
Now I want to ramp it up!
Adam and Jamie are testing the authenticity of this internet video by trying it themselves. The car could be a lightweight fake, not to mention the frame it's sitting on. But Adam's rack is all that and more.
This right here is one of the water jets of my completed water jet car lifting platform. I've got 10 of these babies on it. Starts out with a fire hose coupler right here, goes to normal NPT schedule 40, 45, and 90, out to a bowel reducer, and a water jet would be squirting out here.
It's a slick piece of plumbing, and every bit as heavy as it looks.
This right here weighs about maybe 400 or 500 pounds, and that means that the whole thing is going to be quite heavy. We're going to have to be able to lift maybe around 4,000 pounds if we get that car off the ground.
But Adam's problems are more immediate.
Turns out my rig's too big to fit in any vehicle we own or can rent. So, having just completed it, I've got to cut it in half.
2 steps forward and 1 back. They'll have to weld the halves together again on site. It's a frustrating start to a day they hope will end bathed in glory.
All right, looks like we're good to go.
Let's get this show on the road.
Every spare fire truck rolls up to the test site. But it's the second setback of the morning. They've only mustered 6 of the hoped-for 10. Still, there's no lack of manpower.
This is many hands make light work. All right, all we want to do is lift this car over this bar this way.
2 guys on each wheel.
That was beautiful.
Adam and Jamie strap down the car with the world's biggest seat belts.
I just had one of those moments. Can't believe we're doing this.
Now to hand things over to the professionals.
Well, it went so smoothly, I'm a little nervous, but yeah, I can't think of anything else we can do except hook it up.
The boys have burst a valve to maximize their chances. In the wash-up, it all depends on how much water they can pump from these few hydrants, pressurized by just 6 trucks.
I'm a little nervous about it because we've only got 6 trucks. The math says we should be able to do it just, but will we?
I'll give you a prediction. I think we're going to get the liftoff. Whether it's a nice high liftoff or whether it's a gentle or catastrophic landing, I don't know. But I think we're going to get airborne or waterborne.
We've already proved that this video sawdust fireball is no hoax. We did it even better than they did and got a smoke ring to boot. Now we'd like to turn it up a notch with non-dairy creamer and a much bigger cannon.
So we've come to machinery and equipment, which is basically a graveyard of industrial parts and machines.
I don't think this one's gonna work. It's just too big.
I'm pretty sure we're gonna find something here.
Ah, that is perfect. All we need to do is lose this, and I love how it's got a cone shape. That way, when we blast our air, all our sawdust is gonna come out of the cannon.
So we can maximize our tower of fire.
He's a great hopper. Can we name it Dennis?
It's so hard to find a name both you and the missus can live with.
Comedy gold!
But they've got exactly what they came for.
This is perfect. All I need to do is add an extension, make some adjustments, and put it on a stand.
Back at base, Tori plans to accessorize the big blue hopper with a bigger yellow barrel.
What I have here is a 55-gallon drum, and I'm gonna use this to extend my funnels. But what I need to do first is cut the bottom.
No sooner said than done. Then Tori welds the drum tight to the hopper. They'll also need to use much bigger connecting pipes.
That looks pretty good.
And let's not forget to pack the combustibles.
How big a cup of coffee do you think you need for 3,000 pounds of non-dairy creamer? We are loading this into the truck, taking it up to the bomb range, and then putting it into our giant cannon to make a tower of flames.
Out on the range, the first challenge is finding a safe, smart way to fill the barrel.
What could possibly go wrong?
I can't see anything going wrong.
But 1,500 pounds of coffee creamer and a light breeze conspire against them.
Hey, how full is it?
It's kind of hard to tell.
According to my calculations, half that should fill this drum.
This accident waiting to happen doesn't.
Yeah,
All right,
yeah, I agree.
we're good.
I agree.
All right, it's full. Back the creamer out.
This time, the propulsion comes from Jamie's tried and tested air cannon rig. This was the powerhouse used to blast a cannonball, a baseball, and recently, raw steak.
There's your problem.
And the creamer cannon is bigger in every way. Then again, it has to lift 700 pounds of powder. So, what's going to happen?
First of all, we know that the non-dairy creamer is much more reactive in air than the Sawdust. Second, the orifice size is much larger on the non-dairy creamer cannon, 36 times the force. And on top of that, 20 times the air capacity.
If everything goes right, and that stuff goes up in the air, and it actually ignites, we could set this whole hillside on fire.
I'm either expecting to see a much bigger mushroom cloud of fire, or because it's heavier, we're gonna see bloop, and it's gonna catch on fire, and then we're gonna have to stand there and watch it burn out. Hopefully, choice A.
Grant slowly builds the air pressure to 120.
Good to go.
Then Tori sets the spark. The mass of the creamer in relation to the volume of air is crucial. This could either be a blast or a burn.
All right, fire this puppy up.
All right, here we go. Non-dairy creamer cannon in 3, 2, 1.
That was frightening.
Terrifying!
Did you get that on high speed?
Yeah, we did remember to push the on button on the off chance that this might be one of the biggest fireballs ever.
This was frightening. I mean, seriously, there was a moment where I'm like, oh, crap, this was a bad idea.
When you set off an explosion, you go click, boom. When you fire one of these cannons, you go click, and like, whoosh. It's not working. Oh my God, it's up!
All I heard in my head was run. And I started up the hill as fast as I could go. And I'm still on a little bit of adrenaline buzz right now.
Flaming milk substitute floats down like snow from hell, and the crust at ground zero tells the tale.
Dude, you gotta feel this. It's like the top of a creme brulee.
Oh my God.
I think you need a new camera.
Should we take that off? Is it still rolling? Oh, look at that.
Oh, whoa!
Oh, it
saved it!
Hey! Hey! You don't need a new lens!
This viral video is twice confirmed with a flame the governor must have seen from Sacramento. But it's not a recommended science project.
Oh my God! We should destroy this because it's too dangerous to have in our shop. This technology should not be shared with anyone.
And just in case you missed the message,
I hope I don't need to tell you this, but don't try this at home.
We still have like 500 pounds of this stuff. Should we try it again?
Maybe after I get some new underwear.
Welcome back. Here's where we stand. We had a video of some fire trucks using only the power of their hose pressure to lift a car. We figured out that one hose can easily lift over 400 pounds. We also made a scale model of this rig and figured out that this was actually pretty stable. Now we put it all together. We built a full-size car, a full-size rack of hoses, and we're about to try it for real.
nice update. Now let's see if a full-size, full-weight car really can take flight.
Dude, I can't believe it. 6 diesel engines kind of rumbling. The tension is mounting.
Are you ready?
I'm ready. Let's do it.
I'm gonna get in position.
Test number 1 starts with a standard hydrant pressure of 80 psi, which Jamie steadily raises 10 psi at a time.
All right, all pumps up 10 psi. All pumps up 10 more PSI.
The car's not flying,
All pumps up 10 more PSI.
and the water's a-wasting. So Jamie shuts her down.
All pumps down, completely down.
Okay, we're exceeding the amount of water flow for the system.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Well, what if we remove a couple of the hoses, or just, don't power up with 2 of the hoses?
Okay, why don't we try that? Maybe we'll get the lift still that we need.
Because we need that pressure.
Right, we need the pressure.
With a fixed water supply, cutting 2 hoses will raise the pressure in the remaining 8. It's a question of finding the perfect balance.
Removing a couple of the nozzles, that'll give us hopefully more pressure, less volume, and not put such a demand on the system. And we're also going to make it happen really quickly.
They'll start this test at 100 psi, then lift the pressure bit by bit.
10 more PSI.
Once again, they fail to raise the roof or even lift the tires.
What's happening is that we're not getting liftoff.
Okay, all engines down.
What seems to be the reason is we are exceeding the amount of water that the entire city's water system can produce in this location at a specific time.
In test after test,
All pumps 120.
Jamie raises the starting pressure,
All engines 170. Okay, down. Off.
repositions the nozzles,
All engines 120. All engines down.
and cuts the number of hoses.
Now we're running on 6 hoses. We have an even balance of hoses in the 4 corners and 2 in the middle. Hopefully that'll be enough.
But it's not. Try as they might, the hatchback shows no tendency to hover. But Adam might have the answer.
Now see, the problem is we've got an engine. That's why we're not getting any movement.
Well, let's get the engine out.
All right, let's do it.
In the video, you can't tell what's inside the car and what's not. As far as we know, we're doing what they did.
There it comes.
There's nothing in the video we saw that said that car had an engine. And we got to get liftoff before the end of the day. So we're lightening our load by a few hundred pounds.
Daylight's fading, and this next test is pretty much make or break.
This one's going to work. I hope.
Up on 6.
With 6 engines, 6 hoses,
Come on, baby.
Up, up, up.
and no motor, the car finally takes flight.
Up on 3. Up on 3. Up on 3.
And isn't this a thing of beauty? 15 feet high for a full 45 seconds.
Okay, down, cut it. Oh, yeah! Nice landing! The new rocket cars start up a little rough, but once they're airborne, they're beautiful.
It worked. I didn't actually think it was going to happen, but it did. Looked just like the video.
We got it. And I gotta say, it was beautiful. It was a moment I didn't want to end. I'd say we've confirmed this one.
Confirmed it is. It was cool, though.
It looked so unlikely, but these guys, whoever they are, seem to know their business. The video is verified.
You know, of course, this makes me want to make a backpack.
Of course it does. Or maybe like a hoverboard. This whole internet thing is actually pretty nifty.
I thought that you'd like it.
It's almost as good as the telephone. And you know, I actually had a lot of fun on these viral videos.
So did I. You know, I was most impressed that everything we all tested turned out to be plausible or confirmed. Honestly, I can't remember the last time that happened.
There's plenty more where that came from.
Oh yeah, I smell a sequel.
on this episode of MythBusters. Doctors Hyneman and Savage raid the archives for a movie myth about a bike flip. If you poke a pole in the front spokes, will it really flip out?
Timing was perfect.
If you say so, Junior.
And Cary Grant and Tori are breaking bad
We're busting out of here, see?
to test tall tales of prison breaks. They want to know if you can rappel to freedom using bed sheets, toilet paper, and hair?
Ow!
Who are the MythBusters? Adam Savage
That's 100% wacky right there.
and Jamie Hyneman.
Pain is your friend.
Between them, more than 30 years of special effects experience. Joining them, Carrie Byron,
Do it.
Grant Imahara,
Danger, warning, warning.
and Tori Belleci.
Okay, you want to play rough, little Gopher?
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test.
Let me guess. Indiana Jones?
Yes, cast your mind back to Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. Indy and his father are racing away from the Nazis on a motorcycle. Nazis come up alongside them and are about to get them, but Indy doesn't have a weapon. Quickly thinking, he grabs a flagpole, jams it in the front spokes of the Nazi motorcycle, and...
The motorcycle flips up in the air, end over end. Bad time for the Nazi.
Exactly. That is our movie myth.
It's a classic scene from the silver screen. The doctors Jones, Jr. and Sr. are being chased by the Third Reich on bikes. But a flagpole in the front wheel of the nearest Nazi and a motorcycle flip-out sees our hero escape with a trademark cheesy grin.
This one's really interesting from a physics sense because when I look at that scene, it doesn't seem awkward or out of place, but it does beg the question, is it really that easy to redirect all the energy that's going this way to going that way?
I'm thinking that we break it down to its constituent components, test each one, and then put them all back together for a full-sized finale.
This will be fun. It's been years since I've been on a motorcycle.
Ever since that gang, right?
So first things first, it's a motorcycle myth, and we'll be needing a...
That's a bike.
Exactly.
Oh, it's lovely.
I actually rode across the country in one of these things.
No way. I'm just reeling from learning something about you I didn't know. It seems that there's a never-ending supply of those.
It's a single-cylinder four-cycle. We call them a thumper. It's not like, it's like an old-fashioned bike.
Okay, it may be old-fashioned, but the movie bikes are vintage World War II.
I know what you're saying. You're saying this really doesn't look like a vintage World War II era motorcycle, and it isn't. In fact, it's from 1981, but it is the exact model of bike used by the stuntmen to perform their stunts for Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, which means that it, and not some vintage bike, is the perfect test platform for us for this myth.
Now that that's sorted, let's kick things off as Adam and Jamie focus on the first aspect of the myth.
Since this myth is all about the poking of a flagpole into the spokes of a motorcycle, one of the things we want to know is how fast can we poke a flagpole?
Because once they know the speed of a human flagpole poke,
nice, Tiger.
They can calibrate their remaining tests to just that.
Just plain funny to watch you exert yourself like that. I don't know why exactly. It just is. High comedy.
Whatever floats your goat.
And the high comedy on the high speed reveals the magic number to be 30 miles per hour. Cue part 2 of the experiment, a remote control flagpole thruster.
You might remember this puppy right here from Birds on a Truck because this was our pigeon catcher.
Yep, it's not a prop from Mad Max. It really is a pigeon catcher. Not that it caught any pigeons.
It has an air reservoir, it has a valve, it has everything we need to shoot the stick into the wheels of the motorcycle. I just need to change the barrel a bit and we'll be good to go. In 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, that looked a tad faster than 30 miles an hour to me. But let's see what Adam thinks.
1.
That might be a little too fast.
That's what I said.
Is everybody okay?
That's dangerous.
Yeah, we might have to tune that one back. The only problem that we're finding with this rig is that it seems to be giving us too much bang for our buck right now.
1.
That's 143 miles per hour. Almost no pressure in this tank. This valve is so big that the stick is still going at like 50 miles an hour, which is way faster than either of us could throw the flagpole. I'm not gonna get tired of that.
And so to get the speed they need, around 30 miles per hour,
this is an exceedingly weird operation.
they add some hose to decrease the pressure.
Firing in 3, 2, 1. That might be it.
That's it. That's the butter zone. 12 PSI, we get 28.5 miles per hour. That's perfect.
As odd as this sounds, after destroying their wooden backstop, they finally got the ex-pigeon catcher throwing a flagpole at a realistic speed.
This might sound crazy, but a lot of the fans are saying that you can actually make rope out of toilet paper, and it'll be strong enough that you could scale down a jail wall and escape.
Toilet paper, are you serious?
All right, well, if we're gonna do that, I think we should do the all-time classic, making a rope out of bed sheets.
I know it's kind of out there, but let's also do the Rapunzel version of this, where you make a rope out of hair.
Ew.
Any prison break worth its place in urban folklore involves a death-defying descent from a great height, including these fan-site fables. Desperate convicts, eager to be ex-convicts, have escaped jail with the apparent aid of cell-made ropes of toilet paper and bed sheets. And if you include Rapunzel's luscious locks, that's 3 harebrained escape plans to test.
So how are we gonna test this?
Well, why don't we each take one of the materials, make our ropes, and see which one of us makes it down the side of the building.
And may the best rope win.
Wait, I want bed sheets then.
Too late!
Yes, in a vertigo-inducing finale,
Oh my God, I'm gonna throw up.
our fun-loving criminals will find out for real if the ropes made from their mythical materials will aid and abet their jailbreak,
Stupidest idea ever.
or send them plummeting to their doom.
Ow!
But before all that, let's take you back to the beginning, where Carrie's plan for a braided escape is giving her a bad hair day.
Is this not the most disgusting thing you've ever seen? An entire box of just hair?
Yes, coming in at #1 on the weirdest raw material chart are 50 human hair ponytails.
We have to break out of a building that's 14 stories high. So I have to make a rope that is 140 feet long. I think the difficulty here is not going to necessarily be the strength of the hair, because this feels really strong. I think it's going to be where the hair splices together. I have to come up with some sort of knotting or braiding system that it won't slide apart and, 100 feet down, I'm not just going to plummet to the earth. And it's gross.
Meanwhile, Grant's mythical method is a little more conventional and a film fugitive favorite.
So in order to make sure we have maximum authenticity here, we've gotten these bed sheets from our friends in Alameda County, and they're actual county jail linens.
But he's not only keeping it real, he's keeping it simple.
My plan is to extend them lengthwise so that they're the full 7 feet long, and then fold it into a rope-type shape and knot them together.
And finally, Tori, who has some serious tensile strength issues with his authentic one-ply prison-issue tissue.
There you have it. It's not strong enough.
But he's a man with a plan.
If you look at the toilet paper, it's perforated for your convenience of pulling off one sheet at a time. Already, it's got this built-in weak leak. So I think twisting it, rolling it, will give me the extra strength that I need. Look at that. The same amount of toilet paper, just wrapped up, is strong enough to now hold the 3 kilos. So this is the way I'm gonna make my toilet paper rope.
Adam and Jamie's past crusade to hold Hollywood to scientific account
Oh, the
That's great!
has given the team some memorable moments of movie mayhem.
Busters on the ground. Busters on the ground.
But on this last crusade, the team are tackling the tall tale that a stick between the spokes can cause a head-over handlebars flip. So far, they've got their bike and rigged a remote control flagpole thruster. So, what's next?
When this bike is moving at highway speeds, the spokes are going so fast you can hardly see them. So what we need to find out is whether it's possible for a human to thrust a stick into those spokes fast enough to get them cleanly through there. And then once that occurs, what happens to the wheel?
And to get the wheel spinning at chase scene speeds, 50 miles per hour, Adam whips up a dynamometer.
So the dynamometer is fully built and constructed, it's ready to spin this wheel up, and I'm gonna explain. I don't really need to explain how it works, do I? The motor drives the chain, drives the wheel, spins it up to speed, we poke it with a stick. It's pretty straightforward. And now it's time for the old spoke and poke test.
So with the bike secured, this test is all about the space between the spokes and not the full flip.
This is gonna be cool.
Will a flagpole thrust at realistic speed actually penetrate the wheel?
3, 2, 1.
Apparently not.
Well, that was a bit of a letdown.
Yes, the stick just bounced right back out. And after a second test under the same conditions, produces a similar result, the guys decide they're missing the point on the stick and on the wheel.
Maybe we want to aim the stick back towards here.
Like the movie, the guys were aiming at 3 o'clock. But as that last test showed, in the time it takes to hit the spokes at 10 o'clock, the flagpole can wobble free. So, take 3. Only this time, they're targeting 9 o'clock.
Firing. 3, 2, 1.
Perfect. Penetration, wheel stoppage, and as a bonus, some controlled mayhem.
We broke some stuff.
We successfully stopped the wheel with the stick, and that's great. That's 15 pounds coming to a dead stop from 50 miles an hour. But this was a stationary test. When we go out on the road with this, there are hundreds of pounds in this bike, plus the rider that want to keep on going. And that's where the real fun's gonna start. So, it turns out it actually is possible to get a flagpole in between the spokes of a motorcycle wheel while it's going 50 miles an hour.
Yeah, you know, I don't see anything holding us up from putting this motorcycle on a trailer, dragging it behind a truck, and trying this test full size at speed.
And then if there's any truth at all to this myth, bikes getting airborne.
Exactly.
So it's full scale ahead, and the plan in the can looks a lot like this. At the push of a button, the bike and Buster will begin freewheeling. That in turn will trigger the flagpole flinger and jam the stick into the spokes. And to get things rolling in the right direction, Adam's reinventing the wheel.
Well, the first problem I think we got to solve is exemplified by taking a look at this footage again. Yeah, see that? Okay. The hubbed, spoked wheel, it's not really ideal for us to shove a stick into because those spokes are not going to stay put. We need a wheel that can stay put under continued abuse for repeated tests, and we're going to use steel plate to do it. We've had 2 of these, plasma cut out of 1/4-inch steel plate. We're going to bolt them to one of the motorcycle rims, have a tire put back on it, and a couple of flange-mounted pillow blocks on the axle, and that ought to hold up to everything we can throw at it. The Road Warrior would be proud. This thing is absolutely as solid as a rock. It's perfect.
For the Prison Break parable,
This place can't hold me!
Grant Iron Man Imahara,
We're busting out of here, see?
Carrie Knuckles Byron,
Come on. I'm afraid!
and Don Salvatore Belleci
I tell you!
are pretending to be put away in order to break out.
Prisoners, step in, lock down.
They're going to find out if you can effect an escape with ropes made of bed sheets, toilet paper, and hair.
My collection of hair I've gathered from the shower and all the rat tails I've been stealing. I will have no problem making a rope and getting out of here.
But despite being forced to use authentic cell-made materials,
Warden, I got diarrhea. I need more toilet paper.
the guys won't really have to prepare their escape in their cells. They get to do that back at the shop, where Tori has worked out that if he twists one-ply prison-issue tissue, it becomes less fragile.
Look at that. That's pretty cool.
But can it really be made into rope?
As you can see, I'm twisting the toilet paper into little strings. Once I have enough strings, I'll weave it into a rope, and hopefully that will be strong enough to hold my weight, and that'll be my ticket out of this joint. And this process is taking a long time, but let's face it, I'm in jail. I got nothing but time. Someday I'll be free. Bing.
It may be time-consuming, but before modern manufacturing techniques, this is exactly how real rope was made. Fibers of material were twisted into yarns. A few of these yarns were twisted in the opposite direction to form threads. And again, several of these were counter-twisted to form rope. So it might sound crazy, but Tori could be onto something.
I'm gonna get out of jail in no time.
Meanwhile, Carrie's about to find out if her plan for a braided escape is even viable.
I'm a little nervous about the strength of the hair, so I've got a knotted piece here that I was actually just gonna try my weight on. I'm really kind of nervous about this because of that factor. Maybe I need to find some inmates with some less healthy, slippery hair, some good fried-out bleach blonde inmates.
Yeah. Or maybe, just like a conventional rope, you could braid a number of those single strands together.
I'm going to take 3 braids and tie them all into one braid so that it's sort of how rope works, where if one fails, it has 2 more to kind of depend on, and hopefully that can give it more strength. Unfortunately, I'm getting claw hand from like all the braiding.
And that just leaves Grant, who got lucky with the least labor-intensive material.
The bed sheet is beautiful because you can go to the prison laundry, steal as many as you need. You don't need 100 years to make your bed sheet rope. You need about, I don't know, maybe 2 hours. And you're climbing your way to freedom.
However, the toilet paper plan is taking a lot longer.
I need to spread my wings and fly.
So to speed things up, our crafty criminal uses his mastermind to good effect by twisting multiple strands at once and cheating.
So I've taken 5 sheets of toilet paper, twisted them together to create this. Now I'm gonna take 3 of these, wrap them together, and then take that and wrap that together and hopefully create a rope that's gonna be strong enough to hold up my weight. But before I do that, I gotta do a little magic. The amazing Balici.
Meanwhile, over in Grant's cell, he's testing to see if the sheets can take the strain.
So what we have here is a single standard Alameda County bed sheet, the knot tied at the top, threaded through 150 pounds of weight, which is equivalent to my body weight, and as you can see, it's actually doing quite well so far.
Outside in the exercise yard, Tori is also ready for a strength test.
This might work.
Carrie, however, is still desperately braiding and plaiting. She's more concerned about the hair's joints and splices than its tensile strength. After all, keratin, the major protein component of hair, is as hard as nails, literally. It's also the stuff that forms horns, claws, and hoofs. The question is, will it also make rope? Jamie and Adam are flipping out.
That might be a little too fast.
Burn.
Testing the movie myth that jamming a stick between the spokes will cause a motorcycle flip out. But they've got a tough build ahead.
In order to go full scale with this, we need to both be able to hold this bike and let go of it at very precise timing. So we're gonna start by building a trailer that holds it upright, that on the push of a button releases it, and then once it's released, we'll fire a stick right through those front spokes.
In engineering terms, there's a mountain to climb. And what better way to show the passage of time than a montage? And a cross-dissolve later, the rig is ready to roll. But before the cameras do...
I wouldn't have married you if I known you were so heavy.
The team needs a change of scenery.
Ready?
Yep, let's go.
And the location they've chosen is, surprise, the disused runway at Alameda.
It's a good day for a motorcycle accident.
I think so.
Let's make a few.
Unlikely to have a motorcycle accident is Jamie, our very own cross-country motorbiking mythbuster. But Adam?
Let's trade.
Well, that's a different story.
How do you undo this?
I'm not so sure this is a good idea. Adam on a motorcycle. Even with seat belts, I worry about Adam.
Are you done yet? We got some work to do. Let's get busy.
All right, let's do it. Oh! Ah.
So while Jamie reassembles the trailer and release rig, Adam brightens up the bike for its big scene. And then gives Buster,
Hey, little buddy.
our soon-to-be crash victim, matching safety wear.
You're not going to prison, you're going on a ride.
And with Buster's ride secured to the trailer, he's ready for a test run.
This may look pretty straightforward, but actually it's a pretty complicated rig, and there's a lot of little things which we're not sure exactly how they might react to getting up to speed. So that's the first thing we're gonna do. Get the whole rig up to speed and just see how it runs.
But before they even get up to speed, Buster looks like he's DUI.
Well, now that's a problem.
Yeah, that's what we wanted to see.
For those of you playing along at home, here's what we were trying to do, and here's where it went wrong. We were attempting to pull the motorcycle by the handlebars. When you're riding a motorcycle, that's an excellent way to steer it. But when you're pulling on it, you're effectively pulling it from behind its axle, and that makes it very difficult because any slop in that system means the bike wants to do everything but travel in a straight line.
It's slowly creeping over.
Yep. So we are going to modify our rig to pull the bike from exactly on its axle. We're going to put in a 3/4 inch rod that is about 2 feet long. We're going to put it up on a little shelf.
That's too far. Now it's got to come back.
We're still going to use the same release system we have, but that should make the wheel travel straight and true and allow us to drag this thing all day long and do our testing.
So after several hours of hard work, it's crises averted.
Looking pretty good from my perspective.
And Happy is back.
So the new rig is set. We are bringing the truck in and we're ready for what is still to be our first test run. But honestly, actually, it's been great trying to solve this problem in the field with little scraps of metal. I feel very positive at this point.
That's if it works. And with the truck easing up to 25 miles per hour,
I don't see any problem with that.
Buster stays upright and has no problems keeping in line.
So we've had a few setbacks. We've tweaked and tuned the rig. Now it's time to start the mayhem. Start the mayhem!
Jailed for science. Carrie, Grant, and Tori are going a little stir-crazy.
Man, I gotta get out of here. If only we could figure out a way to escape. If only we had a rope or something.
Yes, they're putting 3 mythical rope-making materials to the test. The hair's been braided, the toilet paper twisted, and the sheets rolled and knotted. Which means our ingenious inmates are ready to become outmates. And the coop they'll be flying from is the Alameda County Courthouse Jail. They have to rappel from the roof using only their cell-made ropes.
All right, you guys, it's a moment of truth for our prison escape ropes. We've got 100% human hair, toilet paper rope, and the old school classic bed sheet.
Well, since yours is probably the most likely to work, maybe you should go first. You show us how it's done, and then this way we can test out the SWAT team safety mechanism.
Fine, I will.
Good luck, man.
All right.
Freedom!
Good
Freedom.
idea. Him going first. I like that.
So Grant, the nominated human guinea pig, is first up. But rest assured, he's in safe hands. Jack Tucker and Mike Norton are SWAT team rappel masters, and they've rigged a harness and rope system that will allow Grant to climb unassisted. Unless he falls.
I got full confidence in the SWAT guys. They specialize in 2 things, rappelling and kicking ass. So I feel completely safe.
Yeah, real safe.
Well, that certainly gets the juices flowing. Yeah, it's a little bit different perspective up here. I can do this.
With every inch of that terrifying drop playing on his mind, Grant forces himself to focus on prepping for the climb.
So this is the moment of truth for my bedsheet rope. Can you actually escape using a bedsheet and not have it break? Okay, it's long enough. Okay. So careful observers may note that I'm wearing, in addition to my standard prison garb, a safety harness. Now the important thing is that the safety harness is only in case the rope breaks or there's some other problem. Okay, you guys, I'm ready to go. The bed sheet will be holding my entire weight the whole time. Here I go.
Grant's first careful steps are onto a convenient ledge just over the edge.
Holy sheet, that's high!
But from here on in, it's down to Grant and those knotted bed sheets.
All right, you guys ready?
Ready?
Here we go with the old school bed sheet.
Be careful, little buddy.
Despite the concern below, the early signs are good.
He's doing the walk down the wall thing.
Oh, it looks like he's done this before.
You broken out of jail before?
Wow, those are holding up.
The bed sheets are holding up.
He's getting tired.
Oh, man.
The question now is, can Grant hold himself up?
Oh, God. He's just hanging. He's just hanging.
Hang on, buddy. Don't let go. You're almost free. Atta boy.
This sucks.
You can do it.
I've got climbing experience, but there's nothing to hold on to up there except for the rope.
Pretend like your life depends on it, because it kind of does.
It says, thank God that I got those big knots in there, because if I didn't have that, I'd be done.
Oh, Grant, you're doing so good.
You're almost there, dude. You're halfway there.
The sheets are totally holding you up.
There were a couple places where I couldn't quite get a foothold, and the rope just slipped through my hands, and that's where I got these hideous rope burns, which are really, really hurting.
Oh, look at the pain in his face. Freedom's like 20 feet away.
Yeah!
Ow! Ow!
Oh, yes! 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 Oh.
Let go. You're there, dude.
Yeah!
I'm free. I'm free.
Confirmed!
Ow!
Freedom. But with a bad case of rope burns.
The good news is I can totally see why they put this in movies, because the entire time the bedsheet was solid. There was no ripping, no tearing, no giving way of the bedsheet. That was solid. And, you know, I had been in a little bit better physical condition, probably would have gotten down that no problem.
And what that means is that scaling the jailhouse wall with a bedsheet rope is confirmed.
I'm free.
For those playing along at home, here's where we stand so far on the myth that jamming a flagpole into the front spokes of a motorcycle will cause it to flip up in the air. We have gotten a motorcycle wheel up to 50 miles an hour and found out that, yes, a human is totally capable of jamming a flagpole into that front wheel and stopping it.
We broke some stuff.
The question now is, if you're doing that to a motorcycle that's moving, will it have the effect that the myth states?
The bike immediately stops and starts to cartwheel while going up in the air.
Now we're going to see what happens for real.
Okay, that's where we've been. But where are we going?
So this is how this works. We're sitting on the back of a flatbed truck moving down the runway, and when I press this switch, I set into action a whole series of events.
The first series of events he sets into action are our electrons moving down this wire. Those electrons working so hard and dutifully will get to this motor and start it to spin. This motor, mounted to this entire custom-built rig meant to hold this motorcycle in an upright position, will start this all-thread spinning. This all-thread is mounted to a nut in the center of the handlebars, keeping it attached to the rig. The nut in reverse will release the bike from the rig. When the bike releases from the rig, it'll trip this little blast switch. The brass switch will then send a signal to this 2-inch pilot valve, holding back 25 pounds per square inch of pressure inside the Schedule 40 accumulation tank, which we've custom built. The air, once released, will travel down this flexible hose into this cannon behind the hickory stick, sending the hickory stick through the spokes of our custom built motorcycle wheel, stopping the motorcycle on a dime, sending it up into the air, and hopefully having everybody cheering for science.
And with the crowd expectant, the team set up and step up for the first test at 25 miles per hour.
You know what I hope?
What?
I hope it works.
Me too.
All right, let's start it.
Buster, looking every inch a crash test biker, tailgates the truck, ready for his moment of glory.
20 miles per hour.
And once the team are at test speed,
25.
Adam calls it.
Firing in 3, 2, 1.
That went through. It stopped the wheel. Okay, Will, stop.
Slow down and stop.
It all happened pretty fast, but a quick look at the high speed confirms the Rube Goldberg-esque rig worked like a dream. Jamie hit the switch, Buster was released.
Oh, I see it flicking the switch.
The cannon fired, and the flagpole was jammed into the spokes,
The timing is just dead on.
giving Buster a taste of asphalt.
How you doing, buddy?
But there was no sign of the mythical flip.
It couldn't be better, but I didn't see no Bico Flippo.
Yep, no Bico Flippo, more of a Bico Topolo. So, what's next?
The next thing we're going to do is ramp the speed up a little bit so that the bike will tend to want to stay upright for longer. And we'll probably get a little more energy in the process, which means a bigger flip if we're going to get one at all.
So it's take two.
It's holding up well.
And this time they take the truck to 40.
30 miles per hour.
Okay, firing in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, you can stop. Tell him to stop.
Stop.
So the additional momentum didn't help the bike get airborne. Instead, that extra energy was used to snap the flagpole in half.
You know what? That right there is the test. You know, that's the test.
Yeah.
And it didn't work. It broke the stick.
I think that was the circumstances of the myth right there. We got the bike going at 40 miles per hour. We got the stick firing perfectly into the spokes. It didn't stop the bike, it didn't flip the bike, and it broke the stick.
So what's next?
Stronger stick. That was the circumstances. Let's try and get the results with a big fat steel stick.
Steel it is.
Yep, just like Buster, the myth is down, but not quite out. Carrie, Tori, and Grant have had success with the first of their Rappel to Freedom tests.
I'm free! I'm free!
This myth is absolutely confirmed, and I love it when myths are confirmed. The rope did not break. You can make a bedsheet rope and escape from jail. Let's not air this in the prisons.
That's one down, literally,
I'm free!
with 2 to go.
Now that the sheets are confirmed, it's time to see if all your hard work is going to pay off.
You look kind of nervous. You okay?
I am kind of nervous.
All right, good luck. See you on the outside.
I'm not afraid of heights, but I'm really afraid of falling. And I'm not a mountain climber. This will be the first time I really will have done anything remotely like this. So, yeah, I'm nervous. Oh my God, I'm gonna throw up.
And no wonder she's nervous. It's clear hair isn't exactly an ideal rope-making material.
I was watching her form the rope, and there were many times where she had to take it apart because she would test it and it would just go whoosh. She's got multiple strands, you know, forming a big, thick rope of hair, but I don't know, at this point my confidence isn't especially high.
And neither is Carrie's.
Whose hairball idea is this?
Well, it's a harebrained plan for sure, but it's too late to turn back now. We're about to find out if that hairy lifeline will cut it.
Man. Oh. It's looking pretty good so far, actually.
Well, the hair is
It's holding up. That's great.
It's incredible how strong it is.
Whoa!
It defies belief, but Carrie's descent is being supported by nothing more than a 140 feet long triple braided ponytail.
How's it going, Carrie?
I see split ends.
You should have used conditioner.
There's split ends.
Hair care issues aside, Carrie's descent is going spectacularly well.
You're almost free!
The redundancy of the 3 separate braids seems to have solved the splice slipping problem.
Oh, yeah!
And her technique of sliding instead of climbing is just perfect.
Yeah! You did it! The hair didn't break!
I've got to say, I'm totally amazed.
My hands, a little jacked.
This rope is composed of hair that's braided. And if you look at it, it's actually kind of springy, which is just crazy. It's effective. Disgusting, but effective.
Yeah!
Oh my God, that was so scary.
Yeah.
And the hair didn't break.
I can't believe it didn't break.
It was like I'd slide, grab a knot, slide, grab a knot. But the whole time I was just like, it's coming undone, it's coming undone, it's coming undone, it's coming undone. The only part it got really hairy, I would say, it was actually, there's a portion in the middle where the hair's really thin, and I actually watched a little piece of hair go like this in slow motion, and I was just like, going faster, going faster. Then, when I was right close to the ground, I had about a foot, then I kind of dropped a little bit. That's the only time I actually felt the rope, kind of the belay, was the last foot. The whole time, that was sheer human hair strength.
Incredible, but true. But unlike the bed sheets, the guys are reluctant to call this one confirmed.
The hair worked, and it didn't break. I mean, it's not the most practical technique, but I mean, if you can get that amount of hair and braid it together, you can make rope and escape.
Yeah, unless your name's Rapunzel, getting that amount of hair could be an issue. But as a mythical rope-making material, it does actually work. On the motorcycle movie myth, Adam and Jamie are having a flipping good time.
I haven't seen no bike flippo.
But so far, there's been no sign of the mythical head-over-handlebars flip.
Okay, you can stop.
So they decided to beef things up a bit.
So at 40 miles an hour, hickory didn't really cut it. So this time, we're gonna use a steel pipe. This is about 8 times as heavy, and it's gonna do something pretty violent.
But that extra weight necessitates a couple of tweaks to the rig.
I'm gonna up the pressure quite a bit to about 80 PSI, where we were doing about 20 or 25, and I'm gonna lubricate it a little bit. And since we forgot to bring the lard, the lunch table had a little leftover mayo, so I'm gonna try that. Sometimes you just need a little extra lubrication. Too bad we forgot the lard.
I feel funny.
With Jamie's steel pole nicely lubricated, the team is ready for what it hopes will be the final spoke poke.
Well, hopefully this is the it shot. This is either going to flip this motorcycle or prove once and for all that it's totally not possible. I hope this works.
What's not to work?
Oh, so many things.
But if it goes according to plan, Buster will soon be taking a short, dizzying flight with a mandatory crash landing.
Okay, pull in 3, 2, 1, go! Give me 5 there.
Another smooth execution by the rig, and you could say the guys are pleased.
Well, that seemed to work just beautifully. It doesn't get any prettier
It
than
was
that.
flawless.
And the bike did not flip.
No, the
No
tire skidded. You know, that's it. That's the perfect test.
It's forward momentum. It doesn't transfer immediately to vertical momentum. It makes all the sense in the world now that I've seen it happen.
You know, you could stop the bad guy that way if you happen to have a steel pipe, but it's not getting airborne. It won't happen. It's gonna do exactly that.
Dude, that totally worked. Wicked.
The most important thing to keep in mind about this test is the traction between this wheel and the road surface.
Nice work, Buster!
If you bring the wheel to a dead stop, like you will if you put a stick between the spokes, it's gonna skid. You're gonna lose control. It'll slip out from under the bike and it's all over. It will not get it airborne like it did in the movie.
Oh, so satisfying.
So, no Biko Flippo, even with the mayo.
You know what we have to do though now? We have to finish on a bike that's doing a flip. Hook or by crook, we have to finish with that. Physics 1, movies 0.
And so it's back to the shop to square the account and find out the physics of film effects.
Dude, check this out. It looks like this whole scene is just a trick of editing. You can see that when the bike takes off, it's totally stationary. And if I frame forward a couple frames, you can see a small explosion underneath.
That's a classic Hollywood sleight of hand.
Yeah, it's pretty clear that if we're gonna do this Hollywood style, we're gonna need some explosives to get that bike in the air.
We need a boom.
Exactly.
Yep, so the key is TNT. And with that in mind, our special effects specialists get back to work.
This is what is known as a mortar. Now, this is what is going to make the bike do what we couldn't do with a stick through the spokes. We're gonna fill this with gunpowder. We're gonna put it underneath the bike, and it's gonna fire a bunch of black powder, shooting the bike way up in the air and spinning while it does it.
To survive that black powder-powered flight, the bike gets a once-over from Adam.
This may look like an ordinary bike, sure, but in fact, this bike has now realized the dream of all bikes, which is to be a stunt bike. I've reinforced its skeletal structure so that it can be punched from behind the engine and fly up in the air to glory.
Sounds great, unless your name happens to be Buster. To get to the bottom of the toilet paper jailbreak,
oh, this prison food's killing me. You need to put more fiber in the damn food!
Tori has taken a swipe at making a rope from genuine one-ply perforated prison poop paper.
So my toilet paper rope is done. It's taken me a long time, and it looks like rope. However, it's still only toilet paper. So I'm hoping it's gonna be strong enough to hold up my weight.
His chances are made of paper.
His escape technique's paper thin.
We gotta get out of here. They're gonna put us in the loony bin.
Toilet paper rope escape? Probably the stupidest idea ever. It's not that stupid. You've got stupider ideas. I'm gonna kick your butt if I survive, Grant.
Watch that first step. She's a doozy.
And that first step is also the crucial moment when nothing but toilet paper is taking Tori's weight.
Oh my God.
But incredibly, a few expletives aside, it's all going according to plan. Sort of.
Toilet paper is used to wipe your butt, not climb down a building.
It seems the real issue with the tissue is finding a firm grip.
I'm off.
You okay?
And that, right there, is why we hired the SWAT team. Tori slipped. And if it wasn't for the safety harness, he was a goner. But aside from that sudden and terrifying drop,
Yeah, dude, you're almost there.
Tori and the toilet paper hold firm and make it safely to terra firma.
You did it!
How's those hands?
They're numb. Who would have thought toilet paper works to escape prison?
I'm amazed. I'm amazed that the toilet paper did not break.
Freedom!
At least while he was making his way down.
I'm free. I can't walk, but I'm free.
Yeah, it broke, but it didn't break during the test. And so Tori gives toilet paper his seal of approval.
I am totally convinced that toilet paper used as a rope is a plausible way to escape from prison. You saw it. It didn't break. It stretched a lot, but it didn't break. It was incredible. Toilet paper.
It worked! We're free! That was amazing! 2 plausibles and it confirmed!
Hair, toilet paper, and bed sheets.
All right, I'll see you guys in Mexico in a month.
Welcome back. Here's where we stand. We have already busted the myth that if you jam a flagpole into the spokes of a motorcycle at speed, that it will flip end over end. Totally not possible within the laws of physics. Now, Jamie and I are going to do it Hollywood style with our favorite tool, explosives. In Hollywood, also, geeky television show hosts get to dress up like their favorite movie heroes.
That's the only crack I know. I can't crack like that, Al.
And pretend to be in one of their favorite movies.
All right, let's get to filming.
And to make sure this silver scene recreation is spot on, the bike and Buster get a makeover by the wardrobe department.
It looks good.
And Buster is given no choice about his participation in the upcoming stunt.
This is how the old Hollywood stuntmen used to do it. Wire me in, they'd scream. Buster's old school.
With our very own member of the Third Reich on his bike, the guys, with the help of Matt the Pyro, prepare the mortar that'll send Buster into the air.
We've got this mortar with a plate right on top of it. That plate is welded to the bottom of the motorcycle. It's very secure. When that gunpowder goes off, the plate is going to go up, and that's all there is to it, except for one thing, and that is any air in the mortar would compress.
Going back on?
So to deal with that problem, we've put sand in there. The sand will not compress, and it also adds a certain mass that will literally push the bike up in the air without us having to use massive quantities of explosives, which would cause other problems.
With Jamie applying the finishing touches, Adam takes delivery of the final piece of the puzzle.
Dude, I totally want one of these.
So now, Adam's got the ride to go with the outfit.
Awesome. Look, it's got a seat for Jamie and everything.
Cue one very happy, geeky TV host.
Have you ever heard the term nerdgasm?
And with that out of his system, it's stunt time.
It's like nerd fantasy camp.
Okay, so here's how the MythBusters big budget movie shot is going to break down. Jamie and I will start the motorcycle and sidecar about 100 feet behind our stunt cycle. We're going to drive right past it, and then we'll get 100 feet ahead of it. The pyro's going to detonate the charge in this. Our stunt buster is going to fly up in the air end over end, and the long lens that we're shooting it from is going to make it look like we're a lot closer to the explosion than we actually are. You ready, old man? You got a taste for adventure? Okay. Here we go.
So everyone, including Buster, is all set. Adam and Jamie roll up to speed, and Matt waits with his finger on the detonator. To get the shot, the timing, camera angle, and flight of the bike has to be just so. And that couldn't have gone better.
Well, the timing was perfect.
If you say so, Junior.
Well, let's check the footage. The mortar exploded as Adam and Jamie hit their mark. And Buster, the chasing Nazi with the stick in the spokes, goes head over handlebars.
Oh, awesome.
I'm seeing it go ass over tea kettle.
That's exactly what it looks like in the movie.
Yep, as a quick comparison confirms, the guys got the shot.
It's beautiful. So you may watch this and still think, well, I think it could happen if the motorcycle under the right conditions. Let me point out, this stick in the wheel made the motorcycle skid. How much energy did it take to make the bike go completely vertical? Enough energy to crush this 3/8-inch thick steel plate and crack the frame in like 19 different places. That's a hell of a lot more energy than you can generate with a wooden stick. Myth busted. And now Buster, for doing such a good job, gets his reward. He really likes it this way.
Nice work, Buster! Nice work!
You know, at this point, we've done over 500 myths, and we get them from the internet, from movies, but the most important source is from you, the audience. So if you've got a myth for us to test, we'd love to hear about it. Log on to discovery.com/mythbusters, and if it's any good, we'll use it.